Okay, so our boy is still rocking the long hair and brooding look, totally leaning into the Najin persona. This dude Igris is straight up losing it, yelling at Nagyunn, but Nagyunn just shoves him away, unimpressed. Nagyunn doesn't even flinch, asking if Igris is seriously worried about him. The audacity? Igris is losing his mind, babbling about something, but Nagyunn is completely unfazed, side-eyeing him. Igris keeps going, ranting about something, but Nagyunn just stares him down, looking so done with everything. We get another good look at Nagyunn, still mysterious, still giving off those intense vibes, honestly. More Nagyunn brooding, staring off into the distance. This boy is a mood, I swear. Another gorgeous shot of Nagyunn, looking all regal and powerful against the colorful sky. Nagyunn finally cracks a smirk, and Igris is clearly rattled by it. Igris tries to push Nagyunn away, but our boy just casually blocks him. Nagyunn is in control here, for sure. Someone just released the Guardian Knight. That's huge news, and Nagyunn and Igris are clearly reacting. Igris is freaking out about it, but Nagyunn is all white elephant, totally playing it cool. Turns out it is a terrible thing, because she's been relieved of duty, which is not good. Nagyunn is side-eyeing Igris like, what's your deal? This dude is so unreadable. Igris is convinced they need to support the masked one, but it sounds like a long shot, honestly. Nagyunn seems to agree. They're all in on rooting for the masked one, no matter what. But then, something swooshes past, and Igris is on high alert. Something's definitely coming. Nagyunn is focused, staring into the distance. He's sensing danger, I just know it. And now, a mysterious figure appears, cloaked in shadow. No way this is gonna be easy. Whatever's happening, it's intense and our boy is ready. Let's go, Nagyunn! Nagyunn demands to know what this mysterious figure wants from him. He's not falling for any games. But this dude straight up asks if Nagyunn will refuse, and the tension is thick. What's going on? Igris jumps in, needing a signal if the figure is lying, and asks Nagyunn to clear his throat if needed. Nagyunn responds with a simple goodness, then a quick ahem, and Igris is instantly on edge. The figure says it's simple, but his smile is super creepy. I do not trust this guy. Igris calls Nagyunn out for being blunt, but Nagyunn points out it's good to be prepared. Facts. The figure explains it's simple. He wants to make a deal with Nagyunn, and that's all. Nagyunn asks if he's supposed to believe that, and the figure's response is pure confidence. The figure reveals his name is Camelsia, and honestly, it sounds like trouble. Camelsia says he's here to help Nagyunn, but Igris is not buying it, and neither am I. Camelsia lays it all out. He needs something from Nagyunn, and he's realized Nagyunn can't do it alone. Nagyunn thinks this is a trap, but figures as long as Camelsia doesn't ask too much, it's a deal he can work with. He admits he's realized he needs help overcoming his weaknesses, straight up admitting he's got flaws. Nagyunn is desperate for anything that can help, and it's showing in his intense stare. However, Camelsia throws a wrench in things, saying there is one condition. Of course there is. Nagyunn already knew it, and Camelsia confirms that they're gonna play a game. The game, tag, but Camelsia adds a chilling detail. Any violent tactic is fair game. If Nagyunn manages to make contact with the target, the condition is met. Sounds simple enough, right? But, as soon as Camelsia says it, he's already moving, and Nagyunn's about to be left in the dust. The chase is on, and this dude is fast. Nagyunn's gonna have to push himself to the limit. Nagyunn is clutching at straws, desperately hoping for a way to win this game, but he's gotta grab this chance. He explodes with power, a fiery aura erupting around him. Our boy is serious about winning. Camelsia flinches, seemingly surprised by the sudden burst of energy, but Nagyunn is already moving in for the tag. Nagyunn lunges, hand outstretched, but Camelsia is impossibly quick, dodging the attack with ease. Camelsia taps Nagyunn on the shoulder. No way! He's already tagged him, and it all happens so fast. Nagyunn falls to the ground defeated, but Camelsia doesn't seem satisfied and is looming over him. Camelsia's hand descends towards Nagyunn, and honestly, it looks like he's about to do more than just tag him. But before anything happens, another figure appears, intercepting Camelsia's hand. Who is this new player? The newcomer is a smaller boy, and he's staring up at Camelsia with a defiant look, refusing to back down. Camelsia is analyzing the boy, realizing Nagyunn is exploiting the game to force a response, but it won't be enough. Camelsia is completely unfazed by the new kid. She sees right through Nagyunn's plan to distract her. But Nagyunn isn't giving up. He's still trying to get close enough to tag Camelsia, despite how impossible it seems. He speeds up, a whirlwind of motion, but she's faster, sidestepping every single attack with ease. Nagyunn keeps coming, and Camelsia is just dancing around him. It's honestly kinda graceful. He lunges again, aiming for a tag, but she anticipates it, spinning away at the last second. Camellia taps his shoulder again, and Nagyunn is left reeling from another failed attempt. He falls, completely exhausted, but she doesn't even bother to let him recover, immediately moving to strike. However, the little boy intervenes, stepping in front of Nagyunn to protect him from the attack. She redirects her attack, aiming for the boy instead, but Nagyunn grabs him and pulls him away. Nagyunn pulls the boy into a slide, using the momentum to get away from Camellia's relentless pursuit. No way! Camellia's sword whips out, straight up aiming for Nagyunn, but he's dodging like a pro. He pivots and shoves the little boy out of the way, using him as cover, which is kinda messed up. Nagyunn then slides both of them across the snow, trying to create some distance from Camellia's attack. But she's relentless, following right after them and swinging her sword again. This dude is seriously fast. Okay, so this instructor is laying down the law to the apprentice knights, and it's intense. She's straight up telling them, even if they become full knights, they're still gonna get hurt or die. Harsh! But she's not just being negative, she's explaining why evasion is the most important skill. Weapons aren't just for attacking, apparently, and if you can't dodge, you're toast. Makes sense. She's emphasizing that way more dangerous than any spear or sword is magic, which is a huge reveal. And honestly, the knights don't even bother with magic because they think they're too strong physically. However, she points out that magic is rapidly evolving thanks to some new equations, making it super powerful. This dude, the blonde one, is totally shocked by that. Like, wow, really? Classic reaction. It seems like the other knight is also taking in the information, but he's keeping it cool. Our boy is learning some seriously important stuff today, and it feels like a turning point for the whole story. Okay, so the instructor tells our boy he needs to prove he's worthy of the weapon. She says she'll give him a month to fulfill some unknown task. Sounds ominous. But the other knight, the white-haired one, straight up scoffs at the timeline. He thinks a month is way too long, and honestly, we kinda agree. The instructor insists she believes in him if he's the person she thinks he is. This dude is all stoic, but the instructor is really testing him. She's basically saying he has 1 month to level up, or he doesn't get the weapon. The white-haired knight throws some shade, saying a month my foot. He's not impressed. The blonde knight is totally focused, prepping for whatever challenge is coming. And the white-haired knight, he just shrugs like he's already seen it all. Such a mood. The white-haired knight confidently declares he'll complete the task immediately. Talk about a power move. But the blonde knight isn't backing down. He's determined to meet the challenge head on and get the job done. And just like that, he takes off, leaping into the snowy wilderness. No hesitation at all. He's dashing through the forest, moving at incredible speed, and honestly, it's a little intimidating. The white-haired knight watches him go, seemingly unimpressed, but something tells me he's surprised. Our boy is completely focused, pushing himself to the limit. This is serious training mode. However, he's not just running, he's actively searching for something, scanning the landscape intently. He's clearly on a mission, and whatever he's looking for, it's not going to be easy to find. He keeps running, determined to prove himself and avenge his brother. This dude is a machine. The white-haired knight is still observing, and we can tell he's starting to take this seriously, finally. The blonde knight is pushing himself so hard, matching the white-haired knight's pace. It's intense. He's calculating, thinking if this dude is confident, there must be a way to win this game. The white-haired knight is sliding through the snow, keeping right alongside him. This is getting close. Our boy suddenly whips around, sword drawn, and launches a lightning-fast attack. No way! But the white-haired knight effortlessly deflects the blow, the clash echoing through the forest. He counters immediately, his own blade flashing, and the blonde knight barely manages to dodge. It's a blur. They're locked in a fierce duel, swords meeting in a flurry of strikes, the snow swirling around them. The white-haired knight is relentless, his attacks precise and powerful, and our boy is forced to defend desperately. He manages to create some distance, but the white-haired knight is right on his tail, closing in for another strike. And just as things look grim, the blonde knight spins, launching a counterattack. This is a risky move. He's dodging and weaving, trying to escape the white-haired knight's relentless attacks, but it's barely working. Our boy leaps over a fallen tree, attempting to create distance. A risky hop, but he pulls it off. The white-haired knight is right behind him though, and scoffs, claiming this attack won't work on to him. He speeds up, dashing through the snowy forest, trying to outpace his opponent. It's a full sprint, but the knight anticipates his move and swings, forcing our boy to duck and narrowly avoid a fatal blow. The white-haired knight demands he give up, insisting months of effort wouldn't be enough to beat him. Our boy, though, just smirks and wonders aloud if that's really true. He's not backing down yet. He prepares for another attack, a determined glint in his eye. This dude is seriously confident. The white-haired knight raises an eyebrow, responding with a simple, "Oh." He's intrigued, honestly. And with that, our boy launches himself forward, ready to prove the knight wrong. It's about to go down. He's closing the gap, getting right up in the white-haired knight's face. A bold move, honestly. He asks if he still feels the same way, but the knight straight up says there's no reaching him. But our boy isn't hearing it. He's got a plan, and he's about to spring it. The knight tries to grab him, but our boy is already moving, dodging with insane speed. He's weaving through the trees, a blur of motion. This dude is a whirlwind. The knight is caught off guard, clearly surprised by his agility. "Oh," is all he says. Our boy keeps pushing, the distance between them shrinking with every stride. He's relentless. The knight finally manages to get a hand out, trying to stop him, but it's covered in ice. However, the ice doesn't slow our boy down. He's already passed, leaving the knight stunned. The knight feels a strange pulse, a thrum of energy. Something's definitely happening here. The knight confirms what our boy said is true. It's a huge moment of validation. He clamps down on the knight's hand, and honestly, the force of it is kinda scary. Our boy points out their similarities, hinting at a shared past or connection. It's getting intense. He explains it's because of their shared traits, but the knight's expression is unreadable. What does it mean? Okay, so this dude, the blonde one, is getting absolutely wrecked by some kind of energy blast. No way. Straight up, the fight is intense. He's getting launched towards another opponent, and it's all happening in the snow. The silver-haired guy is watching everything, and he's clearly putting the pieces together about what's going on. He realizes the blonde's attacker showed Nagyunn something in the forest. Something that totally freaked her out. It all comes back to that weird sword, and our boy thinks the attacker went into the forest to learn how to control its power. He's playing mind games, limiting what Nagyunn knows to keep everyone off guard, and honestly, it's kinda working. But the blonde dude gets sent flying again, and it's a hard bounce. This time the silver-haired guy is pissed. He calls him reckless, saying Nagyunn would have been killed instantly if she'd tried to fight back. The silver-haired knight grabs the sword, and he's straight up furious. This dude means business. He's calling him out for being too reckless, and it's clear this is about to escalate quickly. The silver-haired knight charges forward, sword blazing, but the blonde dude is totally out of it. He's mumbling about Najin, clearly confused about who he is, and things are getting messy. The silver-haired knight demands to know what's going on, and the blonde dude finally snaps out of it. He realizes he's been fighting with the enemy this whole time. Talk about a misunderstanding! Our boy is freaking out, yelling for Nagyunn, and the silver-haired knight looks shocked at the name. The blonde dude's eyes widen, and it's clear he's remembering something hitchy, something painful. He's reliving Najinn's death, and it's brutal. This is a flashback that hits hard. The silver-haired knight rushes over, offering him his coat, and honestly, it's a sweet moment. He asks if he's okay, and the blonde dude just stares blankly, still lost in his memories. The knight tells him to put the coat on, but the blonde dude is still reeling, lost in the snow. They've been running, but now Nagyunn is squeezing the silver-haired knight's hand so hard it's kinda concerning. Nagyunn keeps repeating Najin. He thinks this knight is his dead brother, and it's heartbreaking. He insists Najin was just trying to rescue him, believing his brother sacrificed himself, but this dude is totally lost. Nagyunn says Najin didn't do anything wrong, staring off into the swirling snow, clearly still processing everything. He finally turns to the knight, calling him Nagyunn and asking what is going on. Nagyunn stammers out a thank you, huffing and puffing for saving him, but it's still a confused, fragile moment. But then, no way, the knight just collapses, a huge splash of blood erupting from his head. Nagyunn is stunned, staring at the fallen knight with a shocked. What just happened? The knight plops onto the snow, and it's a total mess, but something feels off about this whole scene. And honestly, this whole thing feels like a trap. Something is seriously wrong with this rescue. Nagyunn's spiraling, convinced the knight is his brother Najin, and he's grinning like a maniac. He asks what the world outside is like, and the knight just agrees they'd freeze instantly. It's a bleak answer. But then, the knight suggests they make a promise, and Nagyun's expression shifts, totally unreadable. Nagyunn agrees, but honestly, his "Aya" sounds super forced and hollow, like he's barely holding it together. Suddenly, they're running, full sprint through the blizzard, and it's a desperate, frantic escape. Nagyunn glances back, spotting someone, or something, chasing them, and his face contorts with terror. He's screaming at the knight to run faster, but the snow is blinding, and they're both struggling to stay upright. Nagyunn desperately clutches the knight's hand, and it's clear he's about to lose control. However, this whole scene is a setup. Nagyunn realizes he's been led into a trap, and it's chilling. They skid to a halt, surrounded, and honestly, it's a total ambush. This is not good. Nagyunn suddenly remembers everything, the vastness of the world, and it hits him like a ton of bricks. He yells at the knight, "Get up," straight up demanding he move, and the knight finally gasps, eyes snapping open. Someone confirms the knight is awake, and you can feel the tension building as everyone assesses the situation. Nagyunn insists he only gave the knight a nudge, but everyone knows that's a total lie. He clearly went way too hard. But the knight argues he was knocked out, and it's clear Nagyunn's reckless strategy backfired spectacularly. Someone points out that the strategy was solid, but too risky, and honestly, they're not wrong. Another voice cuts in, saying he could have died, and Nagyunn just stands there looking defeated. The knight insists he was confident it would work, and you can tell he's trying to justify everything that just happened. Nagyunn looks away, clearly frustrated, and you can feel the weight of everything crashing down on him. However, the knight's expression is unreadable. He's hiding something, and it's super unsettling. Nagyunn's about to get the sword, but the knight straight up refuses to give it over. He doesn't want to reveal its power. Nagyunn demands the weapon he was promised, accusing the knight of trying to trick him, and things are escalating fast. The knight tries to brush it off, saying Nagyunn already wields an exceptional weapon, but our boy is not having it. Nagyunn is fuming, clenching his fist, and you can tell he feels seriously betrayed right now. He calls the knight out for trying to deceive him, declaring he'll finish whatever he started, and the tension is THCK. The knight questions if Nagyunn even knows what the sword can do, and this dude is being super persistent. The knight grabs Nagyunn, and honestly, it's a power move. He's taking control of the situation. He admits he'd rather not reveal anything about the sword, but the more people who know, the worse it gets. The knight clarifies he wasn't talking about the sword's ability, but its very existence. He finishes by saying that's besides the point, leaving Nagyunn completely stunned and confused. The knight just drops a bomb. He says Nagyunn's weakness is acknowledging he's weak, which is deep, honestly. He gets right up in Nagyunn's face, and our boy is clearly thrown by this unexpected attack. The knight finishes his thought, revealing that recognizing your weakness is actually of strength. Talk about a mind game. Nagyunn is totally speechless, and you can see he's processing this. But what does it all mean? Okay, so our boy is meeting with this other dude, a total mystery, and he's giving off some serious vibes. This dude's eyes straight up change color, which is a huge red flag, and he's totally sizing Nagyunn up. Nagyunn is trying to act cool, but he's clearly questioning whether he can trust this guy or not. He's wondering how someone who's basically useless knows anything about him, which is a fair point, honestly. The other guy is acting all bold, like he doesn't need to be fed, but Nagyunn calls him out on it, and he's not wrong. Nagyunn is analyzing this guy's voice, trying to detect any lies, but he's messing with the signal somehow. However, despite the static, Nagyunn doesn't think he's being intentionally deceived. He's really reading this dude. He says he didn't sense any ill intent, and the other guy just growls. What is happening? And then, out of nowhere, this dude starts munching on something. It's so awkward and random. Nagyunn is just standing there, staring, while this guy happily eats, and it's honestly a wild scene. Okay, so the other dude is saying Nagyunn's hair won't grow back, which is a little unsettling, TB. But it's apparently a simple fix once he's free, whatever that means, and Nagyunn's starting to get suspicious. The other guy is all, once I'm free, huh? And Nagyunn is straight up calling him out on it. Nagyunn reminds him he said he can't tell Nagyunn how to release him, and this dude just goes silent. He's like, that's the binding I'm under, which sounds super ominous, and Nagyunn is clearly trying to piece it together. Nagyunn wonders if he's supposed to solve some complicated riddle, but he's admitting he doesn't even know where to begin. He thinks maybe it has something to do with this Ochaguni's power, and then decides to just keep the guy around and use him. The other dude reacts, no way he's happy about that, but Nagyunn quickly says he's joking kinda. However, Nagyunn immediately follows that up with a serious explanation. Strength and power are totally different things. He asks if the other guy knows the difference, then explains that with strength, you can just kill your opponent. Nagyunn is like, power gives direction to released strength, and honestly, it's a deep thought. The other dude is all, isn't that the same thing? And Nagyunn's giving him the side eye. He responds with perhaps, and then says it's just his way of simplifying things. So shady. We cut to the other guy making a tiny snowball, and trying to give it to Nagyunn, who looks super uncomfortable. Nagyunn suddenly asks how he defines his strength and power, and this dude's expression is intense. He's thinking hard, like really hard, and Nagyunn's still just staring at him, waiting for an answer. Then, out of nowhere, the other dude just turns away and walks off into the snow. Nagyunn calls after him, but this dude is just gone, disappearing into the blizzard. A different guy is suddenly there, looking down on Nagyunn with a weird expression. He asks what Nagyunn is doing, and honestly, we're left hanging, wondering what's up with him. Nagyunn's getting orders tell the generals not to approach a certain person, even if they cross paths. He confirms he understands, and then says they'll proceed with the plan as scheduled. So mysterious. Suddenly, a blonde dude is staring intensely, and it's honestly kinda creepy. Engil. The generals are all lined up, and someone asks if they're supposed to kill her if they find her. But the order is clear, they're not to approach her at all. These guys are straight up cowards. Someone asks if there's been any word from the Dokebi, but the answer is no, his whereabouts are unknown. Nagyunn just hums in response, and the other generals seem worried. Something's definitely up. Another general is like, oh, and looks concerned, while another seems unimpressed. They're all staring off towards a massive castle in the distance. It's giving big bad vibes. A bald guy responds with yes, and then a piece of paper flaps in the wind. What's going on? The bald general asks if they've been noticed, and Nagyunn's all cool, saying not yet. He drops a bomb. Very few people here even know how to use Q. This is huge. Suddenly, someone is launching attacks at incredible speed, and the bald general barely dodges them. Nagyunn's moving too, seemingly unaffected, and the bald general wonders if he noticed the attacks. The bald general confirms no one's noticed yet, but then a massive tremor shakes the ground. A blonde dude is leaping through the air, and he's moving fast. Seriously, this guy's a blur. He lands with a teachid, causing more tremors, and asks if he's on the right track. Someone responds, telling him to check, and then this dude just hops again. He's airborne again, creating shockwaves with his jump, and honestly, this is a power move. The landscape is getting wrecked as he flies, and it's clear this guy means business. No way! Nagyunn is still airborne, bouncing across the landscape, but he realizes he missed a turn. Oops. He brushes it off, deciding to fill his stomach first. Priorities, right? Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the area, and a bearded man is clearly investigating the source. Another man with long hair appears, also looking toward the blast. Something's definitely up. They're both standing on these rocky peaks, surveying the damage, and someone asks where Asadon is. Nagyunn is tumbling out of the sky. This dude is straight up falling? He crashes down near where the other two are, and things are looking rough. Someone is questioning what's going on, but the scene cuts to black. The question hangs in the air, but we're left with no answers. And just when you think it's over, a question mark appears. Seriously? Nagyunn is surrounded by this dark energy, and it looks like he's conjuring something massive. No way! He's focusing all his power into this blade, and it's glowing with a terrifying red light. This dude is radiating power, and the air crackles around him. It's intense. He turns his back, clearly finished with whatever he's doing, and honestly, this feels like a trap. Okay, so this dude, the pure white elephant, just shows up, looking down on this other guy, all mysterious and shadowy. The pure white elephant is Hiji, towering over everyone, and the other knight is getting ready for a fight, no doubt. We get a close-up, and it's clear this pure white elephant is straight up intimidating, staring down his opponent with a serious look. He announces himself as the pure white elephant, expecting everyone to know the name. Talk about ego! This guy's face is unhinged, like he's about to unleash something wild, and honestly, it's kinda terrifying. The pure white elephant launches an attack, dragon martial arts, destroying dragon. It sounds intense, and it is. He's getting completely wrecked, sent flying backward with a massive punch, and the impact is crazy. Why? Our boy's totally down, but he's not out, and then he's back on his feet, somehow standing strong. The pure white elephant is like, wow. because this other night is clearly not going down without a fight. He clenches his fist, and it tingles, whatever that means, but it's clear he's about to hit back even harder. He swings, a massive blow aimed right for the pure white elephant, but this dude barely flinches. The attack connects and the elephant swivels, trying to dodge, but it's not enough. He gets hit. Our boy grabs his opponent's arm, pulling him in close, and you can see the determination in his eyes. He's twisting, leveraging all his strength, and the pure white elephant looks genuinely surprised. The elephant yanks him forward, trying to break free, but our boy holds on tight. This is intense. We get a close-up and the pure white elephant's eyes are narrowed, sizing up his opponent. He's not used to this. A trickle of something, blood, runs down the pure white elephant's arm, and it's clear he's getting hurt. The pure white elephant stumbles, and for a moment, it looks like he might fall. No way! He plants his foot down, digging into the ground, trying to regain his balance, but the impact cracks the earth. The pure white elephant is standing firm now, but our boy is still latched on, and this fight is far from over. The pure white elephant tries a straight punch, but our boy deflects it with a twist of his wrist. Smooth. He's reeling, clearly surprised, but he quickly recovers and goes for another attack, this time aiming for the head. Our boy anticipates it and dodges, then spins around, launching a counterattack. It's a whirlwind of motion! The pure white elephant is forced to block, and the force of the impact sends him flying backward. No way! He's airborne, spinning through the air, and it looks like he's about to crash into the ground. This is bad, but he lands, somehow managing to stay upright, and immediately launches into another assault, relentless. Our boy blocks again, but the elephant's attacks are getting faster and more powerful, pushing him back. He's on the defensive now, trying to find an opening, but the pure white elephant is a tough opponent. Suddenly, the pure white elephant stops, looking confused, and asks if that was just a straight punch. He seems to be realizing he's up against someone different, someone who doesn't fight like the others. This is gonna get interesting. The pure white elephant just straight up asks who this is, and our boy finally reveals his name. Nagyunn. Nagyunn staggers, clearly affected, but he's not backing down. He's got a fire in his eyes. The elephant is reeling, but he quickly composes himself, a sinister grin spreading across his face. He declares himself a force to be reckoned with, and honestly, he looks terrifying right now. Nagyunn asks who he is, and the elephant just laughs, revealing a glimpse of his true form. It's the general. The general starts talking about how he's been waiting for this rematch, but Nagyunn doesn't seem to recognize him. The general starts to explain that Nagyunn is the son of the man who wronged him, but Nagyunn interrupts. He doesn't care about the past. He's here for revenge, and he's not interested in the general's sob story. That's cold. The general's smile fades, and his eyes narrow. This dude is not messing around. Nagyunn stares him down, unwavering, and it's clear this isn't just a fight, it's a declaration of war. The general launches forward, but Nagyunn anticipates it, dodging with insane speed. No way! He lands a counterattack, a brutal strike to the general's chest, and the force sends him flying. The general crashes through a wall, and Nagyunn doesn't even flinch. He's already moving in for the kill. He's relentless, a whirlwind of attacks, but the general manages to block, though barely holding on. Nagyunn's eyes glow with power, and he delivers another blow, cracking the general's helmet. Ouch! The general tries to retaliate, but Nagyunn grabs his arm, stopping the attack cold. This dude is strong. He twists the general's arm, disarming him, and sends the weapon flying straight into the wall. Nagyunn pins the general, looming over him, and declares he saw everything through the blinds. Creepy. He reveals he witnessed the general's crimes, and it's clear Nagyunn's revenge is about to be served. Nagyunn states he can see it, whatever is, and the general is officially terrified right now. Nagyunn reveals he didn't need formal training. He just watches and learns, straight up absorbing skills through observation. He says this dude's talent is extraordinary, and nothing escapes his keen eyes. Talk about intense focus. Another close-up on those eyes. Seriously, they're piercing. You can tell he sees everything. The general, looking roughed up, asks where his men are, but Nagyunn just smirks. It's a setup. Nagyunn explains he anticipated the general's move and had his forces positioned perfectly, trapping them. He reveals he knew this confrontation was inevitable, even while watching from the shadows. This is getting good. They realize the woman they were chasing is already gone, and honestly, they just missed her. The general collapses, defeated, while Nagyunn crouches down, his expression unreadable. What's he planning? Nagyunn stares intently into the distance, and bro, something's definitely on his mind. He's clearly lost in thought, replaying events, and you just know this isn't over. The revenge continues. Acidunn's laying down a truth bomb. Even with a clear path, some possibilities remain hidden. This dude's body is cracking with power, and honestly, it's kinda scary to see how much strength he's holding back. He declares his loyalty is unwavering, shining bright as day. This guy is A-line on his revenge. And just like that, our boy takes off running across the plains, a golden blur of determination. Okay, so things are getting wild. Our boy is testing out some kind of power, calling it Myuron. He's concentrating, and his hand is literally cracking with energy. It looks super painful. But he's not worried, claiming it's just an emulation of something, like he's not even pushing himself. Then this other dude, the one with the long hair, starts flexing HS power, and it looks way more intense. He's saying he still has a long way to go, which is a straight-up challenge to our boy's power. But hold up, he asks if that's really Myrang, and accuses our boy of lying about his name. Our boy doesn't even deny it, admitting he knew the other dude would recognize it. This dude is getting suspicious, questioning why he'd hide his identity and what he's playing at. He thinks he sees something in our boy's expression, maybe a different hair color, but our boy plays it off. This dude is not buying it, saying our boy is aimless and he despises people like him, and honestly, the tension is real. This dude with the beard asks if they should chase her, but our boy is like, nah, it's a trap. He says his dragon martial arts skills aren't strong enough yet, which is a total excuse, honestly. But then he starts clenching his fist, realizing something huge. Could it be the dragon's descendants? He's putting it together. They're using the elephant as bait to eliminate him. No way! His hand is throbbing, and the tension is insane as he figures out their plan. And just when you think it can't get more intense, his hand starts to slide. Something's happening. Another hand is throbbing. It's the other dude, and he's clearly feeling it too. This dude is straight up in pain, but our boy is keeping his cool, which is kinda creepy. He's thinking about the linear path being short-lived, and then he admits he likes straightforward tights. What a line! It's a weird flex, but it definitely throws the other dude off guard. Okay, so the report comes out. Cerulean Chulin Zeus and Sky Blue Raccoon Durang are messaged, straight up vanished. Pitch Black Hen Warren is also MIA, but they're saying he's being held captive, not gone for good. Rosewood Fox Ludica and Periwinkle Wild Dog Fidorange are on probation and under investigation. Drama Central. But here's the kicker: the status of the second special class is empty. They're all gone or accounted for. This dude Najin is still recovering, but he's listing off names, and it's clear something huge went down. He's saying his hand is shaking, and it's not from nerves, it's reacting to something, some kind of energy. The others feel it too, their hands trembling, and it's a total mystery what's causing this reaction. Our boy's thinking about how short-lived this linear path is, and then throws out a weird line about liking straightforward people. It's a total curveball, and the other dude is clearly thrown off. Like, what did he just say? But it's a distraction, because our boy is totally focused on figuring out who's behind everything. Najin rattles off more names: Lucian, Tur, Lawson, and Yusa, all injured and sent home, and it's clearly bad news. He explains it all happened at the southern city of Gadarin, right before their departure, and the tension is building. Suddenly, this dude's face is all messed up, like he's in serious pain, and it's connected to the energy he's sensing. The others are feeling it too. Their hands are shaking, but no one understands what's causing this crazy reaction. Someone shouts Panugi, and the group turns to see her looking furious, with a few others behind her. Panugi's straight up yelling at Najin, demanding to know what's going on, and he looks unwell. Najin tries to brush it off, but he's coughing and clearly still hurting from whatever happened. Someone asks if he's okay, pointing out he's still feeling the effects of his injury, and honestly, he needs to rest. But Najin's determined. He insists he can't rest, and he's got a plan brewing, you can tell. He says Najin doesn't go down easily, and that there's a chance it's all connected to the recent events. Okay, so Najin is convinced his brother is still alive, but everyone thinks he's lost it. He says he feels Najin is nearby, and honestly, it's a weirdly strong conviction. Then, this other dude straight up smells Najin too, which is unexpected, to say the least. Najin doubles down, insisting Najin isn't dead and he can feel him here, and things are getting intense. Everyone is questioning this dude's sanity, saying it doesn't make sense, but he's so sure. He recalls saying Najin would go even if he was alone, and that's what's fueling his belief. It's a little sad, TB. But then, a cloaked figure appears, creeping out of the shadows, and it's super ominous. The other dude sniffs the air and his eyes widen. He definitely smells something now. He's shocked, asking what's going on, and the tension is building because that figure is getting closer, and it's seriously creeping everyone out. Okay, so everyone's looking at the cloaked figure, and the dude in black is asking if it's Najin. The cloaked figure slowly turns around, and everyone is holding their breath. The tension is unreal. No way, it is Najin, but he looks different and super blank. The other dude is straight up speechless, and the guy in black is asking if this is really him. But Najin just stares back silent, and it's seriously unsettling everyone. Then, he finally speaks, and asks if it's really Najin, like he's questioning his own reality. The cloaked Najin just looks at him, and honestly, it's giving major creepy vibes. The other dude is also questioning if this is really Najin, and it's a total mess of confusion. But wait, the cloaked Najin's hand is twitching, and he's gripping something under his cloak. And now he's revealing a sword, looking all intense, and our boy is about to find out what's really going on. Okay, so Najin draws his sword, and it's radiating this insane red energy. Things are about to go down. He unleashes a massive blast of power, and it's sending everyone flying, but the cloaked figure doesn't even budge. The cloaked figure starts moving fast, and it's like he's teleporting around the battlefield. No one can react. He's right in front of the other dude now, and honestly, it looks like he's about to slice him to pieces. Okay, so things are ANTNC. Our boy is facing off against a whole squad of enemies, but he's totally unfazed. One of the fighters, Miyusa, gets hit and is clearly down, but our hero is still pushing forward, determined to protect everyone. But wait, a mysterious figure in a cloak shows up, and he's radiating some serious power. This is getting good. Someone yells Miyusa as the cloaked figure looms over the injured fighter, and it's clear they're worried. The cloaked figure unleashes a huge blast of energy, sending a shockwave that everyone feels. No way! A blonde fighter tries to brace himself against the force, but he's struggling. This dude is getting tossed around. He's shivering and clearly hurt, but desperately tries to get up, clearly determined to keep fighting. And then, someone screams as the attack continues and everything is chaos. One of the fighters tries to block with her sword, but the attack is just too strong. She's getting pushed back. The cloaked figure's attack slices through the air with a whoosh sound, and honestly, it's terrifying. Someone yells for Lawson to stop, warning him about civilians. But he's already swinging his blade. The cloaked figure barely reacts, simply raising a hand to block the attack. So smooth. The sword clashes against his hand, and honestly it looks like it barely made a dent. What is this guy? Miyusa screams at him not to fight in the village, but this dude isn't listening to reason. He swings again, but the cloaked figure effortlessly deflects it. This fight is totally one-sided. The cloaked figure finally moves, launching a counterattack with a swift slash. No time to react. Miyusa gets hit, a chunk of her hair flying off. Siege, but she's still trying to stand. The cloaked figure doesn't even look at her, instead turning his attention back to Lawson, cold. He's staring down Lawson, his mask completely emotionless. This is getting seriously creepy. And then silence. The cloaked figure just stands there, radiating power. What's he planning? The cloaked figure just launches himself forward, moving faster than anyone can react. It's insane. He's flying through the air, heading straight for Lawson, who's still recovering from the last attack. Lawson tries to brace himself, leaning back to avoid the blow, but this dude is relentless. No way. The cloaked figure's attack comes down with incredible speed and force, slamming into Lawson. Lawson goes flying backwards, completely overwhelmed, and honestly, this dude had it coming. The cloaked figure lands gracefully, twirling his blade. He's just toying with Lawson at this point. He taps the blade against his hand and a tiny droplet of blood falls. Cold-blooded, bro. Lawson's down, but the cloaked figure isn't finished. He's still standing over him, menacing as heck. The cloaked figure's mask glints, and you can feel the pressure radiating off of him. Terrifying. He's staring down at Lawson, ready to finish the fight. Our boy is about to unleash some serious pain. He's counting down, 1, 2, and Lawson is totally bracing for another attack, expecting the worst. But hold up. The cloaked figure doesn't attack, he just stomps down, cracking the floor around Lawson. The cloaked figure whips around, and Lawson actually manages to dodge the first strike. Whoa. However, it's not dodging, it's reading his moves. This dude straight up predicted where Lawson would go. He twirls his blade, getting ready for another attack, and Lawson is scrambling to recover. Lawson tries to block, but the cloaked figure is too fast, brushing past his defenses with ease. The cloaked figure's still looming, and Lawzone is realizing he's in way over his head. He dodges another strike, but this dude isn't even trying anymore. It's like a cat playing with a mouse. Lawzone says it's not dodging, he's actually reading the moves. This is getting intense. The cloaked figure just stares completely unfazed, and it's clear this fight isn't over yet. He raises a hand and suddenly, a burst of energy explodes from his fingertips. No way! The energy surges outward, shattering what looks like pieces of a mech suit around them. And honestly, it's intense. He's staring down at someone, and it's Najin. But this isn't the Najin we know, this dude looks different. Someone calls out Najin, and it's clear everyone is shocked to see him back. What is going on? Another voice asks if he's okay, but Najin just glares with those piercing blue eyes. This is getting creepy. He's standing with a group, and they're all looking at his slumped-over figure. It's another Najin, looking totally defeated. Someone asks if that is Najin, and you can feel the confusion radiating off everyone, straight up mind-bending. The original Najin looks down at his double, and asks if he's really him, but something feels seriously off. Our boy's face is unreadable, and it's clear he's not giving anything away. This dude is playing a dangerous game. He confirms it's him, but his tone is icy and distant, and honestly, this whole situation is a mess. Someone asks if Najin was testing their abilities, and the cloaked figure straight up loses it. Total meltdown. He's screaming about a goal, demanding help, and honestly, it's a chaotic scene. Another Najin is shocked, asking what goal this dude is even talking about. Everyone's confused. This other Najin is staring intensely, and it's clear he's not happy about any of this. The original Najin's eyes flash red, and he's radiating power. Something's definitely brewing. He narrows his eyes, and it's super creepy. This dude is about to unleash something big. Najin announces it's all ending, and the panel fades to black. No way, this can't be it. But wait, the orange-haired Najin is still there. What is going on with this twist? Our boy's face is obscured, but the intensity is real. He's not backing down. The words 2NDs appear, and honestly, we're left with a massive cliffhanger. Wait for it. Najin lays it all out. This is his ultimate aim, his driving force for everything. He's laying all his cards on the table, and honestly, it's a huge, dramatic reveal that throws everyone for a loop. Okay, so our boy is undergoing a power activation. Things are about to get real. He runs into someone, and this dude is straight up shocked. Like, what the heck? Turns out, Nagyunn's ability is all about observation and reading people. No way! He can copy expressions and attacks by analyzing what he sees, which is kinda creepy but also cool. This skill is vital if he wants to face strong knights, and he needs to perfect it through repetition. It's like a training montage, repeating attacks over and over to find the perfect breathing and timing. But even with all that, the other guy says it won't be enough. Talk about a mood killer. Nagyunn can anticipate attacks and avoid them, but it's not just about dodging once he sees them. It's about staying out of range of the anticipated strike, which is next level prediction stuff. Normally impossible, but with his observation skills, still not enough, apparently. This is getting intense. Nagyunn's brother's killer straight up says he'll provide so much that Nagyunn will be sick of it. But Nagyunn doesn't even flinch. He just stares this dude down with a serious glare. He's declaring this war as his ultimate aim, and honestly, the confidence is kinda scary. Nagyunn suddenly collapses, looking totally exhausted, and everyone's shocked. He's down on his knees, and it looks like the power up took a Haji toll on him. But then he starts to laugh, a really unsettling, almost manic laugh, and it's kinda creepy. He's clearly lost it, staring intensely at someone off panel with a wild look in his eyes. He's rambling about how much he'll give them, and it's becoming super unsettling for everyone. This dude's expression is terrifying, and you can tell he's not playing around anymore. Now it's clear, Nagyunn is ready to do whatever it takes to achieve his revenge. Okay, so Nagyunn's laying it all out. War is inevitable, and it's only gonna get worse. Someone questions if they can even handle a war, but Nagyunn straight up says no, they can't. He's tugging at his cloak, looking kinda frantic, and starts talking about how advantageous this will be. But his companion is suspicious. Is Nagyunn talking about advantageous for him, or for the knights? She's asking why he doesn't trust the knights, and Nagyunn is about to drop a bomb. He clarifies, the knights can't resolve this issue, period. No way. Nagyunn's back to staring intensely, and honestly, his expression is terrifying right now. He's still rambling about giving them something, and his companion looks completely freaked out. This dude is fully spiraling, and it's clear he's willing to do anything for revenge. Nagyunn declares the knights can't resolve this, and the intensity in his eyes is unreal. Nagyunn claims he knows everyone better than anyone, and has known them for a long time. But one of the others is like, nah, not me though, which is a little ominous. Someone suggests they discuss this privately before continuing, and everyone seems to agree. There's a beat of silence, and then another character nods. Something's definitely up. Nagyunn starts talking about that kind of stuff, but the other guy cuts him off. He clarifies he's asking if they think they can believe what he says, and it's a heavy question. The other guy looks shocked and asks what's going on, but Nagyunn's already lost in his thoughts. Nagyunn's companion is suspicious, pointing out how he questioned the knight's trustworthiness. She thinks he's got his head in the clouds, fixated on a war, and honestly, she's not wrong. They're both staring intensely at each other now, and you can feel the tension building. This is gonna explode. Okay, so this mysterious guy is offering to accompany Nagyunn, and it's super sus. But someone else is watching, and straight up looks ready to kill. Talk about a power move. Nagyunn lays down the law if his brother Najin strays, he'll personally guide him back. And then, this dude just declares he'll follow, like it's no big deal. What is happening? Alright, so the group, Nagyunn, the mysterious blonde, and another guy, are all together now. Nagyunn's companion is clearly side, eyeing the blonde, and honestly, good call, something's off. The blonde is staring intently, and it's creepy AF. He's definitely hiding something. Nagyunn says he'll follow Najin, but it's more like he's making a promise to himself. The blonde and another guy are now looking at Nagyunn, and it's clear they're both concerned. However, the blonde's companion is like, alright, which feels like a reluctant agreement. Nagyunn is spiraling, admitting this whole situation is making her seriously nervous. She's worried she's gonna end up a criminal, but can't abandon whoever she's with. Someone calls out, demanding to know what's going on and what she's planning. Rude. Nagyunn agrees to spill, saying there are two things she needs to tell them first. She starts with a thank you, and it's a little weird, but okay. She appreciates their trust. But then, major twist, she reveals Najin is actually dead straight up. The blonde dude visibly flinches at that news, and honestly, good reaction. The blonde is shocked, refusing to believe Najin is gone, and demands to know what's happening. Nagyunn drops another bomb. This is all happenings, because Najin is dead. And just like that, she delivers the final blow. Najin is really, truly gone. The blonde is losing it, demanding to know who Nagyunn is if she isn't Najin. She starts to explain, saying she's the one who took on Najin's identity. It's a lot. But then, the blonde's expression completely shifts, and he's clearly not okay. Something's seriously wrong. No way, he's transforming, eyes glowing red and hair spiking up. This dude is straight up losing control. Okay, so things are intense. Our boy is clearly in a frozen wasteland, and a huge avalanche is coming down. He's dodging chunks of ice like it's nothing, straight up weaving through this disaster. It's wild. He slides down a snowy slope, narrowly avoiding getting crushed, but then another ice chunk comes flying. This dude tries to deflect it with his sword, but the force sends him flying backwards. No way! He's tumbling across the snow, and we get a good look at him. Still determined, even while getting tossed around. A snowball hits him in the head, but he barely reacts. 1, 2, he's counting down, preparing for a fight. He's sizing up his opponent, and honestly, the intensity in his eyes is terrifying, bro. Another snowball hits him, but this time he wicks around, ready to unleash some serious power. He swings, and the impact sends a huge chunk of ice flying. Crunch. It's brutal. But then, whoomp, he gets slammed, sent flying through the air, and everything goes black. Seriously. He's barely conscious, but this dude yawns, like a massive, exhausted yawn. Right as he gets slammed by another attack, he's down but not out, and the icy figure approaches, asking if he's just cold. But our boy just shakes his head. The icy woman insists he should be injured, since she only grazed him, but he straight up disagrees. She's shocked he dodged most of the attack, but he brushes it off, saying he flew through the air. Smooth move. She doesn't buy it, claiming that wasn't dodging, and threatens to pierce right through him next time. Another figure interrupts, asking if they can stop her, and our boy looks seriously conflicted. What's going on? The icy figure explains he needs to predict attacks faster than his reaction time. It's all about foresight. She says he's already done this unconsciously before, but it has clear limitations, which is kinda scary. Apparently, predicting attacks is impossible against someone trained to strike without warning. Like an assassin, she argues it's negligible, but if someone sees him dodge, they'll adjust their timing, making it impossible again. The icy woman asks if he's a commander, but our boy's all like, what's it to ya? She drops a truth bomb, he'd be crushed going one-on-one against even a basic enemy. But she quickly follows up, saying he needs to fight smart, with tactics and strategy, not just raw power. He stares her down, processing that, and honestly, it looks like it's hitting home. Another figure steps forward, and this dude's got a serious case of resting grumble face. He suggests they take a break and grab a bite to eat, but the grumble dude just wants to keep going. No chill. Our boy is absolutely baffled by this response, like, seriously, who skips food? The icy woman interjects, and our boy just looks away. Something's definitely up with these two. He's clearly annoyed, but tries to hide it. This dude's got layers, I swear. And then, bam, we get the title card. The Ember Knight is here, and it's about to get real. The icy woman lays it all out. She knows Nagyunn is pretending to be Najin, and she's figured out his angle. She's basically saying he's trying to gain their trust by being honest about his deception, but warns him not to push it with Lucian. Lucian suddenly whips around, and his eyes are straight up glowing red. No way, this is intense. He lets out a shocked yell and bumps into someone, but quickly nods when asked a question. What is going on? Our boy's getting cornered. Lucian's right in his face, and the other dude's blocking his escape, but he's trying to stay calm. Lucian calls out Nagyunn's real name, and the other guy looks completely stunned. This is about to blow up. But the icy woman steps in, telling Lucian to hold back. She's got a strange grip on this situation. Lucian is still seething, but he reluctantly backs down. This dude is barely containing his rage. She reiterates that anything beyond a certain point is just for his own satisfaction, which is concerning, to say the least. And the episode ends with Lucian staring intently, and honestly, this dude is about to snap. Someone asks how Lucian seemed, and Nagyunn straight up says he thinks Lucian is different now. Lucian's expression changes, he's smirking, and it's unsettling, to say the least. Nagyunn claims he saw Lucian's expression, and the other guys look at him expectantly. But Lucian cuts in, reassuring everyone that he isn't an enemy. Suspicious much. The other dude looks relieved, letting out a huge sigh. Thank goodness, right? However, we get a close-up of the icy woman, and her blue eyes are filled with something dark. Nagyunn's still trying to play it cool, but Lucian is definitely watching him, and the tension is building. Lucian's expression is intense. He's clearly calculating something, and it's not good. Nagyunn keeps his guard up, pretending to be Najin, but Lucian is a master at reading people. And honestly, Lucian's about to figure everything out, and our boy is in deep trouble. 2 weeks pass, and it's 1 week before the elephant's departure. Things are getting real. Nagyunn and the crew are climbing this massive, rocky mountain, taking one careful step at a time. They spot someone ahead, and Nagyunn's already bracing himself. This is where it goes down. Lucian suddenly grabs Nagyunn's arm, his grip tight, and Nagyunn's totally caught off guard. Lucian's face is inches from Nagyunn's, and he's whispering something, probably something shady. Nagyunn tries to pull away, but Lucian's grip only tightens, and the tension is insane right now. Lucian's hand starts to glow, and he's straight up about to unleash some serious power. No way! He snaps his fingers, and everything goes white. What did he just do? Lucian says okay, and it's the most terrifying okay ever, honestly. The icy woman shouts halt, but Lucian is already moving, and our boy is in big, big trouble. Lucian is straight up questioning Nagyunn, demanding to know why he's acting so strangely, and if he even knows who Lucian is. Lucian gets super close, and you can see the intensity in his eyes. He's really trying to pierce through Nagyunn's disguise. Nagyunn tries to play it cool, but Lucian isn't buying it, and this dude is clearly about to expose him. The icy woman yells for them to stop, but Lucian just ignores her. He's completely focused on figuring out the truth about Nagyunn. Okay, so our boy is laying down some serious wisdom. You can still win with the right strategy, even when you're outmatched. He's saying it's not about raw power, but about how you control that power. It's all about focus, seriously. Even if you're totally outpowered, you can still clutch up with the right coordination and control, apparently. This dude is straight up freezing in the snow, but he's determined to make it work. The focus is key, he keeps repeating. He's gripping his sword, and you can feel the intensity building, but someone is watching him from afar. A shadowy figure is creeping up, and honestly, this dude had it coming. Troublemakers in masks are never good. She's got a blade too, and is moving in for the kill, but she's talking about of them, who is you all, even. She's got them cornered on the edge of a cliff, and the view is kinda terrifying and gall. We get a close-up of her intense gaze, and you can tell she means business. This is about to get real. Our boy is clearly prepared for a fight, but this cliffside showdown is looking seriously dangerous. Okay, so this hooded figure is questioning Kincha. Apparently, she's a combat instructor who loves to chat. She's known as the Fox Ghost, wielding fox claw daggers, and her swordsmanship is otherworldly. No way. This dude is asking about her apprentices, and she says they're all slim. That's a weird detail, honestly. He's looking at her with a confused expression, and she just keeps talking about how slender they are. She suddenly asks who he is, and the hooded figure seems shocked. What's with all the questions? He tells her to listen carefully, and to only do and say what he instructs. Seriously, who is this guy? The hooded figure is clearly annoyed, but he's trying to keep it cool. It's a tense standoff. The masked dude is still talking, and Kincha just stares him down with glowing red eyes, intense. She's not even bothering to respond, and the guy's getting frustrated, but she's clearly in control. And then, out of nowhere, she says sure, with a creepy smile. This is about to get wild. Kincha moves with insane speed, her blade flashing toward our boy. It's a whirlwind of attacks. He deflects the strikes, spinning to meet her force, but she's relentless, pushing forward with a second blade. He anticipates her moves, countering with a side slash that sends sparks flying and cracks appearing in the stone. This dude is twisting his blade, creating a defensive barrier as Kincha's attacks keep coming. No breather. She closes in, forcing him to block, and honestly, this guy is barely holding on. It's intense. He manages to parry, but Kincha's eyes are locked on him. She's analyzing every move. It's creepy. Kincha's hand is gripping the blade so tightly, and she's got this chilling smile, like she's enjoying this. He tries to break free, but she anticipates it, launching a swift attack that sends him stumbling back. She's coming in for the kill, and her eyes are glowing. But he's got a plan. He's definitely got a plan. He rolls away, avoiding the final blow, and the impact sends a shockwave, but she's still standing there unfazed. Okay, so Kincha's got a ton of weapons, like seriously, scabbards everywhere. She's armed to the teeth. Suddenly, another masked figure appears, and they're cracking their neck. Creepy vibes only. Another figure joins them, and honestly, they're all giving off major villain energy right now. One of the masked figures makes a move, slashing at something. It's fast, but our boy is already reacting. Wait, hold up, that's a blonde dude with a glowing red eye, and it's seriously intense. He's focused, that eye is burning, and he's clearly seeing something the others don't. The blondie's eye is getting wider, like he's unlocking some hidden power. No way! Kincha is moving again, but this time she's charging towards someone on a distant peak. She's speeding through the landscape, and someone shouts, "Be careful!" Something's definitely about to go down. Kincha's face is determined. She's sizing up her target, and honestly, she looks ready for war. He's analyzing Kincha's weapons, realizing the dagger scabbards aren't what they seem. They're a trick. This dude thinks he's figured it out, and honestly, he's right. The daggers extend unexpectedly. The scabbards are designed to mislead, confusing enemies about the actual blade length. It's a clever tactic. But wait, a masked opponent attacks, and the extended dagger barely misses. It's a super close call. He dodges another attack, and now he's certain. Kincha's daggers can extend in most cases, making them deadly. They're coordinating, planning to overwhelm him if they all focus their efforts at the right moment. The team is moving into position, and our boy is locked in, ready to fight back. This is gonna be epic. He's focused, eyes glowing, and he's ready to unleash everything he's got. No holding back now. And just when you think he's ready, he's assessing the situation, calm and collected, like a true pro. He's got composure and relief on his face. He's ready for whatever they throw at him. And it's awesome. They're listing off the enemy's strengths. One with crazy attacks, a speedster, and a tank. It's a tough lineup. Suddenly, a figure launches forward, and the masked guys nod, confirming the attack is happening. No doubt. Kincha is moving at insane speed, closing the distance, but one of the masked opponents is already reacting. She slashes with her blade, but the masked fighter deflects. This dude is no slouch, straight up. Kincha's attack sends a shockwave, cracking the cliff face, and the force throws the opponent back. However, another masked fighter appears behind her, launching a surprise attack with a sword. She spins, narrowly dodging the blow, but the force of the swing still sends her reeling. But she doesn't give them a chance to follow up, countering with a swift strike of her own. The masked fighter blocks, but you can see the strain. Kincha's attacks are seriously powerful. She's relentless, pushing forward, and the masked fighter is forced to retreat, dodging for his life. One of the fighters questions why they're even battling, and straight up doesn't buy the official story. He thinks Najin is using them, and honestly, he's starting to sound right. Tur was suspicious for a reason. This dude is seriously questioning everything, and it's a total mood because something feels off. He's convinced Najin is manipulating the war, and now he's determined to uncover the truth, no matter what. Okay, so things are INTS. Our boy is facing off against these armored knights, and it's a straight-up clash of swords. We get a glimpse of the mastermind behind everything, and this dude's got some serious, creepy vibes going on. His eyes are wild, like he's seeing something no one else can, and he's definitely plotting something big. One of the knights swings at Nagyunn, but he dodges and the sword just whizzes past his head. It's so close. The team admits they're not quite at the knight's level yet, but they're not backing down, and honestly, I love their spirit. Nagyunn locks eyes with the mastermind, and you can feel the tension. It's a total standoff, a battle of wills. The mastermind gives a single, piercing glance, and it's clear he's assessing Nagyunn, figuring out his weaknesses. Another knight attacks, sword flashing, but Nagyunn is quick, deflecting the blow with incredible speed. Someone else steps forward, revealing glowing red eyes, and says they'll use all their strength, even if it's limited. It's a desperate move. And then this mysterious figure appears out of the darkness, wielding a weapon, looking absolutely terrifying. No way this is good. Nagyunn is a whirlwind of blades, deflecting attacks and moving with insane speed. This dude is a beast. The mastermind's eye narrows, and he seems genuinely surprised by Nagyunn's skill, which is kinda shocking. Nagyunn leaps forward, pointing a blade right at the mastermind. He's not holding back at all, bro. Someone stops on the ground, shattering stone, but it's unclear who or why. Things are getting chaotic. Nagyunn charges toward the mastermind, a blur of motion against the desolate landscape, and it's intense. The mastermind raises a hand, and a wave of energy erupts, sending debris flying. But Nagyunn doesn't even flinch. Nagyunn slides across the ground, dodging the attack, and lands in a fighting stance, looking totally unbothered. He gives the mastermind a cocky grin. Our boy is loving this fight, and honestly, same. The mastermind stares back, and you can tell he's starting to see Nagyunn as a real threat, which is awesome. However, the mastermind's eyes glow with power, and it looks like he's about to unleash something he. Someone asks why they're making the knights fight, but Nagyunn straight up doesn't care about their worries. The mastermind says the knights will fall, war will erupt, and the continent will be ruined. It's all part of the plan. Nagyunn demands if this is for the greater good, but the mastermind just coldly says it's for himself. The mastermind reveals his true face, red eyes and a terrifying grin, and honestly, this dude is unhinged. Nagyunn is totally shocked, flinching back, while the mastermind just stares him down, smirking. The mastermind explains it's exactly as he said before, and Nagyunn seems to realize he's been played. Nagyunn asks what he means by ultimately, but the mastermind just repeats it's for himself. The mastermind declares it's for himself and lets out a sinister laugh. This is getting dark, fast. Nagyunn looks completely stunned, and we're left hanging with a no way this is the end. But wait, the mastermind's hand is glowing, and he's about to unleash something massive. Oh no, here we go again. Nagyunn's totally enraged and leaps forward, ignoring everything. This dude is ALLN. He's flying through the air, aiming a strike at the mastermind, but it's like he's moving in slow motion. The mastermind doesn't even flinch, just casually steps the attack. Talk about confidence. Nagyunn lands hard, cracking the ground, and the mastermind just stands there, smirking. But wait, the mastermind reveals a hidden blade and lunges, aiming right for Nagyunn's throat. Nagyunn barely manages to block with his arm, but the blade still cuts deep. Ouch, that looks painful. He stumbles back, clutching his wound, and the mastermind is relentless, pressing the attack. Nagyunn tries to fight back, but he's clearly outmatched. The mastermind is just too strong. The mastermind grabs Nagyunn's head, and it looks like he's about to crush it with one hand. Seriously? However, Nagyunn's eyes flash with power, and he somehow manages to break free. What a comeback! Nagyunn's surrounded by these masked guys, but one of them casually intercepts his blade. Like it's nothing. The masked figures are trying to explain themselves, saying they just have a message, but someone interrupts them. A woman with a blindfold shows up and grabs the masked knight. She's not messing around, straight up. She pulls him close and whispers something in his ear, and he's visibly shocked. What's the message? But the masked knight doesn't even budge when she attacks, blocking her strikes with ease. This dude is solid. He effortlessly disarms her, then delivers a swift counter-attack. It's a brutal, fast exchange. The woman sent flying, crashing into the ground, but she's still trying to relay the message to Nagyunn. The knight tells her to listen, stating they're just here to deliver a message. It's a tense standoff. But then, another masked figure tries to attack Nagyunn, and he deflects the blade with a single hand. The impact sends shockwaves and cracks spreading across the ground. Our boy is seriously powerful. Nagyunn shouts "Fox," and one of the masked figures bursts, revealing another masked dude. No way! This new guy's got crazy blue hair and a serious look, and he's with two other masked peeps. The blue-haired guy announces they were ambushed by the masked guys, but honestly, that feels kinda obvious. He asks if they told Nagyunn about Ruby Fox, and suddenly, the woman with the blindfold is all, "Ha!" The blue-haired guy rushes forward, and the blindfolded woman tries to stop him, but he just pushes past her. Rude. He gets right in Nagyunn's face and repeats that it's about Ruby Fox. What's the big deal with this Ruby Fox? Nagyunn's still reeling, but this dude is straight up demanding he listen, and it's getting intense. The blue-haired guy is laying it all out. They were ambushed, and they need to tell Nagyunn about Ruby Fox. But the woman with the blindfold interrupts, insisting this is important, and honestly, it's a mess. She's trying to get a word in, but the blue-haired guy just keeps talking about Ruby Fox. This dude is relentless. The group vanishes before anyone gets hurt, and the blue-haired guy explains they keep disappearing to avoid conflict. He's staring intensely at Nagyunn, eyes locked on him. It's kinda creepy, honestly. But then, a drop of blood runs from the masked guy's eye, and it's super unsettling. He repeats it's about Ruby Fox, and the woman with the blindfold is losing it. What is going on? Okay, so this mysterious blue-haired dude is asking the golden-haired guy if he knows why things are unfolding like this. But the golden-haired guy is straight up saying the time has come. Whatever that means, it sounds ominous. He's lying there, defeated, and asks if it would kill the blue-haired guy to just give him a hand. Talk about a low point. A woman intervenes, saying getting up on your own is also part of the training, but honestly, it feels kinda harsh. The golden-haired guy admits he doesn't even know the reason for all this, but suspects he's needed for something specific. However, the blue-haired dude corrects him. It's not just about his needs, their interests are actually aligned. We get another close-up of the golden-haired guy looking conflicted, and he demands to know why. The blue-haired dude explains this is the worst possible time for conflict, especially with war brewing. He's laying it out: if war breaks out with the Eastern continent, the demon race will seize the opportunity. No way! And honestly, he thinks these honor-obsessed knights don't understand what's at stake, but getting rid of them would be convenient. So, the blue-haired dude reveals the biggest reason is actually Laurent's plan. Talk about a twist. He's basically telling the golden-haired guy he wants revenge by ruining whatever Laurent is up to. But our boy isn't interested in revenge. He doesn't care if he gets it or not, which is kinda cold. The golden-haired guy is like, wait, why? And the blue-haired dude says their interests actually align. He explains it's because of the war with the Eastern continent. The demon race is waiting to strike. This dude straight up thinks the knights are clueless, and getting rid of them would be super convenient. He's giving the golden-haired guy a look, and it's clear he's not thrilled with this explanation. The blue-haired dude starts walking away, leaving the golden-haired guy completely stunned. And honestly, that glance from the golden-haired guy is intense. He's definitely processing everything. The blue-haired dude drops another bombshell, because, cliffhanger alert! He reveals he took down a general. Talk about a power move. The red-haired dude is not impressed, questioning what on earth is going on. This dude's body is reacting, throbbing, apparently, but he's trying to play it cool. Another guy overhears and is straight up shocked, saying they couldn't beat a knight. The golden-haired guy is totally freaked out, and he's questioning everything right now. He's hoping they'll consider extenuating circumstances, or maybe just say he was forced to do it. The guy with the hood is listening, and honestly, he looks pretty skeptical. But the red-haired dude explains if it was serious enough, there could have been casualties. He's saying you never know what a knight is capable of when pushed to the limit. And honestly, this whole situation is a mess, but our boy is playing it perfectly. The golden-haired dude drops a bomb. He thinks Lucian would make a great knight. Seriously? The pale guy is livid, questioning Najin about making such a horrible joke about the knights. Najin tries to backtrack, saying it was nothing, but the green-haired guy isn't buying it for a second. Green hair straight up asks if Najin is jealous, and our boy is flustered, denying it immediately. But Najin keeps rambling about Lucian, and green hair is getting way too into it, getting right up in his face. The pale guy looks totally lost, and the golden-haired dude seems to be realizing something is off. Suddenly, the golden-haired dude starts climbing this huge rock formation. What is he even doing? He reaches the top, and it's a flashback. He's remembering a poor white elephant. No way. The pale guy is clearly disturbed by whatever the golden-haired dude is remembering. This dude is having a full-blown flashback, and it looks like it's connected to the knights. Things are getting intense. Okay, so Najin realizes search and destroy means of them, and the pale guy's coat is literally falling apart. The golden-haired dude is losing it, shouting about what they're going to do, and then EOP should dance. The pale guy is clearly remembering something awful. His expression is so intense. He's staring at the golden-haired dude, and the tension is insane. This dude is not happy. The golden-haired dude is freaking out, saying they didn't see this coming and they're totally done for. But the pale guy is trying to calm everyone down, while the green-haired guy is just there, looking panicked. The golden-haired dude is spiraling, staring off into space. Something is seriously wrong with him. He's muttering about what everyone thinks, and it's like he knows they're all judging him. The green-haired dude asks if everything is okay, but the pale guy just looks defeated. No good, absolutely no good. This is a disaster, and honestly, I have a bad feeling about this. Okay, so the golden-haired dude is straight up asking about a contract. What is going on? He's staring intensely, and the pale guy looks totally unreadable. This is getting creepy. The golden-haired dude is laying out the problem. They need someone to take down the knights, but who? No way. The green-haired guy blurts out the eastern continent, and the pale guy's face falls. The green-haired guy keeps yelling, and the pale guy just looks more and more distraught. It's intense. Then, the golden-haired dude's hair just starts falling out like leaves in the wind. Seriously, strands of hair are floating everywhere, and the pale guy is catching them in his hand. It's revealed he's been collecting them, and it's super unsettling. What does this mean? The golden-haired dude is losing it, muttering about how no one understands. But then, the pale guy just stares off into the distance, completely defeated. This is bad, really bad. Okay, so the golden-haired dude is furious and clenches his fist, demanding to know who these hooded figures are. He's yelling at a line of cloaked people, and honestly, they're giving off serious villain vibes. The pale guy just stares blankly, seemingly lost in thought, while the hooded figures remain completely silent and menacing. But then the golden-haired dude realizes the pale guy isn't even looking at them. He's staring off into space. Okay, so things are intense. This dude is straight up exhausted and covered in grime, but he's trying to stay focused. He's just trying to give a simple report on what happened, but it's clearly weighing on him. We see another guy, all icy and stoic, standing with our boy. They're clearly in the middle of a snowstorm. Everyone's reacting to something, but it's clear Hippo can't refuse this request, especially with Raccoon involved as a witness. But Hippo isn't just any knight. She actually wants to reveal all the dirt, seeing it as her duty. This is huge. She's airing their dirty laundry, which is like, the very knight who symbolizes the order is renouncing it. Still, Hippo doesn't anticipate the consequences. She's bracing for a serious fallout, no doubt. However, she believes it's the right thing to do, and honestly, she's the knight of all knights. We get a little glimpse of the title, the Ember Knight, and honestly, the art is stunning. And that's where we are. The tension is building, and things are about to go down. You just know it. So, Hippo lays out her wish. She wants to reveal the truth about the descendants. No way! But it's just a report. Everyone's confused, and honestly, she's kinda playing it cool. Then this other dude, seriously, who is this guy, loses it, asking why it has to be Hippo. He lays down the law: a knight must always be honorable, maintaining the current system. He explains that knights are the foundation of their world, and honestly, it's a little intense. Our boy is clearly thinking ahead, wondering how the other knights will react to this bombshell. He's standing on a rocky cliff, looking out at the landscape, and it's giving major brooding hero vibes. He's got this whole dramatic silhouette thing going on. Seriously, the artist is killing it. He's just standing there, contemplating everything, and we're left hanging with a cliffhanger. But the real question is, what does he plan to do with this information? This is gonna be good. Okay, so this dude straight up asks why everyone even wanted to be knights in the first place. And the youngest knight, the one who's been kinda quiet, starts to explain, saying it's about standing for honor. He wants to rescue people from harm and protect those he cares about, which is honestly a pretty solid reason. But the little guy interrupts, and it's clear he's hiding something, stumbling over his words. Everyone notices he's blushing, and the others immediately call him out. No hiding now. He's totally flustered, but it seems like he's about to spill some serious tea. Turns out, he's got a crush on someone, and becoming a knight was all about getting closer to them. The others are shocked. Seriously, this is a plot twist, but it kinda explains everything. Our boy is totally reading the room, realizing the knight's motivations are way more complicated than he thought. However, he's starting to understand that these knights are all flawed, and it's creating a real internal conflict. Okay, so the oldest knight starts talking, and it's not about honor or saving people, it's straight up revenge. He says becoming a knight was the only way to get strong enough to punish those who wronged him. Our boy is listening intently, and you can see he's starting to piece things together. The other knights chime in, confirming it's all about vengeance, and honestly, it's kinda dark. They reveal a shared enemy, someone who caused them all immense pain and suffering. But the youngest knight is still hesitant, avoiding eye contact and looking super guilty. This dude tries to downplay his reason, saying it's trivial and embarrassing to admit. He's clearly hiding something, and the others are pushing him for answers. No escape now. Finally, he cracks, admitting he wanted to become a knight to get closer to someone he likes. The others are totally stunned, but our boy realizes everyone has their own complicated reasons for being here. They announce they're heading to a village for supplies, and the youngest knight, Luce, is shockingly enthusiastic about crossing a desert. The older knights are immediately skeptical, pointing out the danger and need for preparation, but Luce is just hyped. Our boy is trying to explain deserts aren't fun, but Luce doesn't seem to get it, and honestly, it's a little concerning. Suddenly, Luce turns, eyes glowing red, and straight up bites the older knight's shoulder. No warning whatsoever? Everyone is frozen, shocked by the attack, and Luce just stares with those terrifying red eyes. The older knight asks what eat means, and the others are equally confused. What is happening right now? But then, we see a flash of what's going on. Luce isn't just a knight, he's a monster with blades extending from his body. He's attacking, and the panels show a blur of blades and chaos as he goes wild on the other knights. No way. This dude is a straight-up weapon and it's a complete ambush. The knights are getting torn apart, and our boy realizes Luce isn't just hiding a reason for being here, he's hiding a whole other life. Okay, so Luce is unleashing a full-blown monster attack, but our boy manages to blast him back with a surge of energy. Luce is flying backwards, surrounded by that blue energy, and honestly, it looks like a hurricane is forming. This dude is fast. Luce recovers and is already tearing through the forest, blades extended, leaving trails of light. Our boy gives chase, moving at an insane speed, determined to stop this monster, and it's a blur of motion. He's gaining on Luce, but the monster is weaving between the trees like it's nothing. This is a seriously intense pursuit. Suddenly, Luce stops, turns, and throws a burst of energy, but our boy casually deflects it with his hand. He's getting closer, demanding to know what the heck is going on with Luce, and this dude looks genuinely confused. Luce smirks, revealing a twisted side, and starts explaining he's been waiting for someone to finally understand. Luce creates a blinding light, and our boy shields his eyes. What is this dude planning now? But then, the light fades, and it's not Luce anymore. It's the original villain, back and looking even more menacing. Okay, so Luce snaps and straight up attacks Nagyunn, launching a furious assault with claws and energy blasts. Luce corners Nagyunn, demanding to know why he's doing this, and honestly, it's a pretty emotional outburst. But then, a shadowy figure emerges behind Luce, and it's not good. It's the real villain, looming large. Nagyunn is stunned, but the villain is already moving in for the kill, and this dude is about to be in serious trouble. Okay, so Hippo's report is the reason they're making a huge decision right now. It's about to go down. They're launching a full-scale investigation into the Dragon Descendants incident. No joke. The knight, Sky Blue Raccoon Durang, has been safely escorted somewhere, which feels suspicious. We finally get a good look at this mysterious figure, and honestly, he looks super intense. This dude is with another hooded figure. They're both giving off major bad vibes, straight up. Close up on his eye, and it's unsettling, like he knows everything that's happening. We see the back of his head and his long hair. This guy is definitely hiding something. He starts to move and his expression is so serious it's kinda scary. He says let's go, and then his cloak whips around. Things are definitely about to escalate. Another close up on his eye, and you can see the green is Gilo and G. No way this is good. This dude is straight up devastated, saying this is worse than death. But he's still trying to figure out why. He's convinced this is some kind of punishment, and honestly, we're right there with him wondering what he did. He's lost in thought, staring off into the distance. It's a really somber moment for real. He turns his head, and we get another close-up of that intense gaze. This guy is a mystery. He's walking with a group of hooded figures, and they all look super serious, like they're on a mission. He's clearly searching for someone, muttering, "I know you're here somewhere." The tension is building. He spots Luyan and begs him to wait just a little longer, but his tone is off, super unsettling. He finally calls out Luyan's name, but it's dripping with something other than relief, and that's a bad sign. The hooded figures acknowledge his order, saying understood, and honestly, it's creepy AF. He's got a determined look on his face, and is headed towards that tower. Something's about to go down big time. He taps the wall, and straight up declares the knights are useless. This dude is not impressed. He says they can't do anything even when the enemy waltzes in, and honestly, he's got a point. A hooded figure whispers something, and this dude seems to be listening intently. What's the plan? He's saying the dragon's descendants have exceeded expectations, but it's delivered with a super unsettling tone. Our boy clenches his fist, looking absolutely furious. Something is bothering him. He's fixated on the knights, saying they're too caught up in their own importance to see what's happening. He thinks they believe they're preserving order just because they fancy themselves heroes. Talk about delusions of grandeur? He's laying into them, and honestly, this rant is kind of fire. He's seeing right through their BS. He's looking intensely at someone, and bro is not happy. This is about to get messy. He's got a steely gaze and a determined look, and it's clear he's about to make a move. But what? He's laying down the law. The die is cast because of Hippo, whatever T-hat means. He's saying if anyone fights against this, the whole order collapses, but if none only does, it also collapses. Talk about a no-win situation? Cut to a desert village, and this dude Fitano is straight up exhausted. He's yawning like crazy. The knights ask if he's okay, and he just mumbles he's sleepy. But then someone asks why they're even going to the desert. A blonde knight responds with "for now," which is vague, to say the least. Another knight asks if they're hiding in the desert, and honestly, it sounds like a terrible plan. The blonde knight turns around and his expression is intense. He's got a serious look in his eyes. Close up on the blonde knight, and no way, his eye is glowing red and he's looking menacing. He's still giving that intense stare, and the other knight looks genuinely scared. This is getting real. He confirms they're hiding in the desert for now, and honestly, this whole situation is giving me the chills. He tries to sneak away, but Lucian immediately calls him out and demands an apology seriously. Our boy Lucian is not having it, demanding an apology for something called side slash. He starts to creep away, but the floorboards are elodod, and Lucian definitely hears him. Najin claims he tried to leave quietly, but Lucian already knew his plans. This is getting intense. Lucian turns, and his expression is ice cold. He's got that "I know what you're up to" look. Najin confesses he's scared whenever they go into battle, and his hands start shaking. He admits he silently screams to flee, even though everyone else fights bravely. Najin is trembling with fear, constantly thinking of escape routes, but he keeps it hidden. But Lucian is already onto him, and the tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. Close up on Lucian's eyes, they're narrowed and intense, and he's totally reading Najin's mind. Najin straight up says he's leaving, wiping away tears. He thinks he's just extra baggage. Lucian challenges that thought immediately, saying Najin was supposed to be brought along. Najin is confused, questioning why, but Lucian drops a bomb. He wrote it down, bro. Lucian reveals he expected Najin's fear to protect them all someday. No way! He's not trying to stop Najin, just explaining why he needed him here. It's a total mind game. But Najin is spiraling, yelling about being a coward and unable to save anyone. Seriously. Lucian counters, saying courage isn't not being afraid, but facing fear anyway, deep. He calls Najin the most courageous of them all, and honestly, that's a huge compliment. Najin is shocked. He's clearly processing this, and we can see it in his expression. The panels end with a close-up of the damaged wall, hinting at the danger they still face. Lucian is looking rough, bro. He's biting back pain and trying to stay upright. The sky is clear, but the scene shifts to a wrecked building. They're clearly in a bad spot. No way, Yiseo is sprawled out, totally exhausted, and Najin is straight up passed out beside her. Najin is mumbling about being useless, but Lucian is still trying to get up and protect them all. Okay, so things are tense. This mysterious, stoic dude is checking out a commotion, and it looks like someone's posting wanted posters. Everyone's murmuring about the dragon's descendants being active again, and honestly, it's sending chills down our boy's spine. He's straight up asking if it's really the dragon's descendants, but then confirms it seems likely given the circumstances. But he's not buying it. No one contacted them first, which feels off, and he's starting to suspect a setup. He's thinking out loud, questioning if they've been betrayed, and if so, Elephant is probably behind it. No way that's a coincidence. This dude is determined to find out the truth himself, and he's pushing someone aside to get going. Someone asks how he'll even find them, but honestly, we have no clue. This is gonna be a wild goose chase. They arrive in the desert, and this dude immediately realizes it's hot, like, seriously scorching. He starts sweating buckets, and another character points out dark clothes make it worse, which is kinda smart. But our boy doesn't care about science. He's just melting, and starts peeling off layers of clothing. Another character, though, launches into a full-blown lecture about desert survival, ventilation, sun protection, the works. Honestly, it's a lot, and the first dude is visibly overwhelmed by the info dump. However, someone else chimes in, explaining that sweat is actually how you've cooled down in the desert. So basically, they're all arguing about desert fashion while roasting alive, and it's pure chaos. This dude's still complaining, but the other guy is just looking at him like, seriously. And now they're all just standing there, baking in the sun, while the plot, well, who knows what's happening with the plot. Our boy looks pretty miserable, but at least he's getting a desert survival lesson. Even if he's too hot to appreciate it. They stumble into this hidden canyon, and it's like, instantly way cooler, a total oasis. The green-haired dude is amazed, but our boy is just relieved to not be sweating to death. He points out it's a perfect training spot, somewhere they won't be followed. Finally, a plan! But then he starts examining the strange rock formations, and things get weird fast. He's like, completely fixated, and the other guy is starting to look worried about what's going on. Our boy's eyes change, red, seriously red, and he's muttering about something. He's clearly having a moment, and the other dude is trying to get his attention, asking if he's okay. But he doesn't respond. He's lost in his own head, and it's super unsettling, honestly. He's staring intensely at the rocks, and it's obvious something is triggering his brother's memories. This dude is straight up unraveling, and whatever's happening is definitely connected to his brother's death. Our boy is suddenly remembering something. A glance, a flash of memory, and it's clearly about his brother. Someone's wielding a sword, swinging fast. It's like a memory of a fight, a brutal, quick attack. He turns to the other guy, demanding to know what the source of the knight's power is, and it's intense. The other dude suggests unmatched ability, but our boy isn't buying it. He's convinced there's more to it. He's getting agitated, practically vibrating with frustration, and the other guy is just speechless. Suddenly, he lunges at the other guy and it's a total surprise attack. No way this was planned. This dude is fast, blocking the attack with his hand, but the force sends him flying backwards. He crashes into the rock formations, and our boy is right there, looming over him, looking absolutely terrifying. He starts rambling about how the world operates on universal truths, and it's getting seriously creepy. He's crushing a rock in his hand, like, crumpling it. And it's clear he's lost control, bro. He's laying out this theory, that the source of power is some kind of universal truth bestowed upon people. He calls this truth jinx, and it sounds seriously ominous, like a curse or something. But then the other guy suddenly grabs our boy, and it's a total power move. He's not going down without a fight. He's forcing this jinx onto our boy, claiming it's already within him and will accelerate the process. Our boy's resisting, eyes glowing red, and it's a full-on struggle, bro, like a mental tug of war. He's trying to break free, but the other guy is too strong, and it's honestly terrifying to watch. However, our boy manages to wrench his head free, and his expression is just chilling. He's staring intensely, and it's clear he's seen something, some horrible truth about the other guy's intentions. He's demanding to know what the other guy wants, and his voice is dripping with menace. This is a new level of rage. And just as things are about to explode, the other guy smirks, like he's gotten exactly what he wanted. Okay, so they're training in this insane landscape, and it's not going well. It's totally uncertain if it'll even work. Choosing a direction is a struggle, and this dude keeps asking if he has to shout the move's name, which is annoying. They realize they're spending more time thinking than actually training, and honestly, that's kinda relatable. Nagyunn dives deep into this thing called Nagyunn, and he's gripping this engraved blade. It's a whole mood. He's saying the strongest weapons are limited, but he wants to break those limits. This dude is ambitious, I'll give him that. He wishes he could better use the illusion, but it's slipping through his fingers, and it's frustrating to watch. He's trying to force this power, clenching his fist, and it's like poof, it's crumbling apart. No way. Simply setting a condition isn't enough to strengthen his skill. He's realizing it's way more complicated than that. He feels like something is still missing, and it's a total roadblock to his revenge, honestly. But the intensity is building. Nagyunn is starting to understand something crucial about this whole situation. Okay, so the way to manifest the jinx is totally Lucian? Wait, mupped. That's a curveball, bro. Straight up, Lucian being the key is the last thing anyone expected, and Nagyunn is realizing it now. Okay, so our boy is trying to manifest something, like a dark sphere of power, and it's kind of failing. He's really going for size, wants it EGE, and decides to start with a sphere shape. Ambitious, honestly. But it doesn't go well. The sphere just poofs out of existence like a bubble popping, leaving dust everywhere. This dark mass just expands, swallowing everything, and it's straight up terrifying, like a black hole is forming. We see a few other people standing around, looking up at this growing darkness, probably realizing they're in trouble. He's trying again, determined to get this power working, but things aren't looking good. It's still unstable. The sphere reappears, but it's still flickering and messed up. This dude is struggling to control it, no doubt. Then, another character, the blonde one, is suddenly covered in the same black dust, looking seriously concerned. The sphere is barely visible, like a wisp of smoke, but it's still there, and it's definitely not a good sign. However, the blonde dude is clearly worried about the sphere. He's sensing something is seriously wrong with this power. He's rubbing his temples, straight up convinced this power is impossible to control. And things are about to get wild. He's analyzing the power, realizing it's too fragile for real use, and starts questioning how to even make it work. Suddenly, the ground starts rumbling, and he thinks they're under attack. But it's way more complicated than that. A mysterious woman with green hair appears, smiling creepily, and honestly, she's giving off major villain vibes. We see our boy and a blonde teammate looking shocked, with another teammate partially obscured behind them. Something's definitely up. The blonde dude asks if that's all he did, clearly unimpressed, and our boy looks super defensive about his power. However, the green-haired woman is now standing right behind them, still smiling, and it's a really bad sign. He's starting to realize something is off, his eyes glowing red, and this dude is about to have a breakdown. The rumbling intensifies, and it's clear whatever is happening is way bigger than an ambush. It's a full-blown crisis. But the woman's smile widens, and we're left with a cliffhanger. No way this is going to end well. Okay, so the green-haired woman just straight up cracks this dude's arm. No hesitation at all. He goes flying backwards, and the blonde teammate tries to intervene, but it's too late. Everyone is stunned, but the blonde dude is furious. He's yelling at the woman for attacking. Our boy is shocked, but he's also starting to get angry. He's not gonna let anyone talk to his teammate like that. He declares he'll show her what he's capable of, crouching low and preparing to attack. He's serious now. The blonde dude is still ranting, telling our boy she just called him a fool. It's a major insult. Our boy whips out his sword, the blade flashing. He's moving so fast, it's a blur. He leaps forward, aiming a strike at the woman, but she's already anticipating it. She's a tough opponent, and she easily dodges using the momentum to launch herself forward. This is getting intense. But wait, she's not attacking him, she's leaping past him, towards something else entirely. He plunges his sword forward, aiming to impale the woman, but she slides out of the way. It's a clean miss. The sword keeps going though, and straight up buries itself in the rocky ground with a massive rumble. The entire area starts to shake and crumble, rocks falling everywhere as the ground gives way. It's a disaster. Our boy's teammate is stunned, staring at the chaos, and honestly, he looks terrified. The woman finally speaks up, asking if he's decided on a name for his move. She's so calm amidst all this. Our boy declares he has a name, and the blonde dude's face is priceless. He's bracing for something huge. He announces it's Lucian slash, but the blonde dude immediately corrects him. It was a stab, not a slash. The blonde dude is so particular, and honestly, he's not wrong. It was a stab, not a flashy slash. But the woman interrupts, and this dude's expression is unreadable. She's clearly unimpressed. She's telling him to hurry up, and our boy looks completely exasperated. This is going to be a long fight. The blonde dude's totally shocked, asking how our boy knew about the woman's attack. What is going on? Our boy admits he's always been mentally practicing attacks, which is a little creepy, honestly. The other teammate asks if he knows how she pulled it off, and the blonde dude starts explaining her technique. He says it's like setting a restriction to make a goal harder, narrowing a waterway to make the current stronger, which is kinda deep. The blonde dude continues, explaining it's about commitment, time, mindset, thoughts, it's all part of it. Our boy is skeptical, but the blonde dude straight up says it's possible, and he didn't believe it at first. The blonde dude's eyes glow red, and he looks intense. Something's definitely up with him. He reaches out, and his hand starts to distort, turning a strange purple color. No way, what's happening? His hand is fully corrupted now, and it looks seriously painful. This is getting way too weird. The blonde dude is clearly struggling, but he's pushing through it. He's trying to show our boy something, it seems. Okay, so the blonde dude just ate a dragon. Like, straight up consumed it. And now he's claiming it'll make him stronger. Our boy is asking if he's talking about the Dokebi, and the blonde dude confirms. Things are getting wilder by the second. The blonde dude says something happened, and then drops the bomb. A dragon is gone, completely consumed. He explains if you eat a dragon, you gain its power, and the blonde dude is seriously suggesting he'll do it too. The blonde dude is all like, if I can use its power too. This is escalating quickly, and our boy is getting suspicious. He starts cracking jokes, saying he's just kidding, but the other teammate isn't buying it. And honestly, neither are we. The blonde dude doubles down, saying it was also part of the joke, and our boy is losing it, yelling for him to stop. The blonde dude just stares, looking completely unbothered, and then asks why our boy thought he was serious. He asks why our boy would even think, "Foops," and then delivers another line about the joke, honestly. The blonde dude is just smirking, and it's creepy. This dude is definitely hiding something major. They're trekking through this rocky wasteland, and it's clear they're following someone. Or something. They're closing in on the figure ahead, and it looks like they're nearing some kind of cliff edge. The blonde dude finally points. There's you. And it's aimed right at the person they've been tracking. Okay, so it's a confrontation, and it feels seriously tense, but honestly, we still have zero clue what's going on. This ancient dragon is straight up a meditation master, zoning out for decades at a time. Talk about a power nap. But his peaceful vibes get totally shattered by a baby's wail, which he initially ignores. No way, the crying gets louder and louder, and this dude is clearly annoyed. He thinks it's just some random noise, but then he spots a tiny, abandoned human baby nestled in a nest. The dragon remembers an old saying about humans being uncivilized and best left alone, but the crying continues. It's relentless. However, the dragon pauses his meditation and decides to take the baby in, which is a total curveball. At first, he only intends to care for the human briefly, planning to send him on his way as soon as he can walk. But the baby smells awful, and honestly, this dragon is not impressed with human hygiene. We get a glimpse of the baby and the dragon looking down at him, setting up a weird caretaker dynamic. This is gonna be interesting. A grumpy dragon raising a human baby. What could go wrong? No way, the human kid grows up super fast and is walking all over the place now. They're walking through a field, and the dragon seems protective, holding the kid's hand. The dragon is remembering the human's past. Apparently, they tripped a lot as a baby. But then we see the kid is actually Najin, our boy, and it's a flashback to before his murder. The dragon is Najin's older brother, the one everyone thought was dead, and he's been protecting him all along. He's been posing as a human, and honestly, he's doing a pretty good job blending in. The dragon is reminiscing about the past, and it's kinda sweet. He's always looked out for Najin. However, he's also plotting revenge, and that smile is straight up chilling. This dude is determined to make those who wronged his brother pay, and it's about to go down. He's got a plan brewing, and Najin is right by his side. They're a team now. As time passes, Najin ages, and the dragon sees him as still a child, even as a senior in age. The dragon can read the fear in the human's eyes, but it doesn't change his protective stance. However, the dragon doesn't care about illness or the natural course of life for humans. He'll protect Najin at all costs. The dragon ventures out, leaving everything behind to find something, anything, for Najin. He travels through barren landscapes and under starry skies, determined to fulfill his promise. We see him returning to the house, step by step, and honestly, the tension is killing me. The dragon finally finds something. a glowing blue flower, and he staggers as if hit by a wave. But this isn't just any flower, it's something that could potentially heal Najin, and the dragon's eyes show it. The dragon clutches the flower tightly, and you can see the hope and determination in his gaze. This dude is so committed to saving his brother, and I'm fully here for it. The revenge is about to be epic. Wait, hold up, someone suspects something is off with Najin, and they're straight up accusing him of being a dokebi. The dragon's had enough, and he's about to shut this dude down. But then a shocking revelation comes out. Turns out, there's an old tale about regaining youth by consuming the heart of a long-lived creature. No way. The dragon stomps on the glowing flower, crushing it, and honestly, it's a power move to show he won't be a victim. These guys are losing it, demanding the first bite, but the dragon is not having it. The dragon sees right through their intentions. They don't want to heal, they want to eat him. He declares that if they dare seek his flesh, they'll regret it, and the tension is unreal. But the dragon isn't messing around. He's about to unleash some serious power on these guys. The dragon's about to pierce through them, and this dude is about to get a taste of his own medicine. He stabs and the scene goes red. Our boy is seriously going to town on these villains. The dragon is spiraling down into this massive, ancient crater. It's like a giant stone labyrinth. He lands in the center, and it's straight up a swirling vortex of carved stone, and he's totally alone. But then, a voice booms, asking if it was fury or regret that brought him here, and it's super ominous. The voice continues, wondering if it was sadness instead, but from that day forward, things changed. Heavy stuff. This dude, the one with the long blonde hair, is confronting the dragon, demanding to know what he means. He wants the dragon to describe the feeling, the sensation, but the dragon just stares him down. The blonde dude gets closer, and you can see the intensity in the dragon's blue eyes. This is about to pop off. The dragon finally speaks, saying all he knows is that it's over, and the blonde dude is not pleased. However, the blonde dude isn't backing down, and is still trying to get information, but the dragon is done playing games. The dragon reveals the title of this whole saga, The Ember Knight, and honestly, it's a perfect fit. The blonde dude is seriously confused, asking what the dragon is even talking about, stones and cliffs. But then another character, with wild orange hair, jumps into the conversation, wondering if Quering got his powers the same way. Someone mentions the knight said it wasn't magic, and the orange-haired dude wonders if Quering achieved it too. They start thinking jinxes might be way more common than anyone realizes. No way. We get a wide shot of this desolate, rocky landscape. It's a total wasteland, honestly. The blonde dude asks if this happens often, and the dragon's expression is unreadable. The dragon states it's likely due to someone else's influence. This is getting intense. He claims this is an unseen shift in fate, and bro, the tension is THK. The orange-haired dude is all fired up, demanding to know WHO is causing this shift. However, the dragon just calmly says it's likely due to a certain someone's influence. Mystery intensifies. Nagyunn is pleading with someone, twitching with desperation. He's straight up begging them for something. He glances over at a smaller figure, Hanarin, and asks if it's really him, looking totally shocked. Suddenly, a massive wind whips up, creating a huge dust storm and blowing everything around. The storm rushes toward a distant fortress, engulfing it in a swirling cloud of sand and debris. Okay, so this dude, the blonde one, is straight up talking to the knight who killed his brother, Najin. He's chilling in this creepy tower, and it's giving major villain vibes, but honestly, the real villain is already known. We get a glimpse of the armored figure, and you can tell this guy is ancient, like seriously old school. The knight is all brooding and mysterious, but our boy Nagyunn isn't intimidated. He's ready for a showdown. Nagyunn drops a bomb. He did what needed to be done, which is a super vague but ominous statement. The knight asks how it feels to be the one who paved the way for knights. Talk about a power play. Nagyunn fires back, asking if it feels good to be the one who ended the era of knights, and it's getting intense. He's goading the knight, saying he enjoys watching people finish what they start. This is a psychological battle. Nagyunn keeps pushing, questioning if it's a funny situation, and the knight is trapped behind bars. Suddenly, a sword comes crashing down. No way! And Nagyunn yells "Heroes!" setting up a crazy fight. Nagyunn starts to explain himself, but the knight cuts him off with a frustrated "Atch." He's clearly losing it. The knight turns away, face hidden by his hair, and Nagyunn is left yelling at him to get it together. Hippo! He keeps stepping forward, trying to reach the knight, but delivers a serious truth bomb. Not every knight is like him. Nagyunn doubles down, straight up telling the knight that not everyone's can be a hero. Ouch, that's cold. The knight finally turns and we get a close-up of his face. He looks defeated, like Nagyunn's words hit home. But then, he announces he'll be back and a mysterious figure appears beside him. What is going on? Both knights are shrouded in darkness, but it's clear this isn't over, and things are about to get way more complicated. Nagyunn lays down the plan: get food and water, move quietly, and let Miusa take the lead if anything goes wrong. He chooses Miusa and she's totally shocked. Like me. But he assures her she's up for it. We get a quick shot of Miusa's arm, and it's muscular. Straight up ripped. What is happening? Nagyunn and Miusa start walking, and the landscape is desolate. Just sand and some weird rock formations. Nagyunn reveals he wants to visit a place beyond the west, and Miusa is clearly confused. He keeps walking and Miusa follows, questioning if there's somewhere else he wants to go to. The knight observes him, saying Nagyunn has a childlike side that doesn't match his serious actions. Nagyunn takes off running, and the knight just stands there, watching him dash into the distance. The knight is left in the desert, still looking puzzled, and the scene fades to blue. This dude is seriously booking it, and honestly, something tells me this is a bad idea. Someone just straight up fell. And this other dude is pointing and laughing, super unchill, honestly. We get a close-up of the fallen knight, and his face is full of shock, like what just happened? He's reaching for the pointing guy, desperate to understand what's going on, but it's kinda creepy. Now we meet a blonde dude with piercing green eyes. He's giving off major "I know something you don't" vibes. The blonde asks the other knights if they've seen a mask like the one Nagyunn is wearing, but they say nope. Both knights are whispering about how far Nagyunn has come, and they're clearly worried about her intuition. They're hiding because Nagyunn is technically dead, which is a whole thing, and her sharp mind is extra suspicious. The blonde asks if they're speaking from experience, and you can tell he's seen some stuff. No way. The knights are seriously stressed about Nagyunn, and honestly, I kinda see why. She's a wild card. But then, the blonde says they need to be extra cautious because of her intuition. What's she planning? The blonde is convinced Haejin is nearby, and straight up senses something is off with the situation. He thinks they might run into each other, but worries one of them will avoid the other. Or maybe they'll just pass by. However, he realizes Nagyunn already senses something's wrong, even if she isn't sure what it is yet. He's predicting a clash, and honestly, he's probably right. This is getting intense. He starts spiraling, thinking this could give the Eastern continent an excuse to start trouble, but that's not the worst of it. Weakening their forces could benefit the other side, but even that could be twisted to accuse the general of trespassing. He's seriously questioning Laurent's plan. Is she using elephant to take out the general? Whatever happens, this dude has decided he's got nothing to lose, which is a scary place to be. He's bracing himself, deciding it's better to let the general die, and things are getting dark. Our boy is fully committed to this plan, and the intensity in his eyes is kinda terrifying. The general is staring out at the desert, looking all brooding and mysterious. Honestly, this dude is a mood. He's face to face with the blonde, and the tension is thick. It's clear something is about to pop off. The blonde's eyes are glowing red, no way, and he's saying no repeatedly. Something is seriously wrong with him. We get a close-up of the blonde's face, and it's covered in cracks. What is happening to him? The general sighs, looking completely defeated, but then, achos! Something flies past, and the general is turning his head. It's a full-on attack. Black lines are flying everywhere, like some kind of energy attack, and it's headed straight for the blonde. The general's mask is on now, and his eyes are blazing red. He's fully transformed, and it's terrifying. He's clenching his fist, getting ready for a fight, and honestly, this is about to be epic. Our boy is seriously stepping up, and it looks like he's ready to protect the blonde at all costs. He's clenching his fist, practically radiating power, but the general is focused on something else. The general straight up blames the crystal sea for everything. It's a total obsession at this point. He's staring intensely, and the blonde's eyes are glowing again, like he's losing control. Our boy is stepping in front of the blonde, ready to defend him, even if it means fighting the general. Okay, so this mysterious blonde woman is hanging with our boy and another kid, looking super serious. She's straight up assessing the situation, giving them both a really intense stare. Suddenly, this dude with the red beanie just leaps forward. What is even happening? But hold up, the blonde woman moves fast, like unbelievably fast, sliding across the ground. The other kid and the beanie dude are completely shocked, because she just vanished into thin air. Beanie Dude thinks she disappeared, but his friend insists she teleported. No way, right? She's now appearing on a rooftop looking down at them, still kinda mysterious. The blonde woman seems lost in thought, probably plotting something huge. Beanie Dude yells at her, asking if she's really pure white elephant, but she denies it. His friend is still not buying it, insisting there's no way she could be anyone else. She's playing it cool, denying being pure white elephant, but she's clearly hiding something. Beanie Dude is losing it, imagining how everyone will look at her with awe. A little delusional, honestly. His friend asks what that even looks like, and she just stares off into space. Suddenly, the little kid with the beanie is HYPD, absolutely beaming with excitement. The blonde woman and Beanie Dude are surrounded by a whole CR dude of people. This is getting intense. Someone says it's not so bad after all, and the crowd seems to agree, but it's still super weird. The blonde woman is gazing off into the distance, and her friend is right there beside her. This dude is clearly lost in thought, probably scheming up something major. Our boy's got plans. The blonde woman is looking at him, and something in her expression is changing. She's not recognizing him, and it's a huge moment. But what does it mean? Someone says Nagyunn is just acting naturally, but his friend wonders if it'll hold him back. This masked dude stumbles into view, and his friend instantly suspects something is up. He thinks this dude is just trying to get in their way, but he's about to make a big assumption. Nagyunn says if he hears his voice, he'll be recognized, but he can't reveal either right now. Talk about a tight spot. Nagyunn pulls down his mask, but it's a misdirect. He's straight up not an ally, and his friend realizes it. He reveals his face, and it's intense. Nagyunn's brother's face, a total power move. Nagyunn grabs his friend's head, and it's a little unsettling, but he's making a point. Even if he stays silent, Nagyunn believes General Hyjin will understand his actions. He's confident Hyjin will be watching his every move, and it's a little creepy, honestly. Everyone's wondering what the masked one is doing, and he starts moving. But his stance looks totally off for a fight. Hyjin thinks raising a hand was a signal, but it was actually a perfect read of the situation. He's questioning why this person warned him and appeared in the first place. It's all super suspicious. Nagyunn believes it's not an enemy, and it's a bold claim considering the circumstances. Nagyunn's friend knows Hyjin figured it out, and he's impressed by his quick thinking. Our boy is confident in Hyjin, telling him to stay calm. It's a total mind game right now. Nagyunn can't believe his act is working. He thought Hyjin would be suspicious no matter what he said, but all it took was raising a hand. Nagyunn understands Hyjin's disposition perfectly. Nagyunn's intentions start taking root in Hyjin's mind, and it's seriously unsettling. It appears and Hyjin flinches. Something is invading his headspace. No way. Elephant senses something is off, noticing oddly shaped clouds, but it's just a vague feeling for now. Hyjin's totally focused, but Nagyunn feels a subtle worriness leaking out from him. It's barely noticeable. Nagyunn's friend notices the twitch and realizes Hyjin figured out something's up, straight up impressed. Nagyunn is shocked his disguise is working. He expected Hyjin to see through it immediately, but nope. Nagyunn's acting takes root in Hyjin's mind, and it's unsettling. He's playing this dude like a fiddle. Something invades Hyjin's headspace, causing him to flinch. No way, what is happening? Elephant senses something is off, spotting oddly shaped clouds, but it's just a vague feeling for now. This masked figure is a total mystery, and Nagyunn wonders if the monster detected something too. Nagyunn remembers there was a bald general, and it clicks. He's realizing who this person is finally. The masked figure flinches, and Elephant is on high alert. Something's definitely wrong, and he's reacting fast. The figure warns them to hold on, stating this is, and then shows them she's incredibly strong and had a battle stance ready. Elephant's expression shifts. It's not worriness anymore. It's a predator locking onto prey. No way! And then she pounces. A burst of speed, straight up out of nowhere, and Hyjin doesn't even have time to react. Hyjin assumes a combat stance, but he senses death is near, and the wind is howling around them. It's intense. In that instant, one thought crosses Hyjin's mind. He realizes the life flashing before your eyes thing is a lie. He expects a final vision, but nothing happens. It's a total subversion and honestly kinda hilarious. And that's it. The battle is over before it even began, which is unexpected, to say the least. We see Nagyunn dominating, a whirlwind of attacks, and the masked figure is getting absolutely wrecked. Our boy is ruthless. Nagyunn's finishing move sends the masked figure flying, and Hyjin is left staring in shock. This dude is on another level. Hyjin's totally stunned, realizing he underestimated Nagyunn. but also that he wasn't even trying to hold back. Nagyunn stands over the fallen figure, a terrifying aura surrounding him. He's completed his revenge, and it's a brutal sight. Jin is reeling, realizing Nagyunn wasn't even trying. This dude was holding back the entire time. He's processing that the power difference is insane, and it's a total gut punch to his pride. Okay, so this dude, it's the Ember Knight, is straight up mumbling about elephants, which is weird. He's closing his eyes, clearly concentrating, and bro is about to drop some serious wisdom. He doubts anyone thinks they'll be the best, but then declares he always aims to be the best. Talk about a mood. Our boy is really locking in on that goal, staring intensely like he's about to unlock a new power-up. Cut to some random kid, and he's thinking about knights, expecting total monsters, no way. But she's different than what he imagined, which throws him for a loop. He's genuinely surprised. The kid's jaw drops. He's completely stunned by this knight, and honestly, we get it. He's speechless, eyes wide open, and it's clear this encounter is messing with his expectations. He's totally floored, just staring, and this whole scene is a total curveball. And that's the end of the chapter. What a cliffhanger, leaving us wondering what happens next. Okay, so the two knights feel something weird, like a tremor, and they're trying to figure out if it's just the wind. One of them notices markings on his arm, and it's clearly some kind of magical script, super ominous. Then bum, a massive weapon comes flying at them. It's fast, and our boy barely reacts. He's hit, but somehow manages to stay standing, though he's clearly reeling from the blow. The attacker reveals herself, and this woman is straight up terrifying. She's got a mask and a crazy weapon. She calls out that weapon, and it's clear it's important, like it has a name or a history. The weapon's Siras Kes. It's breaking, but it's still dangerous, and she's not backing down. Another knight with blonde hair and green eyes steps forward. He's sizing her up, totally unfazed. He recognizes her skill, admitting she's rare to find someone who can block her attacks properly. She leaps forward, intending to create space, and the panel shows her sliding toward him. This is gonna get messy. The knight reveals the name of the weapon. It's Nagyunn, and it means she's back to life or something. The blonde knight sees the mask she's wearing, realizing she's wearing that mask. No way! She's all like, looks like you came back to life or something, and he's immediately suspicious. He points out she's wearing that mask, and then it hits him. There's a general behind her, isn't there? Another knight yells that everything is explained, but honestly, the first knight looks absolutely doomed. But hold up. The blonde knight thinks she's gathering information, trying to figure out the situation. He states she's not the elephant he knows, and the panel shows a flashback. Even Elephant didn't notice her transformation. Apparently someone noticed and took advantage of her development, but we don't know who yet. Alright, the mask falls and cracks on the ground with a loud clack. It's happening. And the reveal. It's Nagyunn's twin brother Najin, and everything just got a whole lot more complicated. He took off his mask, not just because it lost its purpose, but because he needs to cooperate to survive. What's the deal? This dude, the masked general, asks if they even stand a chance, and Najin straight up grabs him. Things are escalating. Najin's like, to survive, I have to cooperate. But the general looks seriously skeptical. He doesn't trust this at all. Suddenly, the blonde knight leaps forward, and Najin's cape goes wild. It's a meteor-style attack. The cape swirls like crazy, a dark vortex, and the general's getting ready to block. This is intense. She glances over, and the general's eyes narrow. He's definitely onto something, and it doesn't look good. Najin launches forward, shrouded in darkness. It's like a freaking whirlwind of power. The cape spins and swirls, creating a massive, shadowy vortex. It's honestly kinda terrifying. However, the general isn't backing down. He's bracing for impact. This is a clash of titans? And then, a massive Asir as the attack lands. No way this is gonna end well. The blonde knight is absolutely demolishing the general, and it's brutal. She's stomping him into the ground. But the general, even while getting crushed, manages to slice at the knight with a glowing blade. She's dodging, weaving, but that blade is fast. It clips her shoulder, and she's reeling. The knight clenches her fist, clearly in pain, but she's not giving up. She's furious. She leaps again, a whirlwind of blonde hair and dark cloth, aiming a devastating attack. The general counters, and their weapons clash. It's a flurry of attacks, a desperate fight. He's pushing her back, and she's forced to tap, tap, tap backwards across the battlefield. Her cape whips around like a living thing, creating a massive gust of wind. It's insane. However, the general anticipates the attack and sidesteps. He's a cunning opponent. And now the knight is charging again, eyes blazing red, but something's different. She's changed. The general is reeling, trying to figure out how our knight dodged his attack. He's straight up confused. He's thinking about how she moved, saying it defies logic, but then decides to overthink it. Classic mistake. He realizes she blocked his attack in the first place. And that doesn't make sense, so he's ditching reason. This dude declares it's time to unleash, and honestly, that sounds terrifying even for her. She's digging into the earth, bracing herself, and the wind is whipping around like a tornado. But then the general fumbles. He loses his footing, and it's a messy fall, and now it's a full-on red screen. Whatever's happening, it's Bay for the general. She's launching forward, and bro, the speed is insane. This is a serious attack. This is it, the final clash. She's unleashing everything she's got, and the general is in deep trouble. He can't guarantee he'll block the next attack, because he has no idea what's coming. Faced with this situation, Nagyunn makes his decision, and it's a big one, trust me. No way. A massive hand descends from the sky, dwarfing the whole battlefield. Nagyunn stands defiant against the gigantic hand, and honestly, he looks so small but determined. Nagyunn's planning something, and it looks intense. He's seriously considering just straight up killing everyone. He's thinking it through, weighing the options, but honestly, he seems pretty convinced he can pull it off. Nagyunn reveals he's bluffing, admitting he's never tried this particular method before, which is kinda wild. He wasn't sure this would even work, but he's gambling anyway because he has a secret weapon he can rely on. This dude is getting serious, eyes glowing red as he commits to whatever plan he's cooking up. It's kinda scary. Nagyunn unleashes something, and it's like a whirlwind of blades shooting out around him. No way! He's picturing taking out his targets, but then he's stopped by a figure, and things get tense real fast. Nagyunn's staring down his opponent, and you can tell he's ready to fight. This is gonna be good. He clenches his fist and straight up crushes the ground beneath his hand, cracking the earth. That's power! Our boy is about to make a move, and it's clear he's not messing around. But who is he looking at? Nagyunn's determined to go through with his plan, but something's holding him back. A wave of anxiety hits. He starts to move forward, preparing to crush his enemy, but then pauses mid-step. Nagyunn halts, and a subtle unease settles in. He's questioning if this is the right thing to do. He's clearly conflicted, and this internal struggle is visible on his face. It's intense. Nagyunn steels himself, trying to push past the doubt and commit to his revenge, but it's not easy. He's wrestling with his own feelings, and the source of his hesitation is still a mystery. Our boy is clearly troubled, and it's like a hidden weight is pressing down on him. What's going on? Nagyunn's conflicted, but he's still determined to follow through, even if he doesn't understand why. He's bracing himself, trying to ignore the growing anxiety, and something tells me this won't be easy. Nagyunn's pushing forward, but the anxiety is still there. It's like a shadow following him. Nagyunn claims this whole mess, this conflict, is because of someone else's weakness, straight up blaming it on another person. But Nagyunn quickly realizes someone is anticipating his moves, and he's asking himself how that's even possible. No way, Nagyunn's about to get hit, but someone deflects the attack with a blade, and it's super close. Nagyunn is confused and starts to question if this is Naren's ability at work, but it feels off. He's starting to see the irony. His own growth is giving someone else the chance to exploit a weakness. Apparently, this weakness throws off even the strongest fighters, and this dude is taking advantage of it. Nagyunn catches on that someone picked up on his hesitation. They're reading him like an open book. The attacker moves so fast, deflecting another strike, and Nagyunn is left wondering what this person is up to. And honestly, this is a brutal reveal. Nagyunn's brother actually had a hidden flaw. This whole situation is wild, because it's not just about strength, it's about exploiting a very specific weakness. Nagyunn's opponent slices at him, and it looks like he barely dodges. That was way too close! This dude is shocked, realizing his enemy is moving with his hesitation, anticipating everything. Nagyunn is reeling, trying to figure out how someone knows his weakness, but it's clear this isn't random. He's demanding to know what this person wants, and honestly, good question, because this is getting intense. The attacker says they'll decide if they're going to kill Nagyunn Enders after they hear him out. Talk about playing games! But wait, the attacker's face is revealed, and it's someone we haven't seen in a while, looking absolutely menacing. This dude is straight up furious, and Nagyunn is completely caught off guard by this unexpected face. Nagyunn is questioning how this could even be possible, but this person is clearly holding all the cards. The attacker reveals that Najin had a fatal flaw. A hidden weakness that's now being used against our boy. It's all coming together. This isn't about strength. It's about exploiting a vulnerability, and it's brutal. This dude makes a simple request: let him and his crew leave without a fight. But honestly, it's a total threat. But the other guy isn't buying it. He's grinning, and it's seriously unsettling, like he knows something Nagyunn doesn't. Nagyunn vows they'll meet again, and the other guy just stares, radiating pure menace. The attacker silently thinks she'll finish Nagyunn off next time. No way is this a peaceful standoff. General Hygiene takes the blame for everything, but the other guy doesn't even bother responding, which is cold. Nagyunn's opponent reveals Najin's weakness was a hidden flaw, and it's clear this is about more than just revenge. This is brutal. The attacker is exploiting Najin's flaw, and Nagyunn is completely thrown off guard, struggling to react. Nagyunn demands answers, but the attacker just wants to use his brother's weakness against him. So messed up. The attacker is playing a dangerous game, and it's clear Nagyunn is walking right into a trap. But honestly, the way this dude is using Najin's flaw is a low blow. It's all about exploiting the weakness. Nagyunn is getting grilled by the Council of Knights. They're questioning everything about his recent actions. This dude, Thrindamere, is straight up roasting Nagyunn, accusing him of recklessness and endangering the mission. Solvis jumps in, defending Nagyunn, but Thrindamere isn't backing down. He's laying into both of them. The council is like seriously a sea of knights, and everyone is staring at Nagyunn and Solvis. Nagyunn and Solvis are completely overwhelmed by the sheer number of knights, and honestly, it's kinda intimidating. But then, another knight speaks up. He's defending Nagyunn, and it throws everyone for a loop. Nagyunn's starting to realize the council isn't a united front, and there's some serious infighting going on. Thrindamere tries to shut down the other knight, but the council demands to know what's really going on. Thrindamere reluctantly explains someone leaked information about the mission. Someone among them is a traitor. The council is in chaos, and Nagyunn realizes this whole hearing was a distraction to cover up a bigger problem. Thrindamere is straight up losing it, laughing at Nagyunn and accusing him of buying his spot. Another knight with pink hair joins the roasting session, and the shade is Rael. Solvis tries to defend Nagyunn, but this pink-haired dude is relentless, telling him to go to the hospital if he can't stop laughing. Nagyunn fires back, asking what this guy just said, and honestly, we need to know too. Okay, so this dude, the family head, is straight up questioning whether our boy Nagyunn still wants to become a knight. He reminds Nagyunn he's the heir and has the potential for greatness. Basically, he's laying on the pressure. Nagyunn doesn't even flinch, just asks if he's being called weak, which is a bold move considering who he's talking to. He declares he only needs to win, and his strength isn't for show. This dude is all talk and power, no cap. Cut to another guy, a grizzled veteran, realizing Nagyunn is showing some serious arrogance, and honestly, he's not wrong. Apparently this guy recognizes Nagyunn is as strong as a fully fledged knight, which is wild considering everything. Nagyunn's rocking this huge hat, looking all mysterious and ready to make a statement. The hat whips back with the wind, and you can tell our boy is about to unleash some serious energy. But the family head is clearly unimpressed with the display. He's seen it all before. However, Nagyunn is determined to prove himself, and the look in his eyes says he's not messing around. Nagyunn drops some serious truth. Strength alone doesn't make you powerful. It's about so much more. He admits being a knight is way harder than he expected, and honestly, that's an understatement. Nagyunn thinks Najin was on another level, and he's determined to reach that peak himself. Suddenly a woman storms in, yelling about someone using brute force. Things are escalating fast. She's furious about the public's distrust in knights tripling, and is laying into whoever caused it. Another official explains they're investigating the incident, trying to find who's at fault and fix things. But a woman is absolutely losing it, screaming at the official. She's not having any of it. She's focused on public opinion and the fact that trust in knights is at an all-time low. The official insists they'll determine fault and punish whoever is responsible for this mess. A close-up reveals someone is watching all this unfold, and they look seriously displeased. Nagyunn questions if they actually took responsibility for their actions, but someone is straight up not hearing it. This dude is visibly rattled, grinding his teeth as he insists regaining trust isn't easy once it's broken. He tries to play it cool, saying heroes can be forgiven, but a woman cuts him off, clutching her fists. She's laying it all out. Kids look up to them, and they need to act like it. No excuses. Nagyunn asks what's with the sudden outburst, and she just starts crying. No way. People are whispering, and she's absolutely bawling, but Nagyunn is convinced her tears won't affect him. But she's completely broken down, and someone in the crowd points out she's definitely rattled. A man with a red beard is clearly upset, clutching his head like he's got a throbbing headache. He glances over at the scene, and you can tell he's about to lose his patience. This dude is seriously conflicted, and you can see it all over his face. Okay, so Laurent just arrives, and honestly his entrance is kinda dramatic with that cape. He introduces himself as chief of the dragon's descendants, and the crowd immediately quiets down. Laurent asks why everyone gathered, and Nagyunn steps forward to explain. He wants to talk. Laurent is giving Nagyunn the side eye, like he doesn't believe a word he's saying. Nagyunn explains that he wants to discuss the incident, but Laurent is clearly skeptical. Laurent asks why Nagyunn would bring this up now, and our boy says it's about taking responsibility. Laurent doesn't seem to care about responsibility. He's just annoyed, and honestly, so is everyone else. But then Laurent's gaze lands on the woman who is crying, and his expression shifts. He's staring intently at her, and you can tell whatever's going on is about to get way more complicated. Laurent's eyes narrow, and it's clear he's assessing the situation. This dude is hiding something. Laurent straight up demands to know what Nagyunn means by talk, and things immediately get tense. Laurent explodes, revealing the name of the student Nagyunn killed. It's Jarun, and he's Laurent's student. He accuses Nagyunn of thinking apologies would fix anything after taking a life, and the rage is palpable. Nagyunn is reeling, but he quickly counters, asking if this is about the 207 members of his clan who were killed. Laurent is furious, yelling at Nagyunn for even daring to bring up his clan, and honestly, he's got a point. Nagyunn declares he'll accept any punishment after apologies are made, trying to de-escalate the situation. Laurent lunges, grabbing Nagyunn by the collar, and it looks like things are about to get physical. Laurent's eyes glow red as he glares down at Nagyunn. This dude is seriously losing it. He reveals he can't eat peaches, which is random, but apparently important backstory. Nagyunn demands to know why Laurent dragged the Eastern continent into this conflict, and the tension is insane. Nagyunn admits he asked for help, but makes it clear he didn't want to. He explains he needed to appear legitimate, claiming the knights massacred his clan wouldn't have worked. This dude, Regis, reveals he's been pelted with rocks, and honestly, he's relieved he wasn't executed. Nagyunn offers to share everything he knows about the generals and the Eastern continent as a deal. He's proposing they fully cooperate to destroy them. It's a massive power play. Laurent immediately questions if the dragon's descendants are behind all this, and Nagyunn thinks they are. Nagyunn points out the timing of Elephant's mission. They're using her as bait. No way! Laurent seems skeptical, but Nagyunn's got him thinking, and General Hygen is apparently already suspicious. Laurent demands to know if Nagyunn is just going to sit back and do nothing. He wants action, not talk. He straight up asks if it's better to eliminate the source of the problem, and that's a scary thought. Nagyunn straight up declares his goal: killing Laurent. Talk about a mood swing. He's got this intense, cold stare, like he's already picturing the whole thing going down. But then his expression shifts to a creepy smile, and honestly, it's super unsettling. Nagyunn's planning something big, and Laurent definitely catches the shift in his demeanor. Someone just finished a mission, and they're asking how it went. Sounds like our boy was up to something big. We see the mission site, and it's intense. Someone's definitely been through a fight, judging by the steps. They're telling the crew about a proposal from Dragon's descendant, and honestly, it sounds way too good to be true. One of the guys is straight up freaking out about this offer, and who can blame him? It's ridiculous. Another member is questioning if they should even consider it. After everything this dude has done, an alliance. Someone almost beat the living daylights out of this guy, but they're being held back. Good call, honestly. This dude is talking all kinds of smack, saying they're taking him for a fool, but he's the one rushing in. The crew is shocked. What did Dragon's descendant even say? Why to make them react like that? Dragon's descendant is laying down the law, proposing a full-on alliance, and it's all decided by a vote. He demands ayes or nays, and this guy's face is priceless. He clearly wasn't expecting this. Everyone's convinced Dragon's descendant is playing games. No one believes his proposal is genuine. They're questioning what his real goal is. He's got to be scheming something, right? One guy is straight up certain Dragon's descendant didn't actually expect them to agree. This dude asks if they think the others will accept it, and the response is skeptical, to say the least. He realizes Dragon's descendant has a hidden agenda, something beyond what he's letting on. Someone explains the knights prioritize honor and integrity, but that doesn't always play well with public opinion. They're talking about the murder of the apprentice, and it's clearly a sensitive topic. The crew is silent, reeling from the mention of the apprentice's death. It's a heavy moment. But wait, Dragon's descendant knew the apprentice was going to die. That's messed up. He's admitting he let it happen, claiming it was necessary. This dude is cold, bro. Dragon's descendant is laying down some serious truth bombs, saying the knights messed up by not telling everyone about the murder. He argues heroes need public support, but lose respect when they hide things. It's a solid point, honestly. He claims the knights' silence just fueled chaos, and now he's painting a grim picture of heroes becoming monsters. Then, out of nowhere, he brings up Nagyunn by name. This is getting personal fast. Dragon's descendant drops a bomb. Nagyunn's brother was a traitor, and he doesn't forgive betrayal. But here's the twist. He's proposing an alliance with Nagyunn, even knowing his brother's history, which is wild. Nagyunn is understandably skeptical, questioning why Dragon's descendant would offer an alliance after all that. Dragon's descendant reveals he used to be on Laurent's side, the guy Nagyunn wants revenge on, but not anymore. He insists he switched sides, but Nagyunn is catching on. This dude is playing a long game. Nagyunn calls him out, questioning if he's forgotten who Dragon's descendant is truly loyal to. Nagyunn's still reeling from the betrayal reveal, but Dragon's descendant reminds him about pure white elephant. Things are about to get intense. Dragon's descendant wants Nagyunn to focus on one thing: revenge, and honestly, we get where he's coming from, but Nagyunn isn't buying it. He straight up tells Dragon's descendant he's turning down this offer. No way. Dragon's descendant seems almost pleased. He says Nagyunn's decision has actually helped him. He drops another bomb. His contract with the Dragon's descendants comes first, and that's a complication Nagyunn didn't see coming. Dragon's descendant is playing 4D chess, bro. He's got layers upon layers, and it's kinda scary. He's got a smug look on his face, like he knew Nagyunn would react this way all along. Nagyunn's not impressed, and honestly, he shouldn't be. This dude is manipulative. Dragon's descendant is clearly operating on a different level, and it's making Nagyunn question everything. This whole situation is a mess, but it's clear Dragon's descendant has a hidden agenda, and Nagyunn's right to be suspicious. Okay, so Dragon's descendant is laying down some serious truth bombs. He's telling Nagyunn to ditch the revenge plot. He says it's for Nagyunn's sakes, and the sake of those he's trying to avenge, which is a twist. Nagyunn doesn't buy it for a second, and straight up says he doesn't know about that. Dragon's descendant just smirks, like he predicted this, and starts walking away. He's taking these long, deliberate steps. It's a power move, honestly. But then Nagyunn calls out, demanding to know where this dude is going. Dragon's descendant turns around, and says they'll definitely be enemies next time. Nagyunn's face is all intense, and Dragon's descendant just dashes off, leaving him standing there. Nagyunn yells after him, asking what took so long, and honestly, this dude is playing mind games. Dragon's descendant is just gone, leaving Nagyunn alone in the desert. What a cliffhanger! Okay, so Nagyunn's crew is questioning where Wild Dog is. Their teammate is MIA, and it's stressing them out. Nagyunn is still stewing, totally suspicious of Dragon's descendant's whole speech about letting go of revenge. He demands to know what Dragon's descendant is planning, but this dude just avoids the question like a pro. Dragon's descendant drops a cryptic line about being enemies next time and then vanishes into thin air. No way! Nagyunn yells after him, asking what took so long, and Dragon's descendant's response is pure sass. Now Nagyunn's left standing alone in the desert, and it's a total mood. Dragon's descendant is a master manipulator. But wait, Nagyunn's subordinate rushes up, freaking out because Wild Dog isn't at the castle, which is bad news. They're searching everywhere, but Wild Dog is nowhere to be found. It's like he disappeared into the ether. The subordinate reveals Wild Dog was last seen heading towards the abandoned training grounds, and Nagyunn's face drops. Nagyunn realizes Dragon's descendant knew Wild Dog was gone, and this whole conversation was a distraction. Our boy is furious? Nagyunn races toward the abandoned training grounds, absolutely convinced Dragon's descendant set this whole thing up. He bursts into the training grounds, and straight up finds Wild Dog. But he's already been defeated, and is lying injured on the ground. Okay, so we're picking up right after the big battle, and this dude is questioning someone about Sky Blue Raccoon. She admits she did work with Orange Toad Tin and Indigo Sheep Valtanen on the mission. Things are getting intense. He presses her, asking if those two were involved in the incident, and she straight up confirms it. Then he asks the big question, why did she kill them? She pauses, and the tension is real. She starts to explain, but it's slow going, and we're left hanging for a beat. Seriously, the suspense is killing me. She finally spills it. They were the dragon's descendants, a group our boy has been hunting all along. No way. It turns out these guys were connected to the forces that took down Najin, and she knew it all along. She says they were a threat, and she had to eliminate them before they could cause more harm. But is that the whole truth? Our boy is clearly not buying it, and he's demanding answers. This dude is not backing down. I love to see it. She starts to respond, but it's a slow, drawn-out and honestly, I'm on the edge of my seat. He calls her out. Sacrificing the minority for the greater good is just an excuse, and she's not fooling anyone. But he's spiraling, wondering what he'll do if he takes the blame himself and becomes the villain. He thinks becoming the bad guy would protect people's faith in the knights, which is a surprisingly selfless move. However, he's clearly lost, admitting he doesn't even know what the right thing to do is anymore. He clutches his coat, looking totally wrecked, while she just watches him. It's super awkward. She tries to speak, but he cuts her off and shackles her up, and the click of the cuffs is chilling. He stands there brooding, and you can tell he's making some seriously tough decisions. She starts talking about a rumor, and then asks about Raccoon, but something doesn't add up for her. She insists it just doesn't add up, and they need to find the truth to decide what to do next. Our boy is off on his own, wondering if he'll even find anything today. This case is a total mess. He straight up declares he's an enemy of the knights. Talk about a bombshell reveal. Everyone is shocked, especially the guy with the weird hair, who's clearly confused. This dude in the helmet is unfazed, and he starts to move, looking for an escape route. He leaps from the broken floor, kicking up debris, and lands with a swoosh. Total ninja vibes. But the green-haired guy is fast, intercepting him with a quick strike and sending him tumbling. He's coughing and struggling, but still manages to spit out what sounds like black hen. What does tat mean? The green-haired guy is clearly surprised he's still conscious, and questions how he's holding up. He's still standing, though barely, and the knight admits he's tougher than expected. Respect! Our boy is seriously wounded, but he's refusing to fall, and it's honestly kinda badass. However, the knight seems to be buying this whole tough act. He's definitely playing some kind of game. He asks for a favor, but this knight is immediately suspicious. Like, what's the catch? The knight questions his motives, asking how much Nagyunn actually trusts him. It's a total power play. Nagyunn straight up says it's not about trust, it's his own judgment. He's playing it cool, but is he? The knight challenges him, asking if he's a fool or just trying to avoid another beatdown. Ouch, harsh. Nagyunn just smirks and says that might be it, Mo. This dude is a master of manipulation, no cap. The knight turns to leave, saying see ya, and throws out the pitch black hen code. What does that even mean? Nagyunn calls him out, saying he's not even a knight, a total burn, honestly. The knight just doesn't respond, and it's super unsettling, like he already knew that. He humps, then confirms he already knew. This guy is always 10 steps ahead. But now what? This favor request is a trap, and Nagyunn just walked right into it. The knight attacks with blinding speed, swinging a massive blade at Nagyunn. No way, it's so fast! Nagyunn barely dodges, but the blade slices through his cape and grazes his side. Ouch, that had to hurt. He tries to counterattack, swinging his own weapon, but the knight deflects it with ease. This dude is seriously skilled. The knight's blade keeps coming, a whirlwind of attacks, and Nagyunn is forced to block desperately. It's a full-on assault. Nagyunn manages to create some space, but the knight presses the attack, aiming for a fatal blow. This is intense. He parries just in time, but the force sends sparks flying. The impact is insane, honestly. The knight's grip tightens on the blade, and you can see the strain on Nagyunn's arms. He's struggling to hold on. Nagyunn thinks he's blocked the attack. But the knight shifts, bringing the blade down in a completely different direction. The knight's sword connects, and Nagyunn is sent flying. Straight up, this is bad. Nagyunn crashes into the trees, and the knight just stands there, asking if he believes he struck him. So cold. Nagyunn drops his weapon, and the knight's barrier attack slams into him. Gotcha! It sends him flying! He's tumbling through the air, but the knight isn't letting up, unleashing another attack with that crazy blade. The blade slices through the air, heading right for Nagyunn, and for a second, it looks like he's not gonna make it. But Nagyunn somehow manages to grab the blade with his bare hand. Bushed! That has gotta hurt. He's holding onto the blade, stopping it mid-air, but it's straining him, and his hand is getting cut up. The knight looks genuinely surprised, like he didn't expect Nagyunn to pull that off. Our boy is full of surprises. Nagyunn reaches out with his other hand, trying to grab the knight, but it's a desperate reach. He actually giraffes the knight's armor, pulling him forward. No way, this is getting intense. The knight's helmet is inches from Nagyunn's face, and you can see the fury in his eyes. This dude is not happy. Nagyunn's grip is tight, and he's ready to take this knight down, even if it costs him everything. This dude, who we now know is a total mystery, is telling Nagyunn to just come with him and promising it'll be worth it. Nagyunn's not thrilled, and straight up asks where they're even going, but this guy just keeps walking and Nagyunn reluctantly follows. Step, step, step. They're walking for a while now, and Nagyunn is getting seriously annoyed about being dragged around in the middle of the night. But then the guy just stops and tells Nagyunn to look, and suddenly, no way! They're at some incredible spot with the most beautiful, sparkling night sky Nagyunn's ever seen. Nagyunn's speechless, honestly, he can't believe a place like this actually exists, and the guy is just casually like, it's my secret spot. He asks what Nagyunn thinks, and Nagyunn just blurts out how beautiful it is, finally understanding why he was brought here. They just stand there, silhouettes against the stars, and it's kinda peaceful for a sec. But then, the guy drops a bomb, the mother of dragons. Nagyunn looks shocked, and we're left wondering what on earth that means. This is getting good. This dude, the mysterious guy, delivers something, a message, and is just done, like mission accomplished. Nagyunn is clearly confused, staring at this guy, trying to figure out what's going on. He demands to know what this is all about, and the guy just says he's here to listen, which is weirdly ominous. But then the guy drops another bombshell. The mother of dragons is alive, and Nagyunn is reeling. Nagyunn's face is a mess of shock and disbelief, like, what even is happening right now? The guy's expression is intense, narrowed eyes and a serious look, and it's kinda scary, not gonna lie. We get a super close-up of Nagyunn, and he's totally lost in thought. What does this all mean? Another close-up, this time of the mysterious guy, and his eyes are glowing. Seriously? Nagyunn is completely taken aback, staring at this dude like he's grown a second head, and suddenly, we're back to the forest. The guy is walking away, leaving Nagyunn in the snow to process EvyrYTHING. Nagyunn is suspicious. He doesn't buy that this dude isn't surprised by anything. He realizes Kulin knew about the mother of dragons all along, and that this is all part of some bigger plan. Nagyunn suspects Kulin came to test him to feel him out. This is getting intense. Kulin suddenly proposes a deal, and Nagyunn is immediately on guard, sword at the ready. Nagyunn demands to know what Kulin could possibly offer him, straight up challenging this offer. Kulin's offer, silence and information, specifically everything he knows about the mother of dragons and her location. Nagyunn calls BS, saying vague info is useless, and prepares to strike him down. But Kulin reveals he's not offering information for nothing. He wants a chance for the knights to fix things themselves. He wants to uncover the truth about what happened to the dragon's descendants. This is a huge ask. Nagyunn presses him, asking if he's just stalling for time, and demanding to know how much time he needs. Kulin lays down the law. If Nagyunn spills, the mother of dragons disappears, and she'll be lost forever. Nagyunn calls his bluff, saying he already said he'd stay silent, but Kulin's not having it. Kulin swears he won't tell anyone, but then hints at a what-if scenario. It's a seriously shady move. He lays it all out. If Nagyunn reports this, the mother of dragons is gone, vanished without a trace. Nagyunn's reeling, and Kulin delivers the final blow. She'll be taken somewhere he'll never find her ever. Kulin's practically daring Nagyunn to report anything, and it's clear he's enjoying this power play. But Nagyunn seems confident, and Kulin is starting to get annoyed. He's definitely underestimating our boy. Nagyunn drops a bomb. He's already figured out Kulin's geese, which is a total game changer. He warns Kulin not to stand a chance, and then, no hesitation, he draws his weapon. Kulin slides his sword out, matching Nagyunn's move, and honestly, this is about to go to WN. Nagyunn reveals he promised someone access to his power if he were murdered, and straight up, that's a wild card. This dude, Kulin, is seriously unbothered. He's got a whole suit of armor and a red tether, like he was expecting this. Nagyunn lays down the gauntlet. If he dies, that person will become unbelievably troublesome, but Kulin doesn't seem fazed. Kulin challenges Nagyunn to go ahead and unsheathe that sword, basically daring him to make a move. Talk about confidence? He doubles down, saying if Nagyunn doesn't care about Pitch Black Hen becoming his enemy, then let's do this. Kyulin's drawing his sword, and it looks seriously dangerous. The blade is icy blue and the hilt is a beast's head. Nagyunn wonders if Kyulin is talking about using Kyulin's power, and Kyulin clicks the blade into place. It's happening. He's got a point. Apparently, Kyulin's plan is falling into place, and it's a total power move. Kyulin stares down Nagyunn, all icy eyes and green hair, and declares 1 year is way too long to wait. Our boy is serious. He's playing for keeps, and honestly, Kyulin looks a little rattled for the first time. Nagyunn thanks Kyulin for trusting him, promising to make things right if any wrongs have been done. What a guy. But Kyulin isn't buying it, straight up admitting he doesn't trust knights and already knows why. Kyulin needs time too, and he's dropping hints that he knows about the clan being wiped out for the Mother of Dragons. Nagyunn's eyes glow yellow, and he questions if Kyulin truly believes the knights did that. Kyulin challenges Nagyunn to bet his life on it, and our boy is seriously considering it. Nagyunn mulls it over. If it's true, he'll take the same path as Kyulin, and honestly, that's a bold move. He decides he will lead the way, and the panel zooms in on his hooded figure walking into the snowy woods. Nagyunn is totally committing, and we get a close-up of his back as he heads deeper into the forest. Nagyunn admits they have no solid leads and he doesn't have a choice. He's got to follow other clues. He's scoping out a massive fortress, towers reaching for the sky, and it's honestly intimidating. 3 cloaked figures are standing guard, looking all mysterious and brooding, definitely up to no good. Nagyunn grips his sword so tight his hand is wrapped in bandages, clenching it like he's ready for war. This dude's face is obscured by shadows, but his glowing blue eyes and the SHAA sound effect scream danger. He's unleashing some serious power, and it looks like things are about to get real. No way this ends well. Okay, so someone's tapping on a table, all tense and mysterious. It's gotta be about Taemin, right? We see Ludica, looking super worried, fidgeting and shifting, clearly stressed about Taemin's situation. They're checking on Taemin, but honestly, this dude looks like he's about to pass out from anxiety. Someone asks if Nagyunn's worried about Taemin, and they reassure him that Kat is with him. Good to know. They point out Kat is cautious. Unlike someone they know, shady foreshadowing is happening. I feel it. They say Taemin is probably safer with Kat than with Nagyunn, which is a straight-up burn, but also, maybe true. Nagyunn calls out Ludica, and we see him staring down this pale, long-haired guy. Things are about to go down. This dude tries to choke Ludica, but Nagyunn intervenes, wrapping an arm around him to protect him. We get a close-up of the pale guy, looking all sad and forlorn. What's his deal, honestly? Nagyunn and the others are rushing off, leaving this guy behind, and it looks like they're in a hurry. Nagyunn asks if they're really going through with it, and bro, the tension is THK. This pale dude is all "Are you serious?" and reveals they're still apprentice knights. What? Someone shouts, "Let's do it." But the pale guy looks seriously conflicted about Nagyunn's plan. Nagyunn's staring him down, asking if Paimon is okay with this. It's a power move, I'm telling you. The pale guy starts saying, "You," but gets cut off, and honestly, we get a close-up of him looking wrecked. Nagyunn squeezes his hand, saying it's fine, but it's super awkward and forced. No way this is fine. We get another close-up of the pale guy looking devastated, and you can see the struggle on his face. Nagyunn says they're still apprentice knights, but it's more of a desperate plea than a statement of fact. They're all standing there, looking stressed, and it's clear this situation is way more complicated than it seems. The pale guy stares at Nagyunn with a look that says it all, and honestly, this is getting intense. Nagyunn tells everyone to wait for her signal, but she needs half a year to prep. Talk about stalling! This dude, Chief Lauren, is straight up saying they took the bait, and he's clearly pleased about it. Lauren says they got some intel out of it, which is cool, but he's more excited about following the same path as someone. He's declaring he'll lead the way, and honestly, this feels like a trap, a big one. Someone asks if that's the sword, and the tension is building. I'm telling you, it's building. Lauren's looking at something off-panel, and you can see the determination in his eyes. He's staring at a massive castle, and it's clearly the place they're headed. No way this is going to be easy. Another close-up of Lauren, and he's thinking about someone. This dude has layers, for sure. Lauren's got a plan, and it involves getting closer to the source of the trouble, whatever that is. He's got a fire in his eyes, and it's clear he's ready to take on whatever comes next. Let's go. Nagyunn says his opponent was tough, but he's clearly hiding something. This dude is a pro at keeping secrets. He lets out a hollow laugh, then gets up and starts walking, all while clutching his bandaged arm. Someone asks if he plans on doing anything dangerous with that weapon. and Nagyunn just stares him down. Nagyunn's face is unreadable, but the tension is THK. He's definitely planning something big. We get a super close-up of his eyes, and honestly, they're terrifying. This isn't the Nagyunn we know. He's narrowing his gaze at something off-screen, and it's clear he's about to unleash hell. Nagyunn leaps forward, moving faster than the eye can see. Talk about a speed boost. Everyone shouts "Wild Dog" as he attacks, and it's absolute chaos. This is gonna be a brawl. 3 people are looking around frantically, asking where Nagyunn and the other fighter went. One of them yells, "Look below," and it's clear they've spotted something, and honestly, it looks bad. Someone asks who, as Nagyunn suddenly appears, grabbing a knight from behind. No way, this is intense. He taps the knight repeatedly, and the other knights are totally caught off guard by this sudden attack. Nagyunn throws the knight, and everyone shouts, "Whoa!" This dude is a whirlwind of motion. Turns out, Nagyunn's actions are straight up meant to provoke everyone in the room. The council meeting brings together those with the strongest sense of justice, and Laurent is right in the middle of it all. A few perceptive knights realize Laurent's intent. They see through his plan, and it's a bad sign. Nagyunn's face is full of malice, a chilling smile spreading across his lips. He's playing a dangerous game. He's basically saying if nothing is done, the knighthood will fall apart, just as he intends. Talk about a threat! He must be killed, someone declares, even if they have to bear the consequences themselves. Things are escalating fast. Laurent stands there, shrouded in shadow, as the knights discuss eliminating Nagyunn. Our boy is in serious danger. Nagyunn's about to get ambushed by Coral Parrot, but he knows it's coming and is playing it cool. He lets the attack happen, taking a hit to the shoulder. It looks painful, but he's calculating. Nagyunn explains that Coral Parrot's attack won't be seen as her doing, but as the knights. He's using this whole situation to make it look like the knights are the aggressors. Super sneaky. Nagyunn insists even a scratch is fine. He just needs to avoid a serious injury while glancing at his enemy. It's all about framing the attack, making the public believe the knights started it. This is messed up. But the plan is about more than just this fight. It's meant to further erode trust in the knights' order. He's going for the decisive blow. This dude is straight up trying to dismantle everything. Coral Parrot launches her attack, and Nagyunn meets her head on with his blade. A clash of wills. The attack lands, sending Coral Parrot flying. Nagyunn is playing a long game, and it's intense. Nagyunn's blade cuts through the air. It's a precise strike, and Coral Parrot's getting sliced. He's barely even looking at her, just a quick glance as he delivers the blow, so cold. But Nagyunn's not stopping there. He's outlining exactly what's happening, laying out his plan. He's making it crystal clear this isn't just a fight, it's a calculated move to expose the knights. Okay, so things are heating up. The Ember Knight, Nagyunn, is back in action, and it's intense. Our boy Nagyunn, along with his crew, are straight up cornered by other knights, and it looks like a fight is about to erupt. But wait, this other knight leaps in, swinging a massive blade. It's a chaotic scene in the middle of the city. Nagyunn is responding, jumping into the fray with a fierce look, and honestly, this dude is a whirlwind of red hair and fury. Civilians are freaking out, understandably. Knights brawling in public is not a good look, but no one seems to be able to stop it. Someone tries to help, offering to lead people to safety. But it's clear they're thinking about getting to the Council of Knights. However, Nagyunn's mysterious ally steps forward, offering to handle getting them access. Things are getting shady. Nagyunn is hesitant, worried it'll stir up too much trouble. But this ally is confident they can manage it. But this ally isn't playing around. They straight up say it'd be a shame if the council reacted aggressively. And it's a threat. The allies' eyes are cold, and their demeanor is intense, and Nagyunn is clearly getting a bad feeling about all this. Nagyunn's ally gives the order to turn the knights into something to be feared. It's a chilling request. And this ally wants the knights to die in the process. Even better. Seriously, this dude is ruthless. We see another knight getting absolutely demolished. No way, this fight is brutal. Nagyunn yells that he's too far away to help, but his apprentices are already on the move. Good job, Nagyunn says, and the ally gives a sinister smirk. They're clearly enjoying this chaos. A massive impact sends a knight flying penge, and then Selan K as they hit something hard. The battle gets even more intense as blades clash and sparks fly, and it's all happening so fast. This ally is relentless, slashing forward with a dark energy blade. It's a terrifying sight. Someone's getting absolutely wrecked, and their hand is throbbing with pain. Ouch, that looks awful. But the ally isn't stopping there. They're just continuing the assault, determined to make an example of these knights. Nagyunn leaps into action, but the ally unleashes a massive energy blast, cure avenge, and it's heading straight for him. One of Nagyunn's apprentices tries to intervene, bracing for the attack, but the ally already knows what's coming. The ally sends out another energy wave, and Nagyunn's apprentice is caught in the blast. It's an intermediate, advanced combat assessment, and it's brutal. Now, the ally unleashes everything they've got, sending a shockwave rippling through the town, and our boy is right in the center. Nagyunn is sent flying, crashing into buildings, but he's not giving up. He's gotta push through this. The ally appears above him, looking down with a chilling smirk. This dude is seriously enjoying all the destruction. The ally lashes out, and Nagyunn barely manages to block, but the force sends him reeling AR gauge, and honestly, it hurts just watching. Nagyunn's knocked into some metal bars with a Silang Kai, and he's clearly hurt, but he's still defiant, glaring up at his attacker. The ally stares back, face stoic, and is just watching. It's a power move, and it's super unsettling. This is getting intense. Nagyunn is on the ropes, but he's not backing down. However, this ally is a whole other level of ruthless. Nagyunn's lieutenant is laying down the law. The knight's reputation is on shaky ground, but they can handle it. But if that ally survives, the whole knight order is doomed, and this guy senses serious malice coming from him. He believes the knights will fall, especially in these times, but someone questions if that's just his opinion. Nagyunn admits it's subjective, but straight up says he didn't make the decision to target this ally lightly. He needs his team to take a look around. The city is in rough shape, and it's clearly a problem. Someone points out that if the knights are so powerful, why does crime still exist? It's a fair question, honestly. Nagyunn asks if they really need knights, and then tells them to just look at the damage around them. The lieutenant points to a crumbling building. It's a mess, but the point is being made. No way, this ally is still standing strong, but Nagyunn isn't backing down, and things are about to get real. Nagyunn is getting wrecked, but he's pushing through the pain. Our boy is a tank, seriously. Someone asks Nagyunn if he's still aiming to be a knight, which is a bold question considering everything. This dude just straight up gets stabbed with a weapon, and his ally is apologizing like it's no big deal. But Nagyunn's lieutenant is quick to point out no one is hurt, and the weapon is stuck. Weird. Nagyunn yanks the weapon out, and things get intense. He's clearly not pleased with this whole situation. Silence descends and it's super awkward. You can feel the tension building, honestly. A blonde man appears and asks for any last words for the knights, and the atmosphere is icy. An unseen speaker declares everything has an end, and it's a total mood killer. The blonde man believes the age of knights is fading, and that moment might be here now. He says their duty is to stand against that fall and shine until the very end. Talk about a speech. And honestly, that's a powerful message, even if things look bleak for our boy and the knights. Taemin spots something off in the distance and warns Nagyunn. Things are definitely not good. Nagyunn brushes it off, but Taemin is seriously concerned about the vibe, and we get it. They start walking, and Nagyunn receives a message about Najin. Talk about a bombshell. Nagyunn is shocked to hear Najin is working with the general, but he tries to stay calm. He starts walking faster, and the tension is building with every step. This is intense. Nagyunn's steps echo, and he's clearly processing this huge betrayal, but he keeps moving. They continue walking, but Taemin thinks this news isn't necessarily a disaster yet. Taemin reveals public opinion has already turned, and it's not in their favor. Yikes. Nagyunn admits he almost shouldn't even say this, but the situation is getting worse. However, Nagyunn realizes the headline is the real problem, and things are about to explode. Nagyunn is alone, staring out a window, and straight up confirms to himself he wasn't wrong about everything. Then Taemin bursts in, questioning if Nagyunn was using them all along. Talk about a tense moment? Nagyunn's back is to them, but he demands to know what they're actually trying to accomplish. Taemin is reeling, clearly suspecting Nagyunn is playing a very dangerous game, and honestly, we feel the betrayal. Okay, so Najin is suddenly zooming off, and Tur is straight up shocked, yelling what, but then decides to go after him. Tur announces he's checking on Najin, and honestly, it's a little too quick. Something feels off about this whole situation. The other guy, whose name is well, it doesn't matter, points out Najin's speed, and questions what Tur's really up to. They think Najin just wants reassurance, but the other dude doesn't trust Tur. He believes there's more to it than that. The guy explains Tur always has his own standards, which kinda makes sense, but still doesn't fully explain things. He wonders if Najin left to learn from him, But Tyr quickly shuts that down, saying Najin will be back soon. Cut to a rainy forest and Tyr is searching, but suddenly hears a sniffle. Something is clearly wrong. Tyr's getting closer to the sound, and then we hear a full-on wail. No way, this dude is heartbroken. He's trying to comfort Najin, telling him not to cry, but it's looking bleak, and honestly, super sad. Tyr's telling Najin to trust him, but it's kinda sus. Like, what's really going on here? Najin reveals his sister was super strong, and he doesn't need to carry things anymore, which is a choice. He insists his sister was way stronger than him, and he's trying to protect Tyr from getting hurt. It's sweet, honestly. But Najin straight up tells Tyr to stop bullying people, and remembers his sister always pushed him to do the right thing. She wanted him to hold his head high no matter what, and it's a total mood, even in this messed up situation. We get a glimpse of Najin looking off into the distance. He seems determined, but also super vulnerable. Suddenly, another cloaked figure shows up and accuses Najin of being Tyr. This is getting wild. The second cloaked figure is losing it, practically screaming that it's Tyr, and the tension is building. They both stare down Najin, and honestly, it's a little creepy. What are they planning? Najin steps forward to talk to them, but something tells me this isn't going to end well. Najin's all like, "You'll be fine just like I taught you." It's a weirdly detached thing to say, honestly. He walks away, and it's sudden, but he doesn't seem to care, just steadily putting one foot in front of the other. We get a flashback montage of Najin training someone. Looks like he's prepping them for something intense. It cuts to a close-up of the person he trained, and this dude looks unsettled, to say the least. Another close-up, and wow, this guy's face is a total mess of worry and anxiety. Something's off. Tyr grabs Najin's arm, asking where he's going, but Najin barely reacts. He's totally checked out. Tyr demands to know why Najin came back to Woodian, and then he slaps Najin. No way, that was out of nowhere. Najin is clutching his hand, and it looks like he's trying to control something. Or someone. He's staring off into the distance, and it's a super intense moment, like he's bracing for a fight. But it's quiet, and we just see them both standing there, and honestly, the silence is terrifying. Najin is straight up spiraling, saying anything he says is just an excuse. He helped a criminal organization, and it's eating him up. He thinks atonement is the only way to fix things, but Tyr disagrees, and he looks pissy. Tyr suddenly attacks Najin, a full-on flying kick to the face. No way, that was brutal. Najin goes flying, crashing through the street, and Tyr yells Taman. What does his name have to do with this? Najin scrambles to his feet, asking why first special class is even here, and starts tapping on something frantically. He's practically vibrating with tension, and we see more tapping. He's clearly trying to activate something. Whatever it is, it's working, because a dark shroud whips out and covers him. It's all very dramatic. Tyr's face is a mess of confusion and fear. He's staring at Najin like he's seen a ghost. Najin's all messed up, covered in sweat and tears. He's clearly struggling with something huge. He insists it's not just because of what happened, but the violence is definitely a piece of it. This is getting intense. Tyr's applying pressure, literally. He's trying to force information out of Najin, and things are getting rough. Everyone's thinking Najin is hiding something, and they suspect he's connected to the general. It's a wild theory. Tyr demands Najin talk, counting down from 3, and threatens to break his wrist. No chill at all. But before Tyr can even get to 2, a shadowy figure appears, and Najin's eyes widen in shock. Najin blurts out that Najin, the one who died, is still alive, and it's a total bombshell. Everyone is stunned, and someone points out the intense, lethal aura surrounding the figure. This is huge. They all realize they underestimated him, thinking he'd go down easily. But our boy is a survivor. Someone yells Nagyunn. It's chaotic and confusing, and they're questioning if Najin knew they were there all along. Tyr asks if Najin has ties with the general, and the tension is ratcheting up. This is a major reveal. Najin's eyes glow red, and he's straight up daring them to reach Own. This dude is not messing around. Someone realizes Najin can see things others can't, and it's a huge advantage against the knights. Apparently, the knights fight with rigid strategies, not adapting to opponents. They're predictable. This approach works because they have insane power, but it creates a blind spot. Najin can exploit it. Basically, the knights fight smart, not just strong, but Najin's perspective throws them off completely. The shadowy figure lays it all out. The knights are Najin's natural enemies. No way around it. He straight up tells Najin to run if he ever crosses paths with someone like him. That's ominous. Another figure, with wild hair, appears, and he's clearly this someone. The tension is insane. He declares he's the natural enemy, and the situation is a total mess. Our boy is stuck in the middle. This dude is holding the injured Najin, and it's clear Najin never wanted to fight the knights. Najin's finally admitting he didn't want any of this. But it's too late, and things are about to explode. The wild-haired dude attacks Najin with a crazy speed dash. It's a total surprise. Najin manages to block with a blade, but this guy is relentless and keeps coming. He disarms Najin and it looks beady. Our boy is cornered, no way out. But wait, the shadowy figure intervenes, stepping in front of Najin just in time. Okay, so our boy Taemin straight up explodes with energy, claiming he's totally fine now, like totally? But then someone starts knocking at the door, and the mood immediately shifts to super tense. We get a close-up of someone's eye, and you can tell this ain't good, bro. Something's definitely off. Taemin's clutching a piece of paper, and honestly, it looks like a memorial or something, and it's heartbreaking. This dude asks if his name is Taemin, then drops a bomb. Taemin's brother was a legendary knight. No way. Taemin is visibly shaken. It's clear this news hits him hard, and he's clearly struggling with something. We get another glimpse of Taemin, looking intense and determined, and it's clear he's got a mission. Someone is running full speed toward Taemin, and it's serious, like they're booking it. They yell Taemin's name, but also tell him to double wait, which makes zero sense, and is honestly frustrating. The scene cuts to the logo, but we're left hanging. Like, what's going on? This cliffhanger is killing me. Okay, so Taemin's got a visitor. Someone with blonde hair and intense eyes is rushing at him. Suddenly, a flash of light blinds everyone, and it's total chaos. What just happened? We get another close-up of the blonde dude, and he's clearly a skilled fighter, assessing the situation. This dude is all up in Taemin's space, but Taemin is surprisingly holding his own, even if it's a struggle. Someone yells about wasting time, and Taemin responds with a simple no. The tension is insane. Now we see another person, this one with pink hair, and their gaze is absolutely terrifying, bro. The pink-haired person apparently saw everything, and is impressed by Taemin's quick thinking. The scene shifts to show everyone standing in a deserted street, and it's super ominous. What's the plan? Taemin is holding his sword, and he's ready for a fight, but it feels like he's walking into a trap. But honestly, it's clear Taemin has a lot more going on than meets the eye, and this is about to get real. Someone's questioning if this blonde dude is struggling to find the right angle. But it's way more than that. Turns out, communication is one-sided. This dude is getting info, but no one's hearing back from him. Someone thinks Taemin isn't messing around, and honestly, they are so right. This is serious. The blonde dude starts talking, claiming someone gives up too easily, but it's a low blow for real. But the other guy snaps back, demanding to know if he realizes what she's been through, and it's intense. He accuses this dude of not understanding anything, and the tension is building. This is about to explode. A new guy with pink hair shows up, and his glare could cut steel, bro. This is getting crowded. With a whoosh of wind, he declares he's Taemin, first special class, and straight up announces he's taking someone down. And then, he unleashes a massive attack, and it looks like our boy is in trouble. However, it's clear this isn't a random attack. Taemin is setting the stage for something huge. Taemin declares they're winning, but honestly, his expression is kinda terrifying right now. He's fixated on someone's behavior, and it's clear he's seeing something the others aren't. The pink-haired dude asks if he's always been this emotional, and it's a pointed question. Taemin cuts him off, and then lays out a harsh truth. Someone gives up way too easily. But the blonde dude fires back, demanding if they even realize what she's been through, and it's a total explosion. He accuses them of not understanding anything, claiming they don't know the half of it, and the tension is insane. The blonde dude's face is all intense, and he's straight up saying he understands everything. However, Taemin just stares back, a creepy smirk playing on his lips. This is a power move. He's not backing down, and honestly, this dude is about to unleash something serious. The pink-haired dude's eyes narrow, and he's clearly not impressed. This standoff is getting real. Our boy confidently declares he can block the attack, and then, Silang, the swords collide. He spins around, trying to gain some distance, but Taemin is already moving in for another strike. Taemin's blade comes down, and honestly, it looks like it's gonna slice right through him. No way. But he somehow manages to twist away, narrowly avoiding the blow, and it's a seriously close call. He launches a counterattack, a spring-loaded move, but Taemin doesn't even flinch, which is kinda unsettling. This dude is straight up saying Taemin didn't even react, even though he used a totally absurd move. Taman retaliates with a devastating strike, sending him flying backwards. Ouch! He's sent crashing into something, and it looks like he's seriously hurt. This is bad. Taman steps closer, sword still raised, and his expression is absolutely chilling. What's he planning? Another salank as Taman's blade meets resistance, but our boy is clearly on the defensive now. Taman reveals he's after the key piece of the puzzle, and our boy has no idea what he's talking about. He claims he doesn't know anything, but then admits Taman is stronger than regular people, but weaker than knights. This dude is confused, asking why Taman thinks he's a match for the knights, but Taman just says it's a little different. Taman steps closer, and bro is clearly getting more and more tense. This is a power move. He grips his blade tightly, and you can tell something's about to go down. The tension is insane. Wait, is that blood? He's suddenly bleeding from his eye, and it's a total mystery. The blood keeps trickling, and Taman's eyes widen in shock. What is even happening right now? Taman demands to know why he's bleeding, but none of his attacks even landed. This is getting creepy. A close-up of Taman's eye reveals a sinister red glow, and honestly, it's super unsettling. Something is seriously wrong, and it looks like our boy isn't just injured. He's cursed or something. Taman straight up attacks, but our boy deflects with ease. He's still hiding something. He demands answers, but Taman just laughs and says he's playing a dangerous game. The bleeding intensifies, and this dude realizes it's not a normal wound. It's spreading like a curse. He tries to hide it, but Taman sees the black veins crawling across his face, and now he knows something is seriously off. Okay, so our boy Tur is laying down some serious truth bombs right now. He's explaining why the knights are so clueless. It's all because of the sudden power they've gotten. Basically, when you can solve everything with brute force, your brain just kinda checks out. Tur continues, saying it's natural for their thinking to get dulled with all that strength, which is kinda savage. He points out that despite their dulled minds, they still manage to succeed, and then asks if the listener understands. But then this other dude who looks kinda shadowy straight up yells T-Wire. Total surprise attack. Tyre's clearly shocked by the outburst, looking completely taken aback. The shadowy dude keeps going, revealing that Tyr is the perfect counter to the knights. Someone else is listening in, glancing over with a confused expression, like wait, what's going on? And finally, the shadowy dude turns to this person, questioning what they just heard. It's a cliffhanger. The shadowy dude is laying it all out. Tyr didn't even hit him, and Nagyunn almost died? But Tyr insists he wasn't using his full power, and honestly, he's not wrong. Someone points out he swung so hard he snapped the blade. This dude is a monster. Tyr defends himself, saying it could have been deadly for someone else, and it's true. He wasn't lying about his strength, and the other guy confirms it, staring at the broken sword. Suddenly, the pink-haired guy moves, and it looks like he's about to attack Tyr. No way! He uses some kind of speed technique, and the blade flashes toward Tyr's neck. However, Tyr anticipates the attack, using excessive force to deflect it. The impact sends Tyr flying, crashing straight through a bunch of stuff. Talk about overkill? Everyone's shocked, even if he's a trainee. That was way too much power for a civilian. Tyr's questioning Nagyunn about why he's pushing himself so hard, and bro is clearly hiding something. Nagyunn straight up collapses and Tyr's worried. This isn't looking good for our boy. Someone asks if Nagyunn has a sister, and Tyr immediately gets defensive. Is she overprotective? Tyr's freaking out about a sister, but then the ground starts shaking like an earthquake. Everything's crumbling around them, and the pink-haired guy yells at Tyr to calm down. Chaos! Someone realizes Najin seems connected to the general somehow, and now everyone's suspicious. They're all wondering if Tyr's telling the truth, and honestly, we're right there with them. Tyr's staring out at something looking intense. What is he seeing? He's looking at a building, and it's giving off major vibes, like something bad happened there. Nagyunn's lost in thought, staring at the same building. This is where it all started, isn't it? Nagyunn's furious he's been left behind. He's screaming for Tyr to wait up, but Tyr's already booking it. Tyr's running full speed, and Nagyunn is desperately trying to keep pace. This dude is not giving up. Nagyunn leaps, trying to catch up, and Tyr uses his blade to absorb the impact of the jump. Clever. He grabs the blade, yanking on it, and starts spinning Nagyunn around like a top. What is happening? Tyr's explaining the blade can store energy, and then release it through the handle. It's a power move. The energy releases with a massive thump, sending Nagyunn flying. Ouch, that looked painful. Nagyunn's struggling to get up, and Tyr's telling him they need to talk later. Serious vibes here. A tear rolls down Nagyunn's face as he whispers Tyr. This is getting emotional, y'all. Ter's completely lost for words. Something's definitely up with this guy. But honestly, this whole situation is a mess, and we need answers ASAP. Tears suddenly holding Nagyunn, and it's intense. He's whispering something, but it's cut short. No way, Ter just slides under a door. It's a super smooth, almost creepy move. He's hauling Nagyunn along, but our boy is clearly confused, glancing back at something. Ter yells Kamelsha, and straight up sprints. He's moving fast, and Nagyunn's struggling. Nagyunn spots a cat, and his eyes widen. Wait, what does a cat have to do with any of this? But then Nagyunn's launched forward, tumbling through the air. That was a rough landing. He crashes into a building, and it sounds painful, but he's clutching something tightly. Tears telling him they're too slow. Whatever they're chasing is seriously speedy. Nagyunn's completely lost, yelling huh. He has no idea what just happened. He's asking what that was, and honestly, same question, bro, same question. Nagyunn's processing everything, remembering someone said he'd be a good match for knights. Talk about a weird flex. Tyre straight up blames Nagyunn for whatever's happening, saying he should have known better. Rude. But wait, Ter reveals he warned Nagyunn about all this, which is convenient, to say the least. Ter and a blonde dude are overlooking someone, and it looks like they're planning something shady. They're dragging someone along, and it's clearly not consensual. This is getting intense. Everything's blurred, but it seems like they're near water, and whatever's happening is seriously messed up. Okay, so our boy is totally cornered. A mysterious figure is closing in fast, and he looks pissed. He's facing off against another guy, but honestly, this dude is about to get wrecked, just saying. No way, someone just gets straight up scudded from behind. Talk about a sneak attack. Our boy is down, but he's not out, and he's still trying to figure out what's going on. A close-up reveals his eyes are changing, and it's kinda creepy. Something is definitely different about him. He's demanding answers, and you can tell he's not in the mood for games right now. But wait, the other guy is all? You'd better have a good explanation? Like he's not the one who just attacked. And honestly, the tension is building so fast. It's like a powder keg right now. He asks by any chance, and it's clear he's starting to piece things together, and it's AG. He's confronting the other guy, and the look on his face says it all. This is about to get real. He's laying it all out. He'll tell them the whole truth, but it involves elephant. What is going on? Wait, a flashback. We see the guy with blonde hair and red eyes. He's definitely connected to all this. Okay, so our boy and his friend are both totally shocked, like they can't believe what they're hearing. He's revealing that he's just paying back a debt to the general, but honestly, it sounds way more complicated than that. But hold up, his friend is demanding to know Ducat made him decide to do all this, and you can feel the tension building. This dude is seriously upset, and for good reason, because this whole thing feels like a massive betrayal. He's demanding to know why, and you can tell our boy is about to drop a bomb of information. And now another flashback. This blonde dude is straight up terrifying, and it's clear he's a major player. He's still reeling from the revelation, trying to process how everything connects, and it's a lot to take in. But the blonde dude is just staring him down, and the silence is deafening. This is a seriously intense standoff. They're walking through the desert, and the blonde dude is seriously questioning if Nagyunn, or Najin, is telling the truth. The crunch of footsteps mixes with the blonde dude's suspicion. He's not buying this whole stopping the war story. He straight up demands they don't delay the supplies any longer, and you can tell he's getting impatient. And then, bam, he's sprinting towards something, leaving the other two in the dust. What's going on? The blonde dude asks what Cat thinks, and his friend is clearly skeptical of Najin's motives. His friend admits he can't tell if Najin is being genuine, but strangely finds the unbelievable story convincing. The blonde dude declares he's going along to keep an eye on Najin, suspecting he's taking advantage of Tyre's naivete. But his friend insists Najin didn't seem like he was manipulating anyone, and things get tense. The blonde dude turns away, clearly lost in thought. He's processing everything, and it's intense. He's staring out at the desert, and honestly, this whole situation is just dripping with suspicion. Okay, so Nagyunn is recalling how his previous owner, his dad, used Sarangni on him, and it's a total mind trip. He's wondering if Taman's family is behind it all, and it's clear this revelation is hitting him hard. He straight up accuses someone of using Sarangni on him, and things get super tense, super fast. The blonde dude, who's been quiet for a minute, reveals he intentionally mixed in those movements. He's playing 4D chess? He claims it was to see if his opponent could figure out the weapon's ability. But honestly, it sounds like a gamble. The red-haired dude confirms it worked, and that's why he was defeated. Wow, this is getting complex. He thinks they might have someone like him on their side. And it's a total game changer. Nagyunn asks if Taemin is like him, and the red-haired dude just smiles, creepy. The blonde dude asks what their relationship is. You can feel the suspicion radiating off him. They're both staring at each other, and it's clear this whole situation is about to explode. Nagyunn suddenly getting touched on the arm, by the blonde dude, no less, and he's not thrilled. The blonde dude asks about his hair, saying it looks better neat, then straight up accuses him of copying Najin. Talk about a mood swing. Nagyunn smacks the blonde dude's hand away, and is not amused. This dude is pushing his buttons. He insists that the people around you matter, but Nagyunn is clearly not buying it, and is starting to suspect a setup. Nagyunn is spiraling, wondering why everyone is getting dragged into this mess, and honestly, same. The blonde dude doesn't care and asks if the problem is with him. Rude. He's totally deflecting. The red-haired dude finally speaks up, shouting that the blonde dude doesn't even know why he's upset. And then, out of nowhere, the red-haired dude starts vanishing, like disappearing into thin air. No way! Nagyunn's trying to grab him, but it's too late. The red-haired dude is gone, and everything is chaos. Our boy is left reeling, completely bewildered, and you can tell this is only the beginning of something huge. Nagyunn claims he meant sister. Smooth recovery, bro, and they finally arrive at their destination. He guesses the others are starving, but then the red-haired dude just yells that he's hungry. No chill. Everyone's staring at this dude, wondering what's up with his outburst. It's seriously awkward. They think Nagyunn met Tyr, and are questioning if that's why he's acting so weird. But honestly, he's just annoyed. The red-haired dude is convinced someone snuck off to eat without him and threatens to kill them. This guy is wild. He's clutching at the stone structures, and you can see his desperation. He's really fixated on food. Nagyunn tells him to knock and jump, and the blonde dude just stares. What is happening right now? The red-haired dude dashes off, and the blonde dude demands to know why Nagyunn took so long. Nagyunn's tapping his head, claiming he thought he was going to die. This dude is a drama queen. A close-up on the red-haired dude's eyes. They're glowing blue, and it's giving off major creepy vibes. The blonde dude straight up reveals someone was here before them, like a long time ago. He's staring off into the distance, and it's clear he's talking about more than just this place. Nagyunn is totally confused by this revelation. What is this dude even implying? But the story ends on a cliffhanger, because of course it does. TLB can't yet. Okay, so our boy is straight up suggesting they just force their way through whatever's happening, which is bold. But the white-haired dude isn't having it, pointing out with war brewing and a general invading, who protects everyone if they're locked down. This dude is all about defending the continent and its people, and honestly, that's his idea of justice, which is kinda awesome. He's ready to protect that justice, even if it means going against orders, and is laying down the law. Someone else is questioning why they're just sitting around when action is needed, and if inaction leads to civil war, yikes. It seems the foundation of knighthood is already shaky, and this dude is starting to realize things aren't what they seem. He's hitting a major paradox. You need to trust the knights to keep the system going. But is that even possible? He thinks the whole system relies on individual heroism, and that maybe real reform isn't even an option. Dark stuff. However, he's clear that, from a knight's perspective, there's no easy way out of this mess, no matter what. So now he's asking the big question, who will actually find a way forward when everything's falling apart? Okay, so it turns out Najin is seriously injured, and someone is desperately calling for him. Everyone's scrambling, trying to figure out where Miyusa is, but it's total chaos right now. This dude with the wild hair is straight up losing it, demanding to know where Miyusa disappeared to. Someone pulls a sword, but it's all happening so fast. No way this is going to end well. And just like that, the sword connects, and this dude goes flying. Seriously, he's down, but the blonde guy is still on edge, scanning the area like he expects another attack. But wait, it looks like someone is trying to sneak up on him. What is happening? He's trying to defend himself, but it's a total mess, and everyone is getting confused. Oh no, the blonde dude is hit, and everyone is freaking out, yelling for Najin and Miyusa. It's a disaster. People are injured, missing, and everyone is completely lost and panicked. Najin's getting warned to duck, and someone leaps forward with a sword. It's all happening so fast. This dude tries a side slash, but a force field suddenly appears, deflecting the attack. What? The sword swings again, and it's a super fast swish. But the force field holds strong, absorbing the blow. The force field explodes with a massive osage and a burst of light, pushing everyone back. Lawson is standing there, looking totally unfazed, but our boy with the wild hair is getting tossed around. He's staggering, clearly hurt, and everyone is covered in dust and debris. This battle is intense. Lawson's just standing there, looking down at the chaos, and honestly, he looks kinda annoyed. But wait, someone is still moving. That injured dude is getting back on his feet, ready to fight again. He's clearly wounded, but he's pushing through the pain, determined to keep going. Bro is resilient. Lawson's face is unreadable, but you can tell he's sizing up his opponent, preparing for another clash. Lawson straight up declares he only wants Najin, and this dude is now playing around. Someone's trying to warn Lawson, but he's already focused on his target. Talk about intense? He's lunging with a sword, aiming for the injured blonde, but Musa jumps in to protect him. Lawson clenches his fist, looking furious. He's not happy Musa interfered, and honestly, we don't blame him. Mayusa is getting absolutely wrecked, but she's still trying to shield the blonde from Lawson's attacks. The blonde is shouting at Musa to stop, but she won't listen. She's risking everything for him. Lawson demands they surrender, insisting they have no chance against him. So cocky. The blonde pleads for their lives, but Lawson's not hearing it. This is getting desperate. Mayusa yells at the blonde to shut up, clearly trying to protect him, but it's a chaotic mess. Lawson explains they have no other option. They need to get out of there, and fast. No way this ends well. Lawson's questioning if the attack came from someone inside. Things are getting seriously suspicious. He asks if everything was okay with the blonde, and Yuso insists he's fine, but she seems worried. The red-haired kid asks Najin if he thinks someone is following them. Our boy is clearly on edge. The blonde yells, "Is it possible?" as he spots something in the distance. This is where it gets wild. Najin admits his visibility is limited, but he's trying to push through and figure out what's happening. The blonde bursts forward with a whoosh sound. He's moving fast, but towards what? He's confronting whoever's out there, and Najin is right behind him. It's a tense standoff. Lawson asks if they're sure about going forward, reminding them there's no turning back. No pressure, right? He lays it out, they only get one chance, and if they go, they can't work back. This is a one-way trip. The blonde is silent, considering the risks, but Lawson demands to know if he still wants to proceed. Talk about a cliffhanger. The blonde straight up declares he fully understands how loyal this other guy is. Talk about a weird flex. But before anyone can process that, the blonde attacks with dragon martial arts. It's sudden and brutal. The guy yells "Ooh" as he's hit, and the blonde doesn't hold back, immediately following up with another attack. He's kicking the downed guy, and Lawson looks genuinely shocked. This is a whole new level of aggression. Lawson asks what's going on, but the blonde doesn't answer, just keeps attacking. This dude is a menace. He's relentlessly pummeling the guy, and honestly, this dude had it coming, but it's still intense. The blonde finally stops breathing heavily, and Lawson is left speechless. What just happened? Lawson demands to know what his intention was, and the blonde just coldly says he'll treat him with the respect he deserves. However, the downed guy is still alive, and Lawson is clearly questioning all of this. It's a mess. The blonde just stares down at the guy, and Lawson is left with a confused. Our boy is wilding out. This dude is unleashing a flurry of attacks, blasting energy beams everywhere. It's a straight-up aerial assault. He lands, stomping the ground with a tap, and then declares he's Knight Jade Green Cat Tanchirin. Talk about a dramatic entrance. But instead of fighting, he just confidently announces his qualifications. No way is he worried at all. However, it turns out he was just showing off, because he's now moving at incredible speed to intercept the real threat. This dude, Balor, is looking all brooding and intense. Seriously, the vibes are immaculate. He's standing in a forest clearing, and someone is calling out to him, demanding a word. Balor is getting asked to teach the dragon martial arts, but he's side-eyeing whoever asked. A bird flies overhead, creating a wind rush, and honestly, it's a little distracting. Balor's getting a close-up, and you can tell he's about to drop some serious truth bombs. He points out that both he and Asadun could almost copy the dragon martial arts, but their attempts were weak. Balor's hearing that Asadun is dead, and he's asking why this person needs his help now. The bird chirps and Balor gets the full story. Asadun is gone, so he needs to perfect the arts. Balor's face is all dark and stormy. This is where things get real, I can feel it. He's clearly processing this news, and something tells me this won't end well for whoever killed Asadun. Baylor straight up agrees to the deal, kill whoever took out Asadun, and he'll teach the dragon martial arts. The little bird confirms the deal, then flinches. Something's definitely up with this tiny negotiator. Baylor is walking away, muttering about always being stuck with the dirty work, and honestly, we feel him. The bird takes flight and Baylor looks up, but it's a distraction. He's clearly planning something big. He's remembering Asadun, and it's clear these two had a complicated history, but Baylor is determined. Baylor is making a promise to avenge Asadun, and you know our boy doesn't make empty threats. He's thinking about the person who killed Asadun, and it's safe to say they've made a powerful enemy. Baylor's fully focused now, declaring he's going to hunt them down. No way they're escaping him. The bird lands on his shoulder, and Baylor is completely resolute. This duo is about to cause chaos. He's determined to find the killer, and honestly, this dude is radiating pure vengeance. Baylor thinks taking out grubby little things is easy, but the real challenge is someone immune to his powers. He's been preparing carefully for this fight, but honestly, he's hoping Myrang handles the heavy lifting. Baylor wants Myrang to kill Najin, and it's a little unsettling how casually he says it. He's brooding, looking all intense, and it's clear Najin is a serious thorn in his side. We get the title card, the Ember Knight, and a glimpse of a dragon. This story is getting epic. Baylor is declaring the final condition of victory is to kill Najin. No messing around here. Someone is questioning why the Dokebi is so obsessed with this boy, and it's a legit mystery. Baylor is definitely hiding something, and that stare is sending chills. This dude is up to no good. He's thinking about Myrang, and it's clear he's counting on her to finish this job. Baylor is determined to make this happen, and we know he'll stop at nothing to get his revenge. Najin is remembering a time when he believed his brother's fear would protect them. Talk about a flashback. He's getting absolutely demolished, but still tries to stand firm and focus on the battle at hand. Someone else gets attacked, and Najin's all, "Did that hurt? Bro, are you serious right now?" The injured person insists they're fine, but Najin and the other guy are clearly not okay with what's happening. Najin thinks they should just see this as a good thing, but honestly, it's a wild way to cope with a beatdown. Suddenly, a sword swings down, and it looks like someone's about to intervene in the fight. It's a familiar face, and he's yelling about dragon martial arts destroying dragon. What does that even mean? Najin's eyes are glowing red, and he's straight up threatening whoever's about to mess with him. He's warning them to step back, and we're left hanging on what happens next. This is intense. Our boy is unleashing some serious power, and it's clear this fight is about to get a whole lot crazier. Okay, so Najin's crew realizes everyone's targeting him, and they decide to use that to their advantage. They want to bait their enemies, hoping to make their attacks more predictable. It's a risky play, but kinda smart. Suddenly, this dude launches himself at Najin, and it's a full-on aerial assault. No way! Najin dodges, and the attacker slides across the ground, but another enemy is already springing toward them. This is chaos! Najin's spinning, deflecting attacks, and honestly, it's a whirlwind of blades. He's moving so fast, creating these crazy wind gusts. This dude is seriously powerful. Najin's got one enemy pinned, but another is closing in fast, and it looks like a grapple. He's crouching down, bracing for impact, while the other guy is right on top of him. Talk about intense! They're locked in a stalemate, glaring at each other, and you can feel the tension building. But then Najin breaks the hold, and it's clear he's about to unleash even more power. This is gonna be good. Mayusa reveals the skill Nagyunn valued most was assessing opponents' abilities. Talk about a crucial talent. Someone's questioning if Nagyunn is protecting Najin, and honestly, it's a valid point. Another voice cuts in, declaring the general is incredibly strong, and everyone's starting to feel the pressure. But the crew thinks with the knights and Najin, they stand a chance. They're building a strategy. Mayusa believes they have a shot, but then he sees something through the swirling sandstorm. Uh-oh. Whatever it is, it shouldn't exist, and Nagyunn straight up knows the tides have turned. He's freaking out, yelling no, as fear grips him, and it's clear this is bad news. Then, this other dude appears, glaring with one intense eye. This is a power move. He declares he'll change his approach, and it sounds like things are about to get even more intense. He's unleashing dragon martial arts, slaying dragon. That sounds ominous, and honestly, we're here for it. This dude launches an instant flash formless strike. A slash that cuts straight through the desert. But the general doesn't even flinch. Mayusa's observations reveal the attack was expected. Mayusa realizes the general's precision is exceptional. He anticipated the attack and prepared a counter. Okay, so someone's been spilling the tea. They heard our boy Myrang is giving up his sword. No way! This creepy Reaper dude shows up, straight up telling Myrang he's heard about the decision to lay down his blade. The Reaper's all sad, saying Myrang could have been a trusted sword for the king. But Myrang isn't having it. Myrang declares he'd rather not be a broken sword, which is a mood, honestly, but things are about to get real. The Reaper says everything Myrang did was for the country, but Myrang calls him out. Whose country exactly? He questions whether it's for the king or the Dokebi, and says he has no intention of fighting for a Dokebi nation. The Reaper asks why Myrang won't just change things himself, but our boy says he's just not built for that kind of ambition. Myrang dramatically turns away, saying his ambitions aren't grand enough to wield a sword for such lofty ideals. What a mood! The Reaper's all what a pity, and asks what Myrang will do with his sword, and the tension is building. Myrang just says who knows, then starts testing the blade, hinting he's got something else in mind, and honestly, it's kinda ominous. Okay, so Myrang's sword is suddenly whipping around like crazy and a massive sandstorm kicks up. It's intense. The wind is howling and this dude's sword is slicing through the storm itself, creating a path. No way. He's moving so fast, it's like he's teleporting, and that Reaper is looking seriously confused. Myrang stops right in front of the Reaper, but instead of attacking, he says they're going back in time. He's rewinding to the moment the sandstorm was about to tear itself apart. What is this power? The Reaper's eyes widen, and you can tell he's realizing Myrang wasn't just giving up his sword. He was planning this. Myrang suddenly got this crazy aura around him, and the Reaper looks genuinely scared. This is a power-up. The Reaper asks what Myrang is doing, but Myrang just stares him down, looking totally unhinged. The sandstorm explodes with energy, and Myrang's sword is glowing. It's straight up blinding. Then, everything goes white, and we're left with the sound of a massive shockwave. Oh, this is gonna be good. Mayusa's screaming, and just before that, Nagyunn's reading the Reaper's expression. He senses an attack. But Nagyunn doesn't have time to figure out where it's coming from. It's happening way too fast. The Reaper's boot comes crashing down, but Nagyunn activates a Juomni just in time. No way! He's launching himself forward, dodging the attack with insane speed, and the Reaper is getting wrecked. Nagyunn slicing and dicing, leaving the Reaper totally off balance. This dude is a whirlwind. He's continuing his assault, leaping through the air, and the Reaper is desperately trying to defend. Nagyunn lands a blow, but the Reaper manages to block. However, his arm is clearly injured. The Reaper tries to retaliate, swinging his weapon, but Nagyunn dodges and counters with a powerful strike. Nagyunn's arm gets sliced, but he's pushing through the pain. Our boy is relentless. He's refusing to fall, pushing forward despite the injury, and honestly, this is epic. Nagyunn gives Mayusa just enough time to raise Otriguni. He's planning something big. He leaps forward, sword raised, but the Reaper intercepts. Clang! It's a straight-up clash of titans. The Reaper's blade slices through the air, and Nagyunn barely manages to block, but his coat is torn to shreds. The Reaper is confused, wondering what just happened. He didn't expect Nagyunn to survive that. Nagyunn's still standing, though, and he's declaring he got lucky. But he's clearly injured, bro. He's pushing through the pain, swinging his sword again, but the Reaper parries. This fight is intense. The Reaper's blade cuts through Nagyunn's arm, but he doesn't even flinch. Our boy is a beast. Nagyunn grabs the Reaper's weapon with his bare hands, and for a second, it looks like he might win. But the Reaper pulls his sword back, slicing through Nagyunn's hand. Ouch, that's gotta hurt. The Reaper taps Nagyunn on the head. Talk about a power move. And Nagyunn screams for help. Nagyunn's eyes are glowing red. No way, this dude is seriously losing it. He's declaring luck doesn't strike twice, but it's clear he's pushing himself way too hard. Suddenly, he's thrusting his sword forward. It's a desperate attack, but the Reaper deflects it. Nagyunn explains courage isn't about not being afraid, but facing fear. Deep stuff, bro. We get a close-up of the Reaper's eye, and it's showing a reflection of the fallen knight. Creepy. The Reaper's declaring Nagyunn is the most courageous of them all, but what does he want? Nagyunn's head is hanging low, clearly exhausted, but he's staring down at someone on the ground. He's saying he hates this, and then, badump, a heartbeat. What's going on? Nagyunn's looking down at a broken sword and a crumbling structure. This is bad, really bad. A mysterious figure with long hair is smirking in the trees. And honestly, this is a setup. This dude, Otriguni, is straight up introducing himself, and Nagyunn's reeling, barely able to process it. He tries to speak, but Ashurguni cuts him off, saying he probably didn't understand a thing. Ashurguni's gonna explain things his way. It's a threat, not an offer, and our boy knows it. He declares luck doesn't strike twice, then immediately starts digging his own grave with a full-on attack. Nagyunn swings, but Ashurguni casually blocks it. This dude is seriously toying with him. Ashurguni's blade comes down, and Nagyunn's bracing for impact, but it doesn't quite land as expected. The force of the blow sends Nagyunn flying. He's crashing through everything, and it's brutal. He slams into something hard, and a massive crater forms around him. No way that didn't hurt. Nagyunn's down, and Ashurguni's standing over him. The power imbalance is insane. Ashurguni's standing over him, and it's clear this isn't just a fight. It's a statement. Ashurguni's casually explaining how Najin was weak and unworthy. Talk about a smack talk session. But he's not just bragging. He reveals he killed Najin himself, straight up admitting it. Okay, so our boy Nagyunn is facing off against someone huge, and things are getting intense. You can tell he's already wounded. The fight explodes. Nagyunn is dodging attacks left and right, but there's another fighter joining the fray. Nagyunn's eyes are straight up glowing red. He's clearly unleashing some serious power, but it looks like it's taking a toll. He's focusing all his energy into his gaze, and it's terrifying, like a full-on power-up is happening right now. The enemy's weapon is getting shattered into pieces. No way! Nagyunn is dismantling him with just his eyes. Suddenly, a huge blue energy blast erupts, and Nagyunn is sent flying backwards, completely wrecked. He's lying there, barely conscious, and someone, or something, is calling out a name: Ashurguni. The title card hits, the Ember Knight. This dude's story is gonna be epic, trust me. Someone is explaining that the key to winning isn't just speed, but how quickly you can think in a crisis. They say it's about making the right call, faster than anyone else, and acting on it immediately. This enemy straight up claims he summoned Nagyunn for a reason. To make him his own. What? Nagyunn doesn't even hesitate. He's like, time for this? And activates some kind of power. He's unleashing something massive, and it looks like he's pushing his body to the absolute limit. The enemy thinks Nagyunn stopped time, but Nagyunn corrects him. He's entered a realm beyond reality itself. He explains it's like stretching consciousness infinitely, unbound by the laws of nature, and warns him to mind his tongue. Nagyunn raises a hand, pointing, and declares he's lived lifetimes beyond this guy's understanding. Nagyunn is clearly messing with this dude's head, and he's starting to question everything. But the enemy is still confused, and Nagyunn just smirks like he's totally in control of the situation. Nagyunn is flexing on him, and honestly, this dude had it coming. The enemy's about to get wrecked, and it's looking like this power-up is gonna change everything. Nagyunn's pushing this power even further, and a strange helmet-like object starts forming in front of him. The enemy is getting torn apart piece by piece, but Nagyunn suddenly stops the attack. Wait, what? He tells the enemy to go ahead, to do what he was going to do, but then immediately says, no, I'll do it later. What is happening? Nagyunn reveals the helmet is actually a him, his consciousness separated from his body, and it can be summoned at will. This dude is straight up controlling his own spirit, and the enemy is losing his mind trying to figure it out. Nagyunn casually tells him to just call out in his mind, and the helmet self-responds instantly. So convenient. The helmet self-reforms floating there, and Nagyunn is looking intensely at the enemy, like he's about to drop a bomb. The enemy demands to know how to return to his body, but Nagyunn's response is super simple: close your eyes and focus. Nagyunn is left standing there shrouded in darkness, while the helmet self fades away. So mysterious? Our boy is really playing the long game, and I have a feeling this is just the beginning of something huge. The enemy swings his sword, thinking he's got an opening, but Nagyunn just casually sidesteps, like it's nothing. No way. Nagyunn straight up slices through the enemy's sword, shattering it into pieces with one clean swing. The enemy is sent flying backwards, crashing into the ground, and it looks rough. He slams into the earth, creating a huge crater, and everything goes silent for a beat. Suddenly, a ghostly blue figure appears, hovering above the wreckage. It's the helmet self again. The helmet self is just there, floating, observing the downed enemy, and it's honestly kinda creepy. The enemy, barely conscious, notices a trickle of blood running down Nagyunn's face. He's actually injured. He thinks he's found a weakness, a chink in the armor, but that's a huge mistake. Nagyunn moves with lightning speed, his sword flashing, and the enemy barely registers what's happening. He slices right through the enemy, and honestly, it's brutal. This dude didn't see that coming. Nagyun's eyes glow red, and he's clearly channeling something intense. It's kinda scary, honestly. He declares something is coming, and the enemy leader whirls around, sensing danger. But where? Nagyunn unleashes a massive wave of energy, sending the enemy leader flying backwards in a fubble-ish. The enemy leader shouts it's coming from the left, but Nagyunn's already anticipating his move. Nagyunn raises his hand, and it looks like he's about to unleash another attack. It's coming from behind. The enemy leader realizes his mistake way too late, and it's clear he's outmatched. No way. Nagyunn's eyes glow red again, and he says next is, this dude is straight up terrifying. He's fully locked in now, and it looks like he's about to finish this fight once and for all. The enemy leader tries to brace himself, but it's too late. Nagyunn is coming for him. Nagyunn's got a determined look, and you know this is going to be a brutal finish. Our boy doesn't mess around. Nagyunn keeps slicing and dicing, and honestly, the enemy leader is just trying to survive at this point. He manages to block a swing, but Nagyunn's already predicting his next move. This dude is too good. Nagyunn slides forward, pressing his advantage, and the enemy leader's face is getting wrecked. Ouch! He taps the enemy leader with his sword. A tiny little touch, but it's enough to send him reeling. Nagyunn unleashes another blast of energy, and it's a direct hit. The enemy leader's getting blown away. The energy continues to explode, pushing the enemy leader further and further back. No way he can recover. Another blast, and this time the enemy leader goes flying, straight into the dirt. It's brutal. Nagyunn lets out a sigh of relief, but he's still focused. He's not letting his guard down yet. The energy dissipates and everything goes quiet, but then, a pinging sound. What was that? The enemy leader is down, but Nagyunn's looking up, and it's clear something else is about to happen. It's an opening. Nagyunn digs his foot into the ground, gaining leverage. He's ready to pounce. The enemy leader thinks he's safe, but Nagyunn leaps forward with incredible speed. No escape. Nagyunn lands a solid hit, and the enemy leader's helmet cracks. That's gotta sting, bro. Nagyunn's relentless, and the enemy leader is completely overwhelmed, and honestly, he deserves it. This dude is straight up getting his arm grabbed mid-swing. No way he saw that coming. He's trash talking his opponent, saying he should have committed to the attack. Talk about confidence? But his opponent isn't fazed. He's clearly sizing up our boy's abilities and weaknesses. Whoa, a close-up? He's got that intense, focused look in his eyes, it's kinda scary. And just like that, a sword slices through the air. The speed of this fight is insane. He's analyzing the situation, realizing his right arm is being held to block his defense technique. A classic move, huh? But our boy isn't backing down. He's meeting this challenge head on. Another close-up, and you can see the determination in his eyes. He's not giving up easily. He's admitting he doesn't even know what ability his opponent has, but he's not scared to face him. However, he's owning up to his poor judgment, saying this is all his fault. Talk about humility. He's strategizing, thinking about moving his power to his left hand to block an attack. Smart move. But wait, his body twitches like something's wrong and he's losing track of time. Seriously. He's down on the ground, and this other dude is looming over him. Talk about a power imbalance. He's hoping his allies will arrive soon, but he realizes he's been holding out for too long already. However, he's starting to think relying on help is a bad idea. He needs to take matters into his own hands. He's telling himself to calm down and think, realizing Camellia doesn't have a clear shot at him right now. He's buying himself time, declaring he has plenty of it to come up with a plan. This dude is playing it cool. Wait a minute. He suddenly realizes having time to think also means time to prepare for a counterattack. And with a spring sound effect his power is building, ready to unleash. This is getting intense. He's decided something, and it looks like he's going to lock eyes with his opponent. A direct challenge. Our boy Nagyunn knows simply being strong isn't enough. He needs a real strategy of move. He's conjuring some serious dark energy, and it's wrapping around him like a shadowy serpent. Intense. With a slash sound effect, the energy shoots out, aiming straight for his opponent, trying to turn doubt into certainty. But wait, he's creating an illusion in this space, and a blonde dude is running toward him. What's going on? Nagyunn explains he used the time to set up the illusion, and he's figured out his opponent prioritizes eliminating unknowns. He realizes good decision making isn't just about knowing what he can do. It's about reading his opponent's habits. The blonde dude looks relieved, saying he's learned his lesson. But is it a trap? No way he's letting his guard down. Nagyunn stares off into the distance, and it's clear to Myrang that something just clicked in his head, and that realization, that everything is falling into place, is happening right now. He unleashes another burst of dark energy with a swaya sound. This is about to get real. Swords clash with a massive clang. Nagyunn's blocking, but this dude is really pushing him. He's parrying with just his blade, no fancy energy stuff, and it's a tight squeeze. This is straight up skill. Nagyunn breaks the lock and spins, saying Serengni, a declaration of love. What? He throws himself forward with a whomp, leaving his opponent reeling. A risky move, but effective. Nagyunn's already dashing towards another opponent, leaving the first one stunned. Our boy doesn't stop. He leaps towards the second foe, grabbing him mid-air. A super aggressive takedown attempt. Nagyunn twists, sending the guy flying with a hiss. And honestly, this dude had it coming. He's gathering energy, two glowing orbs forming around him with a whir. It's escalating fast. With a pow-pow, the orbs explode, sending a shockwave. Nagyunn's going all out. He finishes the combo with a final hiss and a tap, a brutal, efficient sweep, and the opponent is down. Nagyunn flinches, realizing someone's moving fast. He's reading the situation immediately. He shouts that he's too far away to intervene. But before he can even react, this dude unleashes instant flash. A blinding speed attack, straight towards his alley. Nagyunn's moving, but it's like watching a blur. He's trying to intercept. No way it'll be easy. The attack connects, sending a spray of blood. It's brutal, and Nagyunn's face says it all. He lands hard, kicking up dust, and the opponent just taps his head. What is happening? Nagyunn jumps back, seemingly unaffected. But the opponent is already launching another attack? He calls the opponent cowardly for attacking after his subordinate showed bravery. A total burn. The opponent swings again with a swoosh, but Nagyunn deflects. This is a battle of reflexes. Swords clash with a clang. Nagyunn's blocking, but this dude is really pushing him. Nagyunn tells Kamelsia she should get a clear shot from here. He's setting her up. Kamelsia acknowledges him, but then this other dude, a total jerk, gets squeezed by an unseen force. Another guy tries to intervene but gets squeezed too. What is going on with these invisible attacks? Nagyunn's realizing this is a power he hasn't sensed before. It's messing with his instincts. He shouts he'll go as far as possible, and suddenly, he's launching himself forward at insane speed. Nagyunn's a blur, speeding through the air. He's trying to reach someone, but it's a desperate race. He slams into the ground with a whoosh, kicking up a ton of dust and debris. Nagyunn slides across the rough terrain, trying to stop. This is a rough landing, bro. He's creating a massive trench as he skids. The force of his stop is unbelievable. The dust settles, and it's clear he's just barely made it. A close call, but our boy is still in the fight. This old dude is straight up terrified. He realizes that boy is the one causing all the chaos. He whispers that the Dakebi is afraid, and it's all about this mysterious boy? No way! Kamelsia sees something, and she's clearly shocked. What is she looking at? She yells out Nagyunn again, and honestly, this is getting intense. To be continued. Okay, so things are intense. Our boy is clearly hurt, blood trickling down his side, but he's still pushing forward. He's staring down this general, face all grim, like he's about to make a serious decision. Honestly, this dude just takes off running, straight into a massive sandstorm, no hesitation whatsoever. He's racing across this endless desert towards a jagged rock formation in the distance, a real desolate scene. We meet this other guy, looking super worried, and he's definitely seen some stuff. He's not okay. Everyone's panicking. They need to get out of here NOW, because the general could be on them any second. This blonde dude is giving off major I'm stressed vibes, constantly fidgeting and looking around. Someone flinches. Things are clearly getting tense, and they're all on edge, expecting trouble. Another flinch, another wish of movement, and this whole crew is scrambling to escape something unseen. They're moving fast, but whatever they're running from is gaining on them, and it's straight up terrifying. They burst into a room, and this dude immediately starts monologuing. No way is he cooperating. He's all smiles, but honestly, it's creepy, especially with the blood smeared across his shirt. He claims he can see the future, but quickly clarifies he just senses the stream of will, whatever that means. This guy starts visualizing these glowing streams colliding, saying the stronger will always win, and it's kinda unsettling. He's laying it all out. He doesn't see the future. He feels the will of others, and he's ready to clash. Our boy asks why this dude is acting like this, but he doesn't get a straight answer, just more cryptic talk. This dude says he simply perceives the flow of will, extends it, and embraces it, which is a lot to unpack. He's rambling about opposing streams of will colliding, and the stronger one prevailing. It's all very dramatic. We get a quick flash of this energy stream visualization, and it's intense, like a clash of forces is about to happen. He finishes his speech, stating that only the strongest will prevail. And bro is definitely setting up a fight. So, our boy thinks seeing likely outcomes is basically the same as seeing the future. But this dude quickly corrects him. Apparently, the Tree of Will doesn't show an absolute future. It just reveals the most probable outcomes, which same difference, right? He asks for the second reason this guy is acting so weird, and things get seriously tense. This dude is clearly hiding something. He drops a bombshell. He hates the knights, and it's not about what they do but what they are. He claims even with his ability, he can't read what this dude is actually thinking, and honestly, it's super unsettling. This dude starts rambling about how reaching that level of skill isn't something anyone can achieve without immense effort, which, okay, what's the point? He's demanding to know why this dude is so powerful, and the answer is a person shouldn't become the order. Bro is seriously shocked by that statement, and honestly, same, this is getting wild. He demands this dude explain himself, but before he can, he's interrupted. This is gonna be good. He's questioning everything, and wants to know if things will really stay the same. Our boy is about to turn the tables. He's laying it all out. Just one knight with bad intentions could cause even more chaos than the demon knight did. Our boy is skeptical, asking if he can really be sure of that, but this dude is straight up not answering. He's thinking aloud about using war as a tool, and it's giving off major villain vibes. Seriously, what is going on? Suddenly, this dude reaches out and digs his fingers into our boy's head, and he flinches. No way! He's ranting about mercenaries knowing the outcome of every battle, and how many times this dude has rigged the game. He's clearly accusing him of manipulating things, but our boy looks genuinely shocked. This is getting intense. This dude is totally playing mind games, smirking and saying he's just imagining things, but he's clearly hiding something. Our boy is reeling, but he's starting to connect the dots. This dude has been manipulating battles this whole time. He realizes this dude's ability isn't just seeing the future, it's making the future happen. But how? And just when you think it can't get worse, this dude drops a heavy implication. He's become the order itself. Someone's approaching, and they're stepping with purpose. It's ominous, I'm telling you. A woman in a hood and a stoic man are having a serious talk, but it's all hush-hush. They're discussing the child of the fire. A legend within their clan, apparently. This child is special, so special that even the Tree of Will can't perceive them. What even is the Tree of Will? A new guy enters the frame, and he's giving off major, I know something you don't energy. He claims he's figured out who the child of the fire is, and honestly, the tension is THK. He's smirking and talking down to the hooded woman. This dude is begging for a read. The woman asks sorry, and is clearly not impressed with his attitude. Good for her. She's looking at him with suspicion, and he's just unfazed, which is kinda creepy. He repeats that he knows who it is, and now we're left hanging. Seriously, who is it? Okay, so everyone agrees this Kulin guy is super dangerous, a real problem, but he is a qualified knight, which complicates things. They're trying to figure out how to deal with him, but straight up admit they need to get rid of Kulin somehow, no matter what. Someone reveals they know something about Kulin, and it's clearly bad news. This dude is keeping secrets. We cut to Kulin walking down a hallway, and he immediately feels like he's being followed, which, yeah, he is. He glances back and no, it's an assassin with glowing yellow eyes. This is not good. The assassin moves in fast, but Kulin's already anticipating the attack. He's a pro after all. Kulin quickly neutralizes the assassin with a single move. Seriously, this dude is a beast. But the assassin isn't worried. She says he's just another one who deviates from the norm. She's totally unfazed by her failure. This woman is a little creepy, honestly. Kulin stares her down, and you can tell this isn't over, not even close. Okay, so the assassin reveals she can read what's to come? No way, that's terrifying. She asks Kulin why he's looking for them, and it's clear she's talking about something big. Kulin presses her, demanding to know what she means by on who transcends and on who deviates. She drops a bomb. On who transcends refers to the knights, and deviates means people with abilities like Event Horizon. Then she straight up asks if Kulin is a dragon, and he doesn't deny it. This dude is playing a dangerous game. He confirms he is a dragon, and honestly, that's a huge reveal. We're learning so much. We cut to another mysterious figure, and it looks like he's been watching them the whole time. The green-haired guy asks if they know each other, but Kulin says she reads the past, not the present. Green hair is totally shook. He's realizing she read his past too, which is a massive problem. He's clearly rattled, and you can feel the tension building. This whole situation is about to explode. Green hair is straight up asking if she needs him. Talk about a power move. She confirms he's right, and bro, she's not asking for help, she's making a deal. She says she needs him, and the way she says it, totally sending shivers down his spine. Kulin's processing, and honestly, he looks a little unnerved by her confidence. She's giving him a look, and it's clear she's waiting for him to take the bait. He asks what she means by get me, and she just smirks. This woman is playing 4D chess. She lays it all out. She needs to go back, and she's making a deal to get his help, and she seals it with a smile. A smile, guys. This is getting intense. He agrees to the deal, and we get a close-up of her wicked grin. She totally got what she wanted. But something feels off. She's definitely hiding something, and Kulin knows it. She's poking at the black stuff, and then straight up sucks it in. What is happening? Kulin asks what she sees, and she's playing coy, telling him to be patient. Yeah, right. She's sucking in more of that black goo, and Kulin is losing it, demanding to know what's going on. He asks if he can trust her, and she just gives him this intense look. No way, this is good. She leans in close, and Kulin's face is unreadable, but you can feel the tension building. She says if she did see something, she needs to tell him. She's definitely hiding something major. Kulin's shocked, and then she blurts out that she sees people. People he calls dragons. She clarifies, these are the ones he calls dragons, and Kulin is reeling, clearly disturbed. She's describing what she's seeing, and Kulin is frozen, looking absolutely terrified. But she's not done. She says she sees them everywhere, and honestly, this is getting creepy. Kulin's thinking, if this really is how it happened, he'll follow Najin's path. Seriously intense. He's walking through the snow, determined, and straight up says he's going to find the key to defeating the Dokebi. But then he spots someone, a familiar face in the distance, and it's not who he expects. It's Heisu, looking all brooding and mysterious. Kulin demands to know what he's doing there. Heisu just laughs, a totally unsettling laugh, and Kulin is not amused, trust me. Heisu tells him to hunt down and crush the Dokebi immediately, and Kulin looks like he wants to explode. Kulin's thinking, and he's now sure of something. Heisu holds the key to everything. He's planning his next move, but Heisu interrupts, questioning why Kulin is even here. Kulin's all, no, and then Heisu just explodes with laughter, and it's creepy AF. Heisu's face is wild, and Kulin's ready to throw hands. This is about to get real. Kulin's reeling. Heisu says his feelings are subtle, like he can't even name them, which is a lot. He turns to leave, but a shadow beats his post, and Kulin is instantly on alert. Kulin says he's leaving, but then a bunch of figures start running toward them from the distance. It's a folk on chase. They're gaining on him fast, but Kulin is already leaping into action, trying to put distance between them. He's moving so fast, a trail of dark energy is streaming from his cloak. This dude is serious about escaping. However, one of the pursuers manages to snag his cloak, and it starts to tear. No way! Kulin keeps running, but a trickle of blood starts to seep through the ripped fabric, and it's clear he's injured. The group of pursuers is closing in, and they look absolutely terrifying. Seriously, what do they want? But Kulin doesn't stop, and he's a blur of motion as he tries to escape. He's clearly pushing himself to the limit, and this whole situation is just getting more intense. Kulin crashes through a forest, desperately trying to lose them, but they're still right on his tail. He slams into a tree, and it looks like he's about to be overwhelmed. No escape. Okay, so our boy is straight up getting tossed around in what looks like quicksand. Plop, plop, it's brutal. He's clearly hurt, groaning, but tries to play it cool when someone asks if he's okay, saying he's fine. But his companion is not buying it, looking super worried as our boy struggles to stay upright. He glances off into the distance, looking completely wiped, like this fight is taking everything out of him. His friend is getting seriously concerned, clearly seeing how bad things are getting for our boy. And then, no way, he's straight up panting, exhausted, pushing through the pain, but it's a struggle. He calls out for Najin, his brother, while practically collapsing. It's a super emotional moment. Our boy admits his stamina is failing, realizing even with his boost, he can't fight like he did before. He wonders if he messed up, if he should have finished the fight, seriously questioning his strategy. His friend supports him, holding him up, even though our boy looks completely defeated and drained. He's clutching his injured finger, rubbing it like crazy, and then calls everyone to gather around. Something big is happening. His friend looks totally bewildered, staring at our boy with a confused expression, like what is going on? Our boy straight up starts crying, tears streaming down his face, and it's a super intense moment. He looks up, still emotional, and tells everyone he's going to reveal the truth about himself and Najin. He admits he's not Najin, but his brother. It's a huge confession and everyone is shocked. He explains he took on his brother's identity to avenge his death, revealing all the training and effort he put in. He confesses he was scared of failing, scared of not being strong enough to fulfill Najin's legacy. But then, he says he doesn't regret a thing, because he got to walk the path his brother should have. He vows to continue fighting, to become the Ember Knight Najin always dreamed of being. It's so powerful. And the chapter ends with the title card for it, the Ember Knight. Wow, cliffhanger! Okay, so our boy lays out the plan. Team 2 Tyr, Miyusa and Dragon will distract the general. Tar seems skeptical, but he nods along anyway, and honestly, he looks kinda worried. They're splitting up to confuse the general, hoping to draw his attention away from the others. But something feels off to Tyr. He's getting a bad feeling about this whole situation. He says with their combat experience, Team 3 should be able to hold the general's attention long enough. Tyr tries to tell them to hurry, but our boy is super focused, and doesn't seem to hear him. This dude is just walking forward, completely ignoring everyone, and it's stressing Tyr out big time. He keeps walking, lost in thought, and Tyr is starting to freak out, seriously. Tyr calls out to him again, urging him to speed up, but he doesn't respond, and it's so tense. No way, he's just walking toward whatever's ahead, completely oblivious to the danger. Nagyunn glances at the injured soldier, straight up telling him to worry about his OWN wounds. Harsh but effective. He taps his fingers, clearly thinking hard, and it looks like he's about to make a big decision. No way, he's using those weird markers again, and he's wondering if they sound too rough. Whatever he decides, he'll deal with the consequences later, because our boy is laser, focused on the mission. Tyr asks if he's actually using the markers, and honestly, it's a valid question given how messed up he looks. His eyes are glowing red now, and he's giving Tyr a seriously intense stare. This is getting scary. He's lost in thought, head down, and Tyr's worried about what our boy is planning. If Tyr had denied it, Nagyunn might have smacked him. But he's relieved to see Tyr isn't totally shameless. He's still thinking, face all messed up, and it's clear this isn't a good sign. But everything seems to be coming together in his head, and he's preparing for whatever's next. Nagyunn realizes he's been played. Someone set him up, and the plan felt off the entire time. It was all a diversion, and her real intention is something else entirely, which is seriously messed up. He's furious, but trying to keep it together as he remembers the marker's power surging through him. Suddenly a tiny figure flies toward him at insane speed, and Nagyunn reacts instantly, sending out a blast. But it's not enough. The attack sends the figure spinning, but doesn't take him down, and he's still coming. Nagyunn's face is contorting with effort, and he's clearly pushing his abilities to the absolute limit. He's stumbling backward, trying to create distance, but the figure is relentless, and he's starting to lose control. A sharp pain throbs in his chest, and he grits his teeth, clearly injured. This is bad, really bad. He manages to dodge another attack, then spins and dashes away, leaving a trail of energy behind him. Nagyunn is running for his life, but he's wounded, exhausted, and straight up knows he's in deep trouble. Nagyunn whirls around, demanding to know what the heck is going on. He's not falling for this again. He catches a glimpse of the figure, and it's the blonde kid, looking totally wrecked, but Nagyunn is still suspicious. Nagyunn presses him, asking if this is some kind of trick, but the kid just stares back, all hollow-eyed and distant. The kid drops a bombshell. He's doing this because he has to, and Nagyunn is losing it, yelling at him to explain. But the kid doubles down, saying it doesn't matter if he wins or loses, the fight itself is what matters. What a weirdo. He claims he's made the most important choice, and honestly, Nagyunn looks like he's about to explode. The kid's power flares up, glowing blue energy swirling around him, and it's clear he's fully committed now. Nagyunn is absolutely enraged, but the kid just stares him down, radiating this intense, determined energy. The kid unleashes a massive burst of power, and Nagyunn is ready to fight, no doubt about it. This dude is going all out, and it looks like this battle is about to get seriously intense. No way this will be easy. Nagyunn's unleashing everything he's got, straight up bombarding the kid with attacks. It's a total offensive. But the kid doesn't even flinch, deflecting every blow with this crazy, unwavering defense. He's a beast. Okay, so Tammin realizes the teams were split up weirdly from the jump, something feels totally off about this whole situation. He's clutching a shattered piece of something, and his hand is throbbing, like he just went through a serious struggle. Then, bum, a body drops right in front of him, and it's a cat, which is confusing, to say the least. Taemin's completely frozen, staring straight ahead, but something's definitely wrong with his eyes. They're glowing. He's demanding to know what happened, telling the other guy not to keep secrets, and honestly, the tension is insane. Taemin is straight up threatening that if this other guy doesn't take the injured person, Nagyunn, our boy, will die right there. But wait, Taemin's eyes are glowing again, and he asks if the other guy is the one who did this. It's super creepy. The other dude is clearly rattled, his face all pale, and he's clutching his hands like he's about to lose it. Taemin's hand clenches so tight, you can see the strain, and it's clear he's about to explode with rage. This dude is seriously losing control, and the whole situation is about to go down. You just know it. Taemin's all like, what a pointless trick. But then he sees Myrang speeding away, and it's clear this wasn't some random stunt. He orders Myrang to go after Najin and kill him, no hesitation. This dude is ruthless. Myrang takes off, and Taemin mutters about a noble sacrifice, which honestly sounds super shady. Taemin's staring off into the distance, and he's clearly processing something huge, like a major realization. He's questioning if this is it, if everything is falling into place, and his hand is cracking from the strain. Taemin declares he respects whatever's happening, but it's a tense, loaded statement. Something's about to pop off. Suddenly, he feels a presence and whirls around, completely shocked by what he sees. No way. It's another shadowy figure appearing out of nowhere, and Taemin is reeling from the reveal. He's totally blindsided, and you can tell this changes everything. The game just got flipped. Taemin is completely stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief, and the cliffhanger is killing me. Taemin realizes Myrang isn't following Taemin's orders, but she's got one thing on her mind. She's going after the knight, straight up aiming to settle the score, and Taemin gets it. He sees the intense determination in her eyes and instinctively knows she's not just stalling for time. She's not sacrificing herself, she's planning to take him down with her. And Taemin finally understands. Taemin declares he won't let his guard down and assesses the incoming magical blasts. He quickly realizes these magic balls aren't lethal, and suddenly feels a lot more confident. Taemin thinks there's nothing unaccounted for, but then he senses movement. A swift attack is coming. He reacts instantly, deflecting the attack with a sharp snap of his fingers. Myrang launches another attack, but Taemin easily deflects it again. This dude is quick. She sends a flurry of attacks, but Taemin is just batting them away like they're nothing. Seriously impressive. Our boy launches a dragon martial arts attack. It's a super fast, formless strike aimed right at Taemin. Taemin recognizes the dagger Myrang is wielding, and it clearly means something big is about to happen. No way. The dagger finds its mark and Taemin gets hit. He's actually wounded and it's brutal. Taemin tries to regain his composure, but Myrang isn't playing around. She's not backing down at all. She declares she won't fall for his tricks, and straight up refuses to let him control the situation. Taemin goes for another attack, but Myrang anticipates it and dodges with incredible speed. She's a whirlwind. The force of the attack sends her flying, and she crashes into the ground with a massive whoomp. But she's not down for long. Myrang twists her blade and prepares to strike again, refusing to be defeated. Taemin grunts in pain, clearly struggling with the wound, and tries to regain his footing. She slides forward, blade ready, and it's clear she's going all out. This fight is far from over. Taemin scoffs, saying Myrang's attack lacked power, but she's already switching hands. Her injury must be serious. She squeezes her injured hand, and Taemin's got this smug look, claiming there's one reason Myrang can't win. Taemin reveals she has something to protect, and he's gonna exploit that weakness. Talk about cold. He tightens his grip on his sword, and Myrang's eye is glowing, seriously intense. Her eye is fully glowing now, and you can tell something big is about to go down. Taemin declares it's no use. He's already seen her attacks aren't effective against him. He calls out Nagyunn, and Myrang's expression is unreadable, but she's definitely focused. Taemin unleashes a barrage of energy blasts and Myrang clashes blades with him. Shapang pang pang. Taemin's attack sends him reeling back, and Myrang stares him down, shocked by whatever just happened. He's straight up stunned. What did Myrang do to throw him off like that? Taemin says Sarangni. It's a declaration of love, but feels super ominous right now. No way. Taemin and Myrang are clashing swords, and it's a whirlwind of energy and steel. Myrang gets hit, and she's sent flying back, but she's not down for the count, not even close. She's seriously hurt, covered in blood, but she's still standing and staring Taemin down. Taemin's got a twisted look on his face, and you can tell he's enjoying this a little too much. Okay, so this mysterious blue-haired dude is getting praised for being impressive. We don't know by who yet. This other dude, the blonde one, is showing off his magic, making a little glowing orb, all casual. The blonde dude is straight up questioning the blue-haired guy, thinking he's a magician too, huh? Our blue-haired guy thanks him, then lays down some serious truth. Becoming a great magician takes work. He calls that work research, and honestly, it sounds ominous. He's got a creepy grin going. And since they're already on the topic, this dude proposes they start some research right now. No way! We see the research subjects, some tied-up people, and this dude is looking way too pleased with himself. A shadowy figure is looming, and honestly, this whole scene is giving me bad vibes. It's intense. Another shadowy figure appears, and it looks like someone's about to get seriously messed with. Yikes! The title card hits, the Ember Knight, and honestly, I have a feeling things are about to get wild. Okay, so the blue-haired dude tries to attack the blonde, but misses. He's not happy about it, at all. They're locked in a crazy fight, dust flying everywhere, and it's intense. This dude is serious. The blue-haired guy asks if the blonde will be alright, but then casually points out his arm looks bad. The blonde dude is throbbing with pain, but he's staring off into space, like something's wrong. Deep in thought, he's questioning if he's being punished, and honestly, it's a super ominous vibe. What's going on? The blonde is realizing this pain is the consequence of his own choices. Ouch, that's rough, bro. The blue-haired guy whips around and declares he won't call this divine judgment. He's not backing down. He slides forward, all shadowy and menacing. This is getting seriously intense, no way. He's determined to survive this, whatever it takes. Our boy is refusing to give up. That's what I like to see. He staggers forward, but the blonde is right there. This fight is far from over, and it's getting wild. The blonde stares right into the blue-haired guy's eyes and realizes he's not giving up. This dude is determined to live. He declares this isn't the look of someone ready to die, and straight up admits this opponent is dangerous. The blue-haired guy grips the blonde's hand, a surprisingly tender moment amidst all the chaos. What's going on? We get a close-up of their hands, showing the blue-haired guy's grip is almost crushing. Ouch, that looks painful. Suddenly, a huge crack splits the ground beneath them, and they both stumble. No way, this is getting crazy. The blonde coughs, clearly hurt, but he's still standing, still fighting. Our boy is a machine. The blue-haired guy taps the blonde on the shoulder, and honestly, it's a super creepy move. He delivers a massive blow, sending the blonde flying. Whoomp. That looked brutal, seriously. The blonde is reeling, clutching his side, and is clearly struggling, but he refuses to fall. He's a stubborn one. He grits his teeth, enduring the pain, because this fight is far from over, and honestly, we wouldn't have it any other way. He's clenching his fist, clearly gathering energy, and the blonde is about to feel it. This is gonna hurt. This dude spins, launching a lightning-fast attack, and the blonde barely reacts. No time to dodge! The blue-haired guy whips out another blade, and it's aimed right for the blonde's neck. Super dangerous? A glowing orb appears, intercepting the blade, but the blonde is still sent flying. Woo, close call! He's down but not out, and the blue-haired guy's already following up with another attack. Relentless. The blonde tries to defend, but it's not enough. He's getting absolutely pummeled, straight up. He slides across the ground, completely helpless, and the blue-haired guy steps on his hand. Ouch, brutal. More glowing orbs appear around the blonde, and he's clearly struggling to control them. What's going on? The blonde is desperate, trying to fight back, but the blue-haired guy is just standing there, so confident. Myrang is certain he's won, and honestly, he might be right. This is a total domination. Myrang thinks the blonde's growth has peaked, but he seriously underestimates our boy. It's a mistake. He believes with enough time, the blonde could have surpassed him, and honestly, that's exactly what's happening now. The blonde grits his teeth, gathering every ounce of strength, and launches a surprise attack. Myrang is caught off guard. A blade pierces through the air, aiming straight for Myrang, and it lands right in his chest. No way! Blood drips from the wound, and Myrang staggers back, completely shocked. This dude didn't see it coming. The blonde's weapon is slick with blood as he continues the assault, pushing Myrang to his absolute limit. He coughs up blood, struggling to breathe, and Myrang demands to know if he has any last words. So cocky! The blonde just stares back, silent and unyielding, and honestly, it's the most terrifying response ever. Myrang is reeling, and our boy's expression is intense, like he's about to unleash everything he's got. The blonde is clearly exhausted, but he stands firm. This fight is far from over, and he's determined to finish it. Myrang decides to play it cool, withdrawing his sword and letting the blonde think he's broken. It's a risky move. He wants the blonde to believe he's about to land a finishing blow, a perfect opportunity to strike back. But the blonde isn't falling for it. He sees right through Myrang's act and squeezes his hand into a fist. He's crushing something in his palm, and honestly, it looks seriously messed up. No way that's good. The blonde unleashes this dark energy, and it's straight up terrifying. It's like black liquid exploding outwards. Myrang's face is contorted in pain, and this energy is engulfing him. It's a full-on assault and brutal. The energy swirls around them, building into this massive vortex, and the blonde just lets it happen. A blinding light erupts and the blonde is silhouetted against the explosion. It's a full-blown energy blast. The blast sends shockwaves through the air, and everything is pure white. This is some serious power. And then silence. The dust settles, and our boy is standing there, victorious, while Myrang is nowhere to be seen. The blonde just stands there, completely still, and the panel cuts to black. It's a total cliffhanger. Then the words "till be continued" appear, and honestly, the suspense is killing me. They're meeting at Red Wave Canyon, a pretty ominous spot, if you ask me. Someone's already here, pacing around, and bro is straight up tapping his foot. This dude Liu calls out to the mysterious figure, and another blonde shows up, all sneaky. Okay, so it's actually two blondes, and the first one looks pretty worried about this whole situation. The second blonde is giving off major "I have a secret" vibes, and honestly, it's stressing me out. Liu is looking confused, but he's trying to play it cool, and it's not working. The blonde says hold on, but starts walking away. What is happening? Now they're both walking, step by step, and it's super tense, like a showdown is about to go down. Liu is clearly freaking out, and I don't blame him. This whole scene is a mess. Liu demands to know where Kat is, but Tyr tries to calm him down, saying she must be following the plan. Tyr hopes Kat is okay and will join them soon, but he's clearly second-guessing himself. Liu explodes, accusing Tyr of abandoning his sister like a coward. Ouch, that's harsh. Tyr realizes Kat deliberately arranged the teams, and Liu seems to understand what he means. But Tyr cuts him off, declaring they'll rescue Kat themselves. No waiting around. He asks if they're coming, and the others just stare at him. Talk about awkward. One of the figures turns, revealing a long-haired dude looking shocked, and another is clearly disturbed. No way, it's Song-han, and he's actually worried. This is a surprise twist? Seong-han asks what's going on, and it seems like Tyr is keeping secrets from everyone. Liu and Tyr are about to spill the tea, but honestly, this whole situation is a total mess. Tyr's straight up losing it, gritting his teeth and clearly in pain. Something's wrong with him. They're moving through this rocky wasteland, and Liu looks totally lost, while Tyr leads the way. Tyr clutches his side, but he's pushing through the pain, determined to find Kat. Our boy is resilient. Seong-han and Liu are both stunned to see someone being attacked in the distance. It's a full-on ambush. Someone gets absolutely wrecked, collapsing to the ground, and it's brutal. No holding back here. Tyr's face is a mess, a trickle of blood running down his face, and he's clearly struggling to stay conscious. He collapses, but Seong-han catches him. This dude is surprisingly strong and supportive. Seong-han lays down some harsh truth: Kat doesn't need their help, and Liu isn't strong enough to provide it. He's squeezing Liu's arm hard, and honestly, Liu looks like he's about to pass out from the pain. Seong-han delivers the final blow, making it clear Kat can handle herself, and Liu needs to step up. Tyr's trying to drag Liu along, but this dude is seriously considering just heading back. Talk about giving up. Seong-han calls him out, saying they don't have time for this, and Liu questions if all of this was even necessary. Liu announces he's turning around, and honestly, Song-han looks about to lose it. Seong-han grabs Liu, and this dude is not happy. He's practically begging to be left alone. Liu confesses he's angry because Tyr reminded him of all he didn't understand back then. But maybe, just maybe, not knowing is better, and Seong-han bumps into Tyr while saying he's worried. Tyr's face is so close to Liu's, and he admits knowing hurts, but he thinks Tyr already knows everything. And maybe that's exactly why Tyr's acting this way. This is getting intense. Song-han and Liu are both looking at Tyr, but the tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. Liu's totally broken down, and it's clear this whole situation is hitting him harder than we thought. Seong-han standing in the woods, and it's been a while since he's been here, apparently. He asks what business Liu has in Nigel, but Liu straight up says he was summoned. Liu explains the Dragon King summoned him, and Song Han is not pleased. You can see it on his face. But then, a massive beam of light shoots down from the sky, and things are about to get wild. The light intensifies, and the ground starts cracking. This is looking less and less good for everyone. Liu's hand shoots out of the rubble, and he's coughing, but he's clearly still alive. The ground is completely destroyed, and honestly, it looks like he barely made it. Seong Han's staring at Liu's hand, and you can feel the tension building. What even happened? Liu's pulling himself up, covered in dust, and it's clear the Dragon King's summoning was brutal. However, it looks like our boy is still ready to fight. No way he's backing down now. Seong Han realizes there are a ton of fire-breathing dragons, and it's actually kinda useful right now. Who knew? He's staring down at someone kneeling, and this dude is covered in dragon scales. Seriously. The kneeling figure hisses, and it's clear Liu took a beating from the Dragon King. But he's still standing. No way he's going down easy. Okay, so this mysterious dude points at our boy and basically tells him he'll be back for him later. He tells the red-haired guy to just go, and honestly, that's a little cold, even for this story. The red-haired dude nods, looking super bummed, and just starts walking away, like straight into danger. We get a super close-up of his face, and you can tell he's holding back some serious emotions right now. He's trekking through this desolate landscape, wings flapping, and it looks like he's all alone out there. But wait, a new character shows up, a woman with long green hair, and she's with the blonde dude from earlier. The green-haired woman looks concerned, but the blonde dude is still giving off major shady vibes. They're watching someone walk in the distance, and it's clear they're waiting for something to happen. The person they're watching stops, and it's the red-haired guy. He's clearly up to something. And then he straight up says Dragon King? No way. That name is sending chills down everyone's spine. So, the green-haired woman asks if there's someone who leads all the dragons, and this dude gives a surprisingly chill answer. She explains dragons aren't into hierarchies, they're independent, which is a total mood, honestly. But then the blonde dude asks if summoning them is like giving orders, and things get weird. She's super vague, saying it feels like something you just have to respond to, and our boy looks confused. The blonde dude presses further, asking if it has to do with the Dragon King calling everyone. But she claims she has no clue. She's clearly tired of the questions, telling him to stop asking so much, but he's not letting up. He's all like, so you figured it out, huh? That I have to answer everything? This dude is so sneaky. He leans in close, and she's visibly uncomfortable, but he's clearly baiting her with his questions. Then, out of nowhere, he grabs her hand, and she's totally shocked. What is this dude even doing? She tries to pull away, but he's holding on tight, and it's super intense. This is about to get messy. She insists she wasn't scared, just being careful. But her face says otherwise, honestly. Our boy gives her a look that basically says, yeah, right? And she can't even meet his gaze. She's clutching her hands together, super tense, while he turns away and walks off. We cut to a massive city, and this dude, Parliament member Zarin, is overlooking it all. He's got a seriously creepy vibe, standing there with a smirk, and a drop of blood at the corner of his mouth. A figure in red appears beside him with a wish, and Zarin comments on the amazing view. He taps the city with a finger, and the scale of everything is insane. This dude's got power. Zarin asks what a busy man like him is doing out there, and honestly, we're wondering the same thing. He says you won't find a better vantage point. But it's clear he's got a hidden agenda. Zarin casually asks what brings him out here, but his smile is totally unsettling. Okay, so our boy straight up asks what this other guy is implying, and he is not happy. This dude, Zarin, is all smooth talking about how things were peaceful during Nagyunn's time. But it's clearly a dig. He wonders who's been filling Nagyunn's head with lies, and the tension is thick right now. Nagyunn accuses him of questioning sources and insists he knows what happened. She's not backing down. Zarin thinks she's admitting something, calling her turtle, and honestly, he's reading the situation perfectly. He claims it was just a peace arrangement to avoid bloodshed, but Nagyunn isn't buying it for a second. She says she doesn't recall seeing that in any official reports, and you can see she's really skeptical. Zarin knows she doesn't believe him. He's playing a dangerous game, and he knows it. He says it's not what she thinks, and tries to explain his actions, but she's not listening. Zarin reveals he's always worked for peace, but wonders what Nagyunn is really after. This dude is a mastermind. Zarin's family has serious intel connections, so no wonder he's so good at controlling the narrative. He thinks stabilizing the West is the priority, especially with trouble brewing in the East. Classic political maneuvering. But this is exactly the moment he's been waiting for. Someone trustworthy to manage things with an iron fist. He's laying it on TACK, talking about needing reliable people in positions of power. It's so transparent. Suddenly, a massive clang echoes. Something is seriously wrong, and someone is pissed. Someone shouts about Kulin being assigned to the West Bridge, but the armored figure in the cage is losing it. He's banging his helmet against the bars, demanding to know what's going on, and it's chaotic. Another guard yells at him to be quiet, ordering everyone to back up. Things are escalating fast. Everyone's asking if Kulin is back, and the tension is through the roof. But then, we get a close-up of a single golden eye opening. No way, this is a major reveal. Okay, so the cage dude, Turtle, is straight up roasting Nagyunn, calling him soft, and accusing him of changing. Everyone's freaking out about Kulin's assignment, and they're wondering if Turtle knows where he is. But he shuts that down immediately. Turtle insists Kulin wouldn't share his location with them, because that's just not how he operates, and honestly, he's probably right. He points out that if Fox and Do don't know where Kulin is, Turtle wouldn't either, leading to a big question. Why assign someone to a mission when they're MIA? Suddenly, we see someone standing on a rooftop overlooking the city. It's a figure with wild red hair and a dark cloak. He's staring out at the town, and it's giving off major villain vibes, like this dude is about to cause some serious trouble. This guy is clearly plotting something, and the scale of his plans is she. You can see the whole city laid out before him. Okay, so the battle is Reging, it's a total bloodbath out here. Honestly, this dude Turtle notices two horns on someone and immediately shouts that Crimson Goose and Green Mouse are WN. But wait, a shadowy figure looms over everything, and he's straight up announcing his arrival with a creepy L-Ohm. Turtle gulps, realizing something is seriously wrong, and asks why the mysterious figure is smiling. It's unsettling, bro. The figure responds with "Isn't it obvious?" and claims victory is already his. Talk about confidence. Turtle sees all the fallen warriors around them and realizes the figure wasn't paying attention and calls him out on it. He insists these warriors have incredible resolve, but the figure just scoffs. This is getting intense. However, the figure insults the fallen, and Turtle Compatiel loses it, energy erupting around him. The figure seems pleased by Turtle's anger. No way, this dude is enjoying the chaos. He straight up says he's glad Turtle cares about his warriors, and it's the most messed up flex ever. Turtle's completely lost it, grabbing the figure's hand and demanding he finish it. Just kill him already! But the figure is weirdly relieved. He's actually glad Turtle is finally giving up. We get a close-up of Turtle, and bro is pissed, steam practically coming out of his ears. The figure's face is messed up, half of it all shadowy and corrupted, super creepy vibes. Suddenly, a massive blade falls from the sky, sealing Kent into the ground. What the heck is happening? The figure declares this is where it ends, saying there'll be no more pointless bloodshed, but it feels off. He reaches out to Turtle, and honestly, our boy looks genuinely surprised. He actually believes him. We only see the figure's shoulder, but a blade is slowly creeping closer. Something's about to go DW. And then, the figure's face is revealed, looking completely broken. No way, this is a twist? This dude is a mess, and it's clear whatever's going on is way bigger than just a fight. The figure, who we now know as Kulin, is laying down the law, demanding someone uphold their old agreement. He explains that if the agreement falls apart, power will shift west, weakening the capital. It's all political maneuvering. But he's really fixated on why Kulin is on a list of people to report to the capital. He knows Kulin's missing. He suddenly has an idea, maybe bringing Kulin in will stabilize the West, and even buy them some time. He's thinking out loud, saying even if Kulin doesn't cooperate, it still gives them breathing room. This dude is calculating. We see a wall covered in names, and it's a list of personnel to report to the capital. It's a lot of people. Cerulean Chulinzuis is specifically highlighted. That name seems important, and it's written in a weird script. Someone asks where Kulin is going, and they're reinforcing the western border. That's convenient. They worry spreading the Knights, so Thin won't help Turtle. But someone points out that Kulin approving this is a major red flag. They suspect something is seriously off in the capital, and honestly, we're starting to agree. Zeus is straight up demanding to know why someone is questioning him. Talk about a power move. Nagyunn tries to play it cool, but Zeus is clearly not buying whatever excuse he's giving. Zeus gets in Nagyunn's face and our boy is visibly rattled. This is intense. Suddenly, Zeus grabs Nagyunn. No warning, just a straight-up assault, and Nagyunn is shocked. Zeus is all up in his face, eyes glowing red, and Nagyunn's trying to figure out what the heck is going on. Zeus just dips, vanishing into thin air. What? That was fast. Nagyunn is left reeling, completely stunned by what just happened. Bro is speechless. He's asking himself if that's what it will be like. Clearly, Zeus just showed him a glimpse of something terrifying. We cut to a mysterious figure watching from a distance. Who is this shadowy person? And honestly, this is setting up to be a huge showdown. I'm on the edge of my seat. Nagyunn's freaking out, but this other dude, who's apparently bound by name, is squeezing his hand, trying to calm him down. They just dropped a bomb. The Dragon King has summoned dragons, and it's all going down in Nagyunn. Nagyunn asks what the Dragon King even is, but the other guy insists it doesn't matter. He's untouchable. This dude is seriously squeezing Nagyunn's hand now, like he's trying to force calm into him, but Nagyunn still feels uneasy. The other guy asks how Nagyunn is feeling, and our boy actually says he feels better. But something's definitely off. We get a quick shot of a shadowy figure. Still no clue who that is, but they're watching everything. Cut to the capital, and it looks rough. Seriously, this place is falling apart. Someone points out that the equation they're working on is fine, but they need a power source to make it work. But the real problem is they have no idea how the magic was charged in the first place. Major roadblock. This situation is looking grim, and honestly, it feels like they're running out of time. They're spiraling. Even if they call down the knights, they have no way to activate this thing. One guy is losing it, seriously freaking out, while the other tries to keep him grounded. But then the green-haired guy asks the big question: if someone does activate it, is there even a reward? He's straight up asking for incentive, like he needs extra motivation to save the world. Honestly, this dude is hilarious, totally prioritizing rewards over, preventing disaster. Okay, so this super intense is sizing up Schumann, clearly not impressed with her vibe right off the bat. Schumann's all smiles, but she's kind of freaking out. She throws herself at this hooded figure, and it's a lot. The hooded figure basically just absorbs the impact, and the guy with Schumann apologizes, explaining she's a former pupil who doesn't know her own strength. Our boy steps in, asking for Schumann's name, and she hesitantly tells him it's Schumann. She seems super shy and overwhelmed. He's offering to compensate her for whatever just happened, and Schumann's eyes practically pop out of her head. This dude's got money! Schumann launches into a super detailed explanation of the equation she was working on, and honestly, it's going way over his head. She keeps rambling about outdated methods and complex layers, but it's clear she's a genius when it comes to this stuff. She explains how the equation combines delay and acceleration spells to create a massive burst of power, and it's actually kinda wild. A group of hooded figures are watching, and they're not exactly thrilled with the explanation. They're giving major side eye. Schumann downplays her analysis, saying she's seen similar spells before, but honestly, it's straight up impressive, and they know it. Okay, so our boy is still stewing over this unresolved issue, and it's clearly bugging him. He's thinking they need some serious power, and proposes borrowing it from a genius, like a real brainiac. Everyone murmurs, because apparently all the best magicians are already here, so what gives? The green-haired dude is like, why not use someone from the past? He's got a point, honestly. He brings up a legendary blacksmith named Nagyunn, who was a total wizard with weapons and arcane theory. Apparently Nagyunn disappeared centuries ago, but his legacy still lives on somehow. No way! They mention Crimson Hippo's jaw as one example, and it's clear this notice was a big deal. The green-haired dude gets super excited, practically bouncing off the walls about this lost art. He's explaining how Nagyunn's fused blacksmithing with magic, and honestly, it sounds insane. But this dude is also a little too eager, and it's kinda creeping everyone out. Okay, so someone wants to borrow from who exactly? Our boy is totally suspicious, and rightfully so. Turns out they're talking about Hippo, and this dude is a legendary magician, obsessed with magic itself. These magicians, called Seekers of Truth, devote their lives to understanding magical power. It's intense. Many believe unlocking the source of all magic is worth dying for, but things get twisted over time. Yikes. The idea of sacrificing yourself turns into demanding sacrifices from others. Seriously dark stuff. From that mindset emerges Malto, a magic crime organization. Yeah, this is going south fast. Malto's been dismantled, but they left a legacy of messed up magic and a whole lot of trouble. Someone named White Crow, who led the weapon development, is gone, and that's a problem for everyone. He's saying getting involved rarely ends well, and making enemies of the knights is a bad move, period. But honestly, this dude is totally unbothered, and something tells me he's about to cause chaos. Alec is straight up blaming Schumann for getting too excited, and worries she'll get used. Yikes, harsh! This dude Alec thinks it's all the knights' fault, and casually mentions his hobby is working out, like that's relevant. Someone asks if things are really that bad, and the mood is immediately tense. This is not good. They're all worried about where the knights even has come from, and the implications are seriously creepy. Someone says they're starting to side with the knights, but then gets called out immediately. No pro. Knight talk aloud? The knight's meal is ready, but Schumann looks totally miserable, and honestly, she deserves better. We get a close-up of the knight's eye, and it's unsettling. Like, what is she planning? The group is talking about the knights, and things are getting real shady, real fast. Alec thinks if the knights didn't exist, they wouldn't be fighting demons, which is a fair point, honestly. Someone agrees, but then Schumann throws a total wrench in the conversation. She's clearly hiding something. Okay, so the knight is all I wouldn't fight a civilian, but then admits what everyone says about him isn't totally wrong. He's questioning if anything would even change if he did try to help. And honestly, he's right, it'd probably just make things worse. Alec's getting reassigned south, and it's super sus, especially since Rabbit went east and Fox heads north tomorrow. Apparently, they're all being moved around on purpose, and Alec's staying put, which is weirdly convenient. Alec wants Schumann to go beat up Kulin for him, which is a ridiculous request, but she just agrees to it. The knight suddenly knows where Woodian is, like exactly where, and then poof, she teleports. We get a close-up of her intense stare, and it's clear something major is about to go down. An emergency signal comes through. Jade Green Cat Tancherin is fighting the enemy general and needs backup, stat. No way, this is a full-on crisis, and the knight's clearly headed right into it. The knight is calling out for Pitch Black Hen, a cow Woodian, and honestly, the desperation is kinda wild. She's yelling for Woodian, but the knight is like, don't stick your head out. What is going on? No way, the knight just straight up explodes into the room, demanding to know what the knight did. The knight is twitching, clearly losing it, and Woodian is just lying there, totally unbothered. The knight is furious, calling the knight a name, and Woodian's just smirking. This is a power move. The knight is spring-loaded, ready to attack, and the other knight is thinking, who does she think she's talking to? The knight is getting super close to Woodian, all menacing, and straight up asks when she's leaving. Woodian drops a bombshell she doesn't know when she's leaving. What? And then the doors do open. She says she doesn't know, and then the knight asks what Woodian means. This is a total setup. The knight is playing games, but Woodian is totally unreadable. This dude is messed up. Woodian reveals the knight actually is Najin, Nagyunn's dead brother, and our boy is completely floored, straight up frozen. Okay, so Do is seriously bouncing off the walls, trying to get our boy to hurry up and join this mission. She's outbeamg, like a little bunny, and it's kinda freaking him out. She's way too energetic for this. He tries to play it cool, saying he'll just say he was on the way, and it wasn't a super urgent mission anyway. Do isn't buying it for a second. She straight up tells him he's not a knight anymore, and that's why she can't tell him what's up. But then she admits she still won't tell him, even if he was a knight, and honestly, that's kinda rude. He figures they'll probably arrive to find everything already handled by backup, which, yeah, makes sense. Do agrees, but then drops the bomb she actually wants him to go. She's definitely hiding something. He suspects there's always a chance things won't go as planned, and that's a huge understatement, honestly. The title card flashes, the Ember Knight, and then we get this creepy creaking sound. And then, something just hit the floor, and it's super ominous, leaving us on a major cliffhanger. This dude, Igris, offers to help, but Do is giving him the side eye. She doesn't trust him at all. Do is totally spacing out, lost in thought, while Igris just stares at her, confused and a little concerned. Igris suddenly realizes someone's got a blade aimed right at him. No way, that was close! It's Syrian, and he's warning Igris to be careful, specifically around the parliament member with the exposed eyebrow. Igris just casually thanks Syrian for the warning, but the look on his face says something is up. Syrian and Do start talking about the knights, and Do asks if Igris still trusts them. Oh, this is getting good. Igris and Do are now face to face, and she's basically demanding to know what he's hiding. Igris says he's just worried about her, but she doesn't buy it for a second. She wants the truth. Igris actually admits he's been investigating the knights, but insists he's doing it for Do's sake. Do looks unconvinced, but she's also clearly hiding something herself. These two are playing a dangerous game. Okay, so Crimson Hippo, aka our boy, is leaving the palace, and he's totally requesting a release of the hippo jaw, whatever that is. He takes a few steps, and it's all very dramatic with the steep sound effects, but then a mechanism clanks open. This dude is grinning like he knows something we don't, and honestly, it's a little unsettling. He knocks Kenosuke on a door, and then we get a narration bubble revealing he's fully departing the palace. But wait, it seems like he's warning Do not to trust the knights, even though he's not asking her to trust in him either. Talk about complicated. Do just stares at him, totally silent, and I'm pretty sure she's trying to figure out his game. He takes a few more steps, and the sound effects are back, step, a steep, building the tension. Then, out of nowhere, he requests the release of the hippo jaw again, and it clanks open with a loud seal and k. However, it's all a setup. He's not going anywhere, and he's clearly planning something big. And that's where we end with our boy leaving the palace. Straight up, I need to know what the hippo jaw even says. Okay, so Crimson Hippo is walking down this long hallway and a massive stone hammer starts descending from the ceiling. He barely dodges it. No way did he expect that, and the hammer smashes into the floor with a huge thump. Now he's just strolling down the hallway, looking all smug and collected like nothing happened. He finds Shushuman and straight up asks if he analyzed whatever just tried to crush him. Shushuman looks unimpressed, to say the least, and just stares back at him. Then, for some reason, Shushuman suggests they just ask for the hammer back. I can't with this guy. But someone else, presumably the owner of the hammer, points out that's not going to happen ever. And honestly, I'm with them. No one is lending out a giant crushing hammer. Shushuman just looks off into the distance, clearly judging everyone's life choices. Our boy just keeps walking, and I'm starting to think he's enjoying the chaos. Okay, so the Demon King straight up drops from the sky. Talk about making an entrance. He's yelling for Myrang, but Shushuman's already assessing the situation and calling him weak. Shushuman thinks they need more than Myrang to take down the king, and this dude is already scheming. He's totally sizing up the king. Like, is this guy a threat or just another obstacle? This dude thinks the king noticed him and is trying to play it cool, but he's visibly tense. He's bracing himself, clenching his fist, but honestly, it's kinda creepy. He's realizing if the king gathers all the dragons, it's an offering. A feast for this monster? But he's not worried. In fact, he's grinning like this whole thing is working to his advantage. He's planning to devour those dragons and straight up doesn't care about Najin anymore. Cold-blooded. He's already thinking ahead, like Najin is irrelevant once he's finished feasting. This guy is ruthless. He's losing it, screaming that every second counts, but someone's already posted a notice. Chill out, bro. Someone explains most of the knights are already on missions, so backup isn't coming fast enough. But our boy isn't waiting around. He declares he'll go alone, no matter what. Classic reckless hero move. Another guy suggests maybe a wandering knight will show up, but honestly, that sounds like wishful thinking. He throws open the door, and it's a full-on knight in shining armor. But she's kinda crashing through the ceiling. She's plummeting down, smashing through more of the structure. Talk about a dramatic entrance. Okay, the panel focuses on a lot of chest armor, but she's definitely a knight, and definitely ready for action. However, this knight is fast, and lands with a dramatic creak. She's here to help, or is she? Okay, so our boy Nagyunn and that red-haired trainee are running through what looks like a wasteland. They're clearly on a mission. Nagyunn is straight up focused, but you can tell something's weighing on him, like a heavy decision he just made. He's pushing forward, determined, but his expression hints at some serious internal conflict. This is intense. Whoa, hold up. A shadowy figure appears behind them, and it looks massive and menacing. No way. Nagyunn suddenly stops, questioning everything. He's realizing the weight of the choices he's been making. The red-haired trainee is confused, asking what Nagyunn is even trying to prove with this whole situation. That shadowy figure starts laying down some serious truth bombs. It's asking what Nagyunn would do if 100, or even 1,000, lives were at stake. It pushes even further, questioning if Nagyunn would sacrifice someone he cares about, no matter the cost. Nagyunn just laughs it off, saying he's just making a point, but it feels forced, like he's hiding something. The shadowy figure calls him out, saying he's just a trainee who doesn't understand how the real world works. Ouch! And honestly, it's probably right. Nagyunn realizes the person they were waiting for isn't coming, and it throws everything off. He's clearly bummed, and the blonde trainee notices. This dude is seriously disappointed. The trainee tries to lighten the mood, but Nagyunn is fixated on needing reinforcements, straight up. Nagyunn wants to call in the knights, but the trainee questions if that's even a good idea right now. Suddenly, a woman with wild teal hair crashes the scene, and she looks intense, to say the least. She's ripping something apart. A wooden structure, it looks like, and she's not happy about something. Nagyunn circles back to the problem. They're unsure who the Dragon King is even siding with. He admits they don't have the support to act, so requesting help from the knights seems like the only option. The trainee is shocked they're even considering the knights. It's a risky move, but Nagyunn seems determined. But this teal-haired woman, she's radiating a bad vibe, like she's about to turn everything upside down. Okay, so Yulnia lays out her logic. Najin is dead, but these trainees are back, meaning they're ghosts. She thinks they're after Najin? But the blonde trainee is not having it, saying there's actually 4 people who came back, not 3. He's getting heated about it, honestly. He's begging Yulnia to drop it, saying they need to focus on the bigger picture, but she's fixated on counting ghosts. Then the blonde trainee points out Musa is the one who brought the trainees back, and Yulnia finally clicks. It all makes sense. She's suddenly super impressed with Miyusa's effort, and the trainee is just exasperated, clearly over it. Yulnia starts rambling, but the trainee is completely tuned out, staring off into space. This dude is done with this conversation. And then, Yulnia's hair is just hanging there, detached from her body. No way, what is even happening? The blonde trainee looks up, confused, as Yulnia continues talking, seemingly unaware her hair is floating. The camera pans out to show a tropical island setting, and a bunch of thatched huts. Where are they even? The scene ends with a question mark over the huts, and honestly, we're all asking the same thing. What is going on? Nagyunn is straight up losing it, clenching his fist and tears streaming down his face. He's clearly distraught. We cut to a wide shot, and it's giving tropical paradisey. But something feels off with all those huts. Yulnia drops a bomb the others can't help, for reasons she won't fully explain yet. The blonde trainee looks annoyed, but Yulnia continues, saying it specifically has to be someone who isn't a knight. She's revealing her plan, and it sounds risky. She wants to send someone in, but it's a total gamble. Nagyunn is leaning in, listening intently, but the trainee is barely holding it together. Yulnia warns whoever goes will have to think things through carefully, and they can back out if it's too much. We get a close-up of Nagyunn, and he looks determined, even though he's clearly stressed. He's staring out at the huts, and you can tell he's already making a decision. And the episode ends with him silhouetted against the night sky. Our boy is about to take a major risk. Nagyunn starts creeping towards the huts, taking slow, deliberate steps. It's so tense. He's approaching a building, and this dude inside is clearly terrified, hesitating to even breathe. Nagyunn is all business, speaking to the guy. He says he won't take long and calls him Najin. We cut to Najin's face and wow, he's straight up paralyzed with fear, but trying to hide it. Najin's face is even more unreadable, and it's giving major I'm about to faint vibes. Nagyunn suddenly ease on him and Najin is pinned to the bed. It happened so fast? No way! Najin tries to speak, but Nagyunn cuts him off with a harsh shut. This is getting dark. Nagyunn leans in close, and you can see the symbol on Najin's chest, mirroring the one on Nagyunn's hand. The blonde trainee notices Nagyunn is gone, and mutters that Yulnia isn't coming. What does that mean? We get one last look at the starry sky, and honestly, this whole situation is a mess. Nagyunn's questioning Najin, demanding to know if someone is coming. This dude is terrified. Najin blurts out that his dad knows something, and tells him to run, but it's too late. Suddenly, the door bursts open and Najin's dad is right there, looking absolutely furious. Nagyunn tries to escape, leaping out the window, but Najin's dad is way faster. No way! He catches Nagyunn mid-air, sending them both crashing to the ground. It's a brutal takedown. Najin's dad looms over Nagyunn, his eyes glowing purple, and straight up accuses him of dragging his daughter into all this. Nagyunn is stunned, asking what? He clearly had no idea this was coming. And honestly, this whole situation just got a whole lot more complicated. This dude, this old knight, is remembering a time he saw some serious talent, like unreal levels. He recalls this skill coming from someone who wasn't even an apprentice, which is wild, right? And it was so good, it made everyone else look like they were barely trying, straight up embarrassing for them. He's talking to Yulnia's dad, and it's clear this talent has stuck with him. He's fixated on it. This boy, this other knight, he has skill that makes the galaxy style look weak in comparison. No way! The old knight admits he was envious, wishing he had that kind of skill to revive the galaxy style. But it's too late for him, he knows that, and he's turning his hopes to Yolnia, telling her to train harder. He wants her to become as skilled as this other knight someday, because that's her only hope, apparently. Yolnia promises to train, saying her hope now lies in her skill. She's taking this seriously. She vows to follow his guidance, and honestly, we're expecting big things from our girl Yolnia now. This dude, Najin, is straight up reading this old knight like an open book. He calls him out on his lies. He says the knight is downplaying the power of the apprentices, and he's not buying it for a second. The knight gets super defensive, insisting dealing with apprentices is nothing, but Najin isn't letting it slide. Najin's eyes are glowing red, and he's laying down the law. He's changed, and this knight needs to leave, Nanobu. The old knight is shocked, saying Najin has changed, but he doesn't know the full story yet. The knight insists Najin isn't planning to kill them, but this real problem is the warning he just gave. The old knight is scrambling to leave, but Najin is already on him, and things are about to get real. Najin's eyes are blazing, and the panel flashes back to the title card, Galaxy Style, Chapter 1. It's a setup. Our boy is unleashing something huge, and this is only the beginning of his Galaxy Style. However, this isn't a fight to the death. It's a warning, and Najin is making a statement. Mayusa is yelling for Najin, and honestly, this dude is looking rough. He's staggering but still standing. The knight tries to attack, but Najin dodges with some crazy speed. No way he's letting that hit land. He slides across the ground, landing perfectly, and someone is freaking out about how strong he is. Someone else yells wait, and then, bam, their dad gets straight up, launched into the air. This is insane. The knight is flying, and it looks like someone is reaching for him, desperately trying to help. But it's too late. The knight is crashing down, and it's a hard landing. Our boy is serious. Someone's screaming for Najin, and he looks totally unfazed, like this was all part of the plan. The odds are shifting, and people are realizing Najin is a force to be reckoned with. A true knight. Someone is calling out for his dad, but he's down for the count, and it's clear Najin sent a message. This dude is still standing there, cool as a cucumber, and honestly, he's terrifying. It's open terrain now, and they're no longer surrounded. Najin just cleared a path with sheer power. But Najin isn't celebrating, he's questioning everything. What does winning evens mean to him? He wonders what the point is, and straight up asks why they're even fighting in the first place. Someone's trying to pull him back, to remind him of the bigger picture, but he's already moving. Najin launches forward with a burst of speed, leaving everyone in the dust. This dude is a blur. He's heading straight for someone, and it looks like he's grabbing them, pulling them away from the conflict. They're flying through the air, escaping the battle, and honestly, it's a total power move. However, it's not a simple escape. He's dragging someone with him, and they look completely shocked. They crash land, and it's a rough tumble, but Najin is shielding the other person with his body. He's protecting them, and it's clear he's prioritizing getting them out of harm's way, no matter the cost. Camellia is not happy, yelling at Najin as he flies through the air with that other guy. Najin's totally focused, questioning why this dude won't go down, but things are about to shift. He's not budging, and Camellia is clearly worried. She's trying to figure out what's going on. But Najin's already taking off, leaving Camellia and the battle behind. What a move! They're plummeting, and Najin's shielding the other guy, protecting him from the impact. Whoosh! They crash, and Najin goes flying, but he's still trying to keep this guy safe. He grabs onto something, bracing for the fall, and honestly, this is intense. The other guy is stunned, just staring at Najin with wide eyes. No way he expected this. Up close, we see the other guy's eye, and it's different. It's glowing red. He's giving Najin a strange look, raising a hand in a peace sign. Something is seriously off here. Najin's launching himself forward, a blade of energy extending from his hand. It's a straight-up lightning attack. He slices through the enemy, sending him flying, but this dude barely reacts. He's tougher than he looks. Najin's eye is glowing red, focusing all his power, and he's unleashing another, even bigger attack. He's soaring through the night, a whirlwind of energy surrounding him. This is a whole new level of power. But Najin isn't just showing off, he's slamming into the enemy with everything he's got. A brutal, powerful strike. The enemy's getting wrecked, flying through the air, and the ground is shaking from the impact. It's intense. Najin lands radiating power and starts laying into this guy, straight up roasting him with harsh words. He's calling him out for being all talk, no skill, and basically saying he should stay out of the way if he's weak. But then silence. Najin pauses and asks if this guy has ever lost his family. Whoa, heavy question. We zoom in on the enemy's face, and his expression is unreadable, but his red eye is locked on Najin. This guy is asking Najin if he was supposed to return to something. It's a weird question. He straight up says Najin can't understand his pain unless he's lived through it, and it's super intense. But Najin isn't trying to be a hero. He just doesn't want anyone else to go through that same loss. Wow, that's heavy. He declares they aren't heroes. They just don't want anyone else to experience that kind of pain. This dude is straight up telling someone they lack the skill and demanding they train harder. Talk about harsh. We see the guy giving the pep talk, and honestly, he looks intense as heck. This is clearly a serious mentor situation. Okay, so things take a dark turn. 3 people are tied up in the forest, looking super vulnerable, and someone's approaching. One of the captors is blonde and sneering, while another looks downright furious, and they're both closing in on the tied-up group. No way! Someone just gets their head completely taken off. It's brutal, and happens so fast. The scene is chaos, with pieces of hair and debris flying everywhere after that shocking attack. But wait, the teal-haired captive is still alive, and she's smirking like she totally saw that coming. What is up with her? Our boy is talking about finally earning his father's approval, believing that becoming a knight will do the trick. He thought he didn't care about being a knight, but he really believed this would change everything. So much pressure! Someone is yelling at another person to retreat with Nagyunn, but something inside them broke that day, and it's clearly a huge turning point. This dude is seriously haunted by the memory of his racing heart. It's clearly a super traumatic moment. He feels like he was reborn in that moment, and clenches his fist so hard his knuckles turn white. We get a close-up of his eyes, and they're glowing purple. Something is definitely different about this guy. Someone has family they've lost, and it sounds like they've lost a lot of people. Ouch, that's rough. He admits having a place to return to feels like a luxury, and honestly, that hits hard. He straight up says he knows that pain better than anyone, and the blonde dude looks intrigued, to say the least. But the teal-haired guy is not impressed. He's calling out the blonde for daring to ask such a question. He's laying down a serious truth bomb, and it's clear this convo is about to get intense. The teal-haired guy is laying it all out. He's lost so many people he's stopped keeping track. Wow! He's basically saying having somewhere to go home to is a privilege, and this blonde dude is just standing there. He tells the blonde dude he's felt that pain, and has the strength to overcome it. But then gets straight up hostile. This dude explodes with power, sending the blonde flying. No way, that was fast! He's demanding to know if the blonde really thinks he understands anything about his life. The blonde slams into a building, and someone yells Najin. Things are getting chaotic. The teal-haired guy is furious, saying the blonde took things too far and made their situation worse. He's absolutely losing it, and the blonde is clearly in a bad spot. Ouch, that's gonna hurt. But our boy isn't done. He's unleashing another blast of power, and it's intense. The blonde is completely overwhelmed, and this dude is showing zero mercy. He's unleashing everything he has, and honestly, the blonde kinda deserved it. It's chapter 1, and this dude is already a total powerhouse. This is gonna be a wild ride. He shouts Ionia! It's clear this fight is about more than just strength. It's personal. This dude straight up launches himself at the blonde, unleashing a huge blast. No holding back. He's recalling when he told his friends to trust Ionia of Galaxy style, and now he's gotta live up to that name. But the blonde is still standing, and this dude is starting to get seriously embarrassed. He's laying it all out. Winning isn't just about defeating your opponent, it's about getting what you want. The ground starts to rumble, and our boy is clearly channeling some serious power. This is escalating fast. He's absolutely furious, declaring the blonde's actions make him feel ashamed. Ouch, that's a low blow. But he hears the blonde, and seems to reconsider, a flicker of something unreadable crossing his face. He's unleashing another wave of energy, a powerful wind whipping around him. This is insane. He turns his back, walking away, leaving the blonde in the dust. Talk about a power move. This dude is furious. He warns if things keep going like this, a war is inevitable. But the knights can't get involved, apparently. They're already under fire for the massacre. Someone asks about them getting involved, and they're basically told they're similar to knights, but not quite. That makes them the perfect people to handle this. Those sneaky. Okay, they're on board. Our boy is straight up shocked, eyes wide open. No way he expected that response. He's fired up now, practically radiating energy, ready to take on whatever's next. He's already planning, thinking about how to move forward. This dude is a strategist. However, he's also worried about the potential fallout, the consequences of their actions. But he's determined to push through, to do what needs to be done. He's not backing down. And just like that, they're all in. This is about to get intense, I can feel it. Okay, so Nagyunn is having a super intense conversation. He's barely responding, just short answers. He finally agrees to something, but it's clear he's not thrilled. This is a tense standoff, for sure. Suddenly, a mysterious figure appears, and it's another Nagyunn. What is happening? This other Nagyunn is giving off major villain vibes, all smirky and confident. Bro is a menace. The blonde dude is straight up terrified of this new Nagyunn, and honestly, he should be. Nagyunn's eyes are glowing red. He's unleashing some serious power, and it's kinda scary. He's telling the other Nagyunn that the failsafe has to work. Something big is about to go down. They're standing in front of a castle, looking all serious. This feels like the calm before the storm. And cliffhanger, the episode ends, leaving us hanging. No way this is how it ends. To be continued. The anticipation is killing me. We need answers now. Nagyunn is confronting his doppelganger. This dude is radiating pure menace, and it's unsettling. He demands to know if the other Nagyunn is here, but the castle around them starts crumbling. Things are falling apart fast. Nagyunn's eyes lock onto something in the distance, and he realizes someone isn't where they should be. He turns, looking determined, and we finally get a good look at this older, bearded version of Nagyunn. What a glow up. Okay, so our boy Nagyunn wakes up, looking absolutely wrecked. Seriously, this dude has seen some stuff. He hears someone calling his brother's name, Najin, and it's clear that's still a sore spot. Nagyunn gets up, straight up getting ready to face the day, but you can tell it's a heavy day for him. The city is bustling, a ton of people are out, and a carriage is making its way through the streets. Everyone is scrambling, shouting about knights arriving, and making way for someone named Hippo. What's going on? A very imposing figure arrives with a crowd around him, and honestly, he looks like trouble. This dude is giving off major villain vibes, staring down at everyone like he owns the place. We get a super close-up of his intense gaze. No way, this guy is planning something big. Nagyunn's day begins, and you just can't know these two are on a collision course. But honestly, the tension is already through the roof, and I'm here for it. Nagyunn confronts Hippo, demanding to know why he's running around with lackeys. But he's not even embarrassed. Nagyunn straight up asks if Hippo forgot who wiped the floor with him, and this dude is not impressed. He corrects Nagyunn, it's Pihar, not Perry, and the score isn't 100-92. It's actually tied at 14 wins each. Nagyunn clarifies they aren't lackeys, they're his pupils, and Hippo needs to show some respect seriously. Nagyunn challenges Hippo to settle this right now, and Hippo accepts with a smirk. Oh, this is gonna be good. They're face to face, and Hippo's all if you wish, but that look in his eyes says otherwise. Nagyunn launches forward with incredible speed, and it's a blur of motion. Ouch! He connects with a lightning-fast punch, sending someone flying backwards with another booch. Ouch! Close up on Nagyunn's intense focus, his grip tight as he delivers the blow. This dude means business. We see the victim reeling, and Nagyunn looms over him, a dark silhouette of pure power. Hippo lays down the law, no disturbances in the city, and Nagyunn agrees, or so it seems. Nagyunn's already got a target in sight, and honestly, this kid looks terrified. Nagyunn charges forward, throwing a pensage that sends the kid flying. No way! The hit connects with a WHH, and the kid goes tumbling through the air. Ouch. Nagyunn's face is shaking with rage, but he's not stopping there, not even close. He grabs another kid, and Hippo's pupils are starting to realize this is bad, really bad. Nagyunn dashes forward, and the group tries to run, but Hippo's already moving to intercept. Hippo confidently declares they're gonna be amazed, but his face says otherwise. He's facing off against another hooded figure, and this one's giving off serious vibes. Hippo looks absolutely wrecked, and honestly, he totally deserves it after all that talk. Someone's theorizing about a third faction, but dismisses the demon race immediately. Makes sense. Nagyunn straight up shouts knights are a thing of the past, and it's a wild, unhinged moment. He's ranting about the knights being the reason for everything, and honestly, it's intense. Someone tries to call him out, saying he's going too far talking about people risking their lives. Another voice tries to tell everyone to not see things so negatively, but it's falling on deaf ears. We get a close-up of a brooding, red-haired guy. He looks like trouble for sure. Another dude looks totally bummed and is slumped over, looking like he needs a nap. Nagyunn demands they find a solution together, but the other guy isn't having it. He refuses to trust them unless they explain the massacre, and honestly, he's got a point. They claim the investigation is still ongoing, but Nagyunn's not buying it, and calls them out on it. Someone points out Nagyunn still makes time for his kids, calling it admirable. But this dude's got a dark rid. Gestures like that make you a target. He explains people say things like, doesn't he have real work to do? Or must be nice to just play with kids, especially with public opinion being what it is. Nagyunn admits if recognition was his goal, he'd be screwed, but then someone, Parliament member Zarin, cuts in. Zarin claims they all share the same resolve, which is weirdly ominous considering everything, and then he starts rambling. He says they tried compromising, but Nagyunn's not hearing it, and honestly, good for him. Zarin's laying it on thick, claiming they're all working toward the same goal, but Nagyunn looks totally unconvinced. Nagyunn demands to know what they're hiding about the massacre, and Zarin tries to brush it off with investigations are ongoing. However, Nagyunn isn't letting it slide, straight up calling them out on their BS. Zarin insists he's just trying to protect the organization, but Nagyunn's not buying it for a second. Nagyunn demands the truth, and Zarin looks like he's about to crack under the pressure. Okay, so things are tense. Zarin's practically begging Nagyunn to trust the process, but our boy is not having it. Someone starts walking away, muttering about giving in and focusing on the battle, but another knight steps in. This other knight straight up says people change, and it's a total mood shift. Everyone's starting to question things. Nagyunn walks off, and the knight thinks he'll get no rest tonight, but honestly, he's probably used to it at this point. Then, the first knight, the one who started walking, delivers a heavy line people shouldn't have beat the system. He repeats people do change, and it's clear he's still holding on to hope, even after everything. But another knight jumps in, saying Zarin's right, and that instability is what's really happening. They all agree, it's kinda creepy, but the first knight insists he still believes in people, even now. He's standing on a rooftop, looking out at the stormy sky, and it's a really powerful moment. And that's where we leave it. Nagyunn's still determined, but everyone around him is starting to crack. Nagyunn's walking through the city, and he's realizing real strength isn't about being perfect. It's about rising with your flaws. He thinks he's finally getting a moment to rest, but a throbbing headache hits him out of nowhere. Nagyunn tries to convince himself he just needs sleep, and tomorrow will be better, but a rumble starts shaking everything. No way, the ground is literally shaking, and it feels like something big is about to go down even as he tries to rest. Okay, so Nagyunn is getting grilled by this dude with the spiky blonde hair, and honestly, he's laying it on thick. This teal-haired guy, who we quickly learn is named Ro, is straight up unimpressed with Nagyunn's magic skills. Ro's like, you don't need to be a genius to use magic, and then just yells at Nagyunn to shout it out. Nagyunn takes Ro's advice, and Ro is shocked to see the sheer volume of text Nagyunn memorized. He's literally memorized a whole scroll. No way. And the blonde dude is visibly stunned by how smart our boy is. The blonde dude admits Nagyunn is smarter than he thought, but Roa just looks annoyed, to say the least. But then Roa drops some knowledge apparently. Ki and magic clash with each other, which is huge. Roa then straight up tells Nagyunn he's even smarter than Najin, and honestly, the shade is real. Ro explains that he can't use other kinds of magic, but healing magic is different. He's just a channel. However, if Ro messes up while channeling, the magic could backfire, which is a seriously scary thought. Ro suddenly demands to see the scroll Nagyunn memorized, and honestly, the intensity is kinda scary. He snatches the scroll right out of Nagyunn's hands, and you can see Nagyunn is not pleased. Ro starts reading, and it's about a technique to control Chui. But it's incomplete, and that's a problem. He realizes Najin was trying to learn this technique, but it's incredibly dangerous, and he was missing a key component. But Ro suddenly understands. Nagyunn is using his magic to fill in the missing pieces of the technique. This dude is straight up combining magic and ki, which everyone said was impossible, and Roa is losing it. Ro yells at Nagyunn to stop, but Nagyunn doesn't listen. He's focused on mastering the technique. Suddenly, a massive gust of wind whips through the desert, and Ro is sent flying. No way! A mysterious figure with red hair appears in the distance, and he looks absolutely furious. However, the figure's eyes flash green, revealing he's being controlled. This is getting intense. Ro's about to fall off the cliff, but the red-haired dude catches him, Talk about a save? He's glaring at Nagyunn, demanding to know why he's risking his life like that. Nagyunn says it's a safer place than the vast desert, and honestly, valid point. But the red-haired dude isn't having it. He's suddenly yanked backward by some unseen force. Turns out, someone else is controlling him, and they're pulling him towards a forest. Another figure appears watching from the distance. This is getting seriously complicated. He's scoping out the forest, declaring they need to move locations ASAP. This dude starts laughing, and it's unsettling, to say the least. What's up with him? He questions what they're running from, and it's clear he's not afraid of anything. However, a single eye opens, watching them, and the tension is so thick right now. This dude is channeling some serious power. Branches are cracking and floating around him. He sends a blade flying towards Ro, but Nagyunn intercepts with his own sword. A straight-up clash! Nagyunn leaps forward, sword extended, and the red-haired guy barely dodges. Talk about fast reflexes? But Nagyunn's attack splits the ground, creating a massive fissure. This is getting intense. The red-haired guy realizes Nagyunn wants high ground, so he tries to escape, but no way. A huge explosion rocks the area, sending everyone flying. Nagyunn's sent soaring through the air, and honestly, he looks completely wrecked. The red-haired guy is still airborne, but everything's going silent. What just happened? From the distance, someone watches the aftermath, and their expression is unreadable. Nagyunn's down, but he's still alive, and he's staring right at the mountain, clearly seeing something. Nagyunn grits his teeth and declares he'll use dragon martial arts. This is about to get serious. He launches forward, but the red-haired guy spins and delivers a brutal kick, sending Nagyunn reeling. Nagyunn tries to counter, but the red-haired guy is relentless, unleashing a flurry of attacks. Boom. Nagyunn gets blasted back, crashing into the ground, but he's determined to keep fighting. Someone observes from afar, and their face is unreadable. Who are they watching out for? A cracking sound echoes, and Nagyunn suddenly realizes something is falling from the sky. He stares up in shock. Is that a dragon? No way. Nagyunn's knocked off his feet, sliding across the rough terrain, but he's still pushing himself. He's exhausted, saying he went all out to destroy his opponent. But is it enough? Nagyunn looks up, completely wrecked, and vows to take down this dude no matter what. Nagyunn's absolutely destroying the terrain, powering through exhaustion to keep fighting. This dude is relentless? Someone's watching from the shadows, and they're thinking Nagyunn is just a human. Talk about looking down on someone! Nagyunn's gripping his side, clearly hurt, but he's refusing to fall. Our boy is tough as nails. He glances up, spotting something in the distance, and suddenly realizes he's out of time. Nagyunn grabs a shard of crystal, muttering about bad timing. What's going on, bro? His eyes flash red, and it's clear something's changing inside him, like a power-up sequence. But it's a one-into-deed poster. Nagyunn's got a bounty on his head, and they're looking for Knight Cerulean Killen Zeus. The poster demands his assassination for taking out Navy Blue Turtle Daljan. Straight up, this is getting intense. However, this isn't about a bounty, it's a setup, and Nagyunn is a pawn in someone else's game. And honestly, that cliffhanger is brutal. We need answers now. Okay, so this mysterious higher-up is praising someone's performance, and it's throwing everyone off. This dude is straight up freaking out, seeing all the blood, and wondering what's going on. The higher-up reveals they're not happy with how well this guy is doing, which is super sus, right? Someone yells halt and rushes toward the person being praised, looking for answers. The higher-up is giving off major "I'm about to do something" vibes, staring intently. He asks if they're suggesting they've kill him, but immediately backtracks, playing it off like a joke. But the higher-up isn't laughing, calmly stating they'll do what needs to be done if necessary. The man in the red sash looks completely shocked by this cold response, questioning everything. The higher-up murmurs a threat, and honestly, it's a little terrifying. And we end on a cliffhanger with the man in the red sash looking completely bewildered. Okay, so everyone's freaking out because they're realizing Zeren is the one who killed Turtle, a true knight. This dude, a knight named Xahin, is yelling about restoring the knight's honor, but it's kind of falling flat. Another knight steps in, insisting Kulin, Cerulean Chulin, whatever his name is, could never do something like that. Xahin demands to know whose side this guy is on, and it's getting heated, real fast. But the knight explains he's not taking sides. He just thinks they need to think clearly about everything. He tries to calm everyone down, even patting the other knight, but honestly, it's not working. This dude is straight up spiraling, refusing to believe Kulin is capable of such a thing. Kai-hin is losing it, demanding to know what he's saying, and things are about to explode. The knight insists Turtle would be devastated to hear this, and honestly, that's a low blow. He doubles down, saying they need to think, but it's clear everyone's too worked up to listen right now. Sahin is losing it, insisting protecting Qlin will ruin the knight's reputation, but the other knight thinks it's about more than that. He claims they're just defending the name, but the pink-haired woman interjects. They're genuinely furious. This dude is straight up spiraling, insisting they're making a choice unworthy of knights. Sahin thinks protecting Qlin is cowardly, but then he remembers he still has something to fight for. He steps forward, even if it means acting unknightly, because he needs to protect someone. But what exactly is he trying to protect? It's a total mystery. The divide has begun, and the silhouettes show things are about to get real messy. However, that's all we get for now. The screen cuts to black. Honestly, this cliffhanger is brutal, leaving us hanging with no clue what's happening. Our boy is determined, but the tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. At this point, it's not about who committed the crime. It's about what Zaren's been planning all along. Our boy is reeling, clearly realizing the bigger picture is unfolding right before his eyes. He's watching a crowd gather, and it's looking less like a rescue mission and more like a statement. They're no longer asking these knights to be heroes, but to be human, to think for themselves. And honestly, this dude is spitting straight facts. It's not a position to look down on anyone. A grizzled veteran speaks up, saying people should look up to them, and the energy shifts. Someone starts yelling, and it's a full-blown revolt brewing. No way this is going smoothly. Our boy is realizing the crisis hasn't even begun yet, and it's a terrifying thought. He's turning away, and his hair is dramatically whipping in the wind. This is the calm before the storm. But the Ember Knight is determined, even though the tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. Okay, so the floor just cracks under Zaren, and he's simultaneously shooting energy at the guy. It's intense. Zaren's clutching something golden, looking super focused, while his opponent is clearly taken aback. Two other knights step forward, telling Zaren this won't do. But honestly, they're way too late. Zaren just unleashes a wave of energy, sending debris flying everywhere, and it's a total power move. More golden shards are flying, and it looks like the other knight is getting blasted backwards. Zaren's launching forward, completely overwhelming the other knight with his power. No mercy. They both crash to the ground in a heap, and it's a messy, brutal takedown, for real. Zaren's on top, looking down, and the other knight is totally out of it. This is a straight-up beatdown. The grizzled knight is staring, shocked, while Zaren just keeps his grip, radiating power. But now the grizzled knight is stepping forward, clearly not happy with how things just went down. Zaren's delivering a brutal blow, and this dude is reeling. No way he saw that coming. The grizzled knight is trying to block, but Zaren's attack is straight up overwhelming him. Zaren's going in for another attack, but the grizzled knight manages to create some distance with a spin. The grizzled knight is down, but he's still defiant. He's gonna avenge his friend, apparently. Zaren unleashes some crazy energy, calling out his dragon martial arts. It's a serious technique. He's connecting with the attack, sending a shockwave through the grizzled knight. This is intense. Zaren keeps attacking, and the grizzled knight is trying to withstand it. But he's clearly struggling. Our boy is relentless, and the grizzled knight is taking a beating. It's a full-on assault. He's unleashing another attack, and the grizzled knight is getting launched backwards. Oof. But wait, a mysterious figure is watching from the shadows. Who is this guy, and what's his deal? Zaren's laying down some serious wisdom. No matter how strong you are, everyone has a weakness. He's zeroing in on that weakness, and it looks like he's about to exploit it. Talk about pressure. Zaren says composure is key, but once it breaks, judgment goes right out the window. Ouch, the easiest way to beat an opponent. Zaren's clenching his fist, showing us he's about to crush them. Someone's convinced Najin wouldn't do something awful, but everyone knows Qlin is capable of anything. This dude Qlin is straight up obsessed with elephants, and it's a weird prerequisite for something. Najin realizes with the way things are going, Qlin's elephant obsession might be the key to everything. Everyone's shocked, and honestly, they should be. This is getting intense. Qlin is looking pretty grim, like he knows more than he lets on, and things are about to go down. He reveals the prerequisite to hunt an elephant, and it sounds terrifying, like no one survives. Our boy is starting to put it together, but one thing is clear: they are in serious danger, like trapped in a horror movie danger. Najin thinks they're just in a bad situation, but things are about to get way worse. He says no knights have lived to tell the tale after an attack, which is a super ominous sign. And we're left with a cliffhanger. They're completely trapped and things are about to get real. Turtle gets taken out of nowhere. No way, this is a total shocker. But even in defeat, this dude refuses to retreat, clenching his fist and staying strong. Everyone is reeling. Is Turtle actually gone? It seems impossible. He questions why Keelan would do this, thinking Turtle was too smart to be caught off guard. Najin's not wasting time, clenching his fist and getting ready to move, but something feels off. He's huffing and puffing, clearly pushing himself, but something's definitely wrong with this situation. Someone points out something's off about the blonde, and the older knight admits he warned them. She glares with those intense green eyes. This is not good, bro, she's about to unleash something. Suddenly, a massive force slams into them, sending everything flying and making a huge impact. The blonde knight is on top of the older one, and honestly, this looks seriously bad for everyone. The blonde knight is absolutely flying at the older one, straight up a whirlwind of fury. She slides across the ground, kicking up dust, and it looks like she's aiming for a lethal blow. Whoosh! She's moving so fast it's creating a wind vortex, and the older knight barely reacts. She leaps, swinging a blade, but the older knight deflects it with his own. This fight is intense. She's relentless, twisting in the air, eyes locked on her target. She's not messing around. The older knight counters with a powerful leap of his own, his blade hissing as it cuts through the air. He shouts the name of a technique, Dragon Martial Arts Slaying Dragon, and launches a fast attack. But our boy Najin coughs, clearly struggling, and looks seriously injured. Something's very wrong. He grits his teeth, eyes narrowed, pushing through the pain. He's determined to win, no matter the cost. And honestly, this whole situation is a mess. Najin's body is failing him, but he's still fighting. Najin's really pushing himself, but he can barely manage one more dragon martial arts move. He's exhausted. He admits it's hard to land a hit that'll actually do anything, and whatever the Dakebi did to Mairang is seriously concerning. Najin's gritting his teeth, struggling with the effort, but Mairang calls out, asking if he's alright. Suddenly, the conversation shifts. They're wondering if Keelan killed Turtle, which is a lot. Someone thinks there's no way Keelan could do something like that, but another voice questions if he's capable of anything. Mairang is absolutely losing it, stomping her feet and flinching. She's clearly furious and frustrated. She shouts she doesn't know what to do, stomping again, while Najin flinches from the outburst. She's spiraling, yelling about how frustrating everything is, and Najin asks if it's anger fueling her. Mairang's really going off the rails, and honestly, this dude had it coming. But Najin's clearly worried. He's seeing a side of Mairang he's never seen before, and it's terrifying. Okay, so Najin realizes Mairang overlooked something huge, an elephant of all things. He grabs for it, but Mairang's suddenly launching a crazy attack, and it's a total explosion. The mountain is literally cracking under the force. This is getting intense, seriously. But Najin, our boy, actually dodges the attack. No way, that was close. He's acting on pure instinct now, leaping forward with everything he's got. It's a destructive, reckless move, and Mairang is totally caught off guard. Najin's power is pure and overwhelming, and Mairang is wondering what the heck just happened. Someone shouts if he dodged that, and honestly, he absolutely did. Then, out of nowhere, this dude launches into tiger style. It's a surprise attack! He's going for the kill, but it looks like Mairang might actually be able to block it. But even with the attack deflected, Mairang realizes the elephant isn't what's truly dangerous. It's Nagyunn herself. He thinks about it. If she'd been alone, the rocks wouldn't have even fazed her, straight up. Mairang stares at Nagyunn, completely bewildered, and honestly, he looks genuinely scared. However, Nagyunn's face is cold and determined. She's pushing forward, no matter what. She's explaining that sometimes, people don't have a choice, and it's a super ominous line. Mairang's eyes widen as he realizes what's coming. The elephant is about to charge. And it happens. The ground shakes, rocks fly, and the whole place is crumbling around them. It's absolute chaos, but Nagyunn is unfazed and Mairang looks like he's about to be flattened. No way, the elephant is closing in fast and Mairang is completely cornered. This is intense. The whole mountain is collapsing, and the panel just cuts out right before impact. Talk about a cliffhanger. Nagyunn whips around and Mairang blurts out elephant, like he just now realizes what's happening. Mairang immediately blames himself, saying if he hadn't suggested they attack together, she'd be fine alone. But Nagyunn cuts him off, declaring it's just as well. Talk about a cold response, bro. Mairang starts to protest, but Nagyunn interrupts, and honestly, he looks totally shocked by what she says. Okay, so the big boss and his crew are totally freaking out. The ground is rumbling like crazy, something's up. We've got Guile the blonde, looking super serious, and beside him is this red-haired guy, both clearly sensing the danger. This dude, the bearded one, is straight up sweating, looking around like he's about to have a breakdown. The red-haired guy and Guile are whispering about the bearded one, plotting to get info out of him. They need to know where Cat is. Guile thinks they're on the right track, but the red-haired guy isn't so sure, saying it might not be the best move. We get a close-up of the bearded one, and honestly, he looks completely terrified, clutching his chest. The red-haired guy is shocked. He's realizing something about this situation, but it's not good. He's staring off into the distance, clearly rattled by whatever he's just figured out. Another intense close-up of the bearded one, and you can see the fear in his eyes. Something is seriously wrong. The red-haired guy is practically speechless, his jaw dropped like he just witnessed something unbelievable. Okay, so the red-haired guy decides they need to attack, and Guile seems to agree. No more talking. The red-haired guy is all, let's find Cat. But he's clearly doubting they can actually pull this off. He realizes even if they find Cat, taking down the general is another story. This is getting complicated. He's worried about being a burden to his teammate Elephant, if he's not at his best. Our boy's got a good heart, so he decides his role in this fight is to be a lookout, somewhere he can see the whole battlefield. Smart move. He's studying a map, looking for the best vantage point, and honestly, this is the strategy they needed. Guile is leaping into action, straight up flying toward the enemy. This dude moves fast. The red-haired guy is watching Guile go, and he's definitely impressed by her speed and skill. He's still checking that map, making sure he's got a full view of everything. This is where the planning pays off. He's determined to be useful, even in his current state. And that's all that matters. Go get him! Okay, so the red-haired guy lays out his plan. He's gonna distract everyone, stall for time, and buy Guile some breathing room. He's straight up admitting he'd lose in a direct fight, but dodging attacks is his superpower. This is smart thinking. He shouts for Elephant now, and the bearded dude looks shocked. What's happening? Boom! Guile unleashes a massive attack, sending shockwaves through the battlefield, and the bearded guy is blown back. The blonde guy is furious, and he's going after Guile, but the red-haired dude is already moving to intercept. The bearded dude realizes someone is coming to check on him. He's not thrilled, but our boy has a plan. He declares he's not here to fight anyone head-on, and honestly, it's a good call given his situation. He's banking on dodging everything thrown at him, hoping to stall long enough. This is a risky play. He shouts for Elephant again, like it's a code word, and the bearded dude is clearly confused. The bearded dude is totally caught off guard, and whatever's about to happen, it's gonna be huge. The blonde dude is launching a full-on attack and the red-haired guy is leaping to intercept. No way! He's moving fast, but the blonde dude is already coming in for another swing. This is intense. Our boy manages to deflect the attack, sending the blonde dude flying, but it clearly does some damage. He's clutching his side, feeling the impact, and honestly, this dude had it coming. The blonde guy's airborne, and the red-haired dude is right behind him. It's a chaotic aerial battle. He lands a solid hit, sending the blonde dude crashing down, but the impact ripples through the ground. The blonde dude is down, but he's not out. He's already getting back up, looking furious. The red-haired dude yells for Elephant again, and the bearded guy is looking seriously confused. But the blonde dude is launching another attack, and the red-haired dude barely dodges. Close call. He's trying to get away, but the blonde dude is relentless. This fight is far from over. The Dokebi is playing the long game, waiting for his opponent to exhaust himself, so calculated. He draws power from the dragons he's devoured, and it's clearly building up because his hand is twitching. Still, the allure of Elephant's power is too strong to ignore, even with the risks. The Dokebi bides his time, carefully choosing the perfect moment to strike. This is getting tense. But it's not just Tamin who sees what's happening. His enemies are figuring it out too, and the bearded dude is not happy. He shouts at the Dokebi, demanding to know what he's doing, but it's already too late. And in that moment, Tamin takes the gamble, unleashing Elephant on the blonde dude. No hesitation. The red-haired dude yells, "Go for the head." But the blonde dude is already dodging, barely escaping the attack. He's down, but he's not out, and the blonde dude is already getting back up, looking furious. However, the impact sends the bearded dude flying, and it looks like the blonde dude is about to finish him off. He's carefully choosing his words, trying to predict how this blonde dude will react. It's a mind game. But then bam, the blonde dude launches a super fast attack, and the red-haired guy is sent flying. Pow, pow, pow! He's getting absolutely pummeled, but he's still trying to stand his ground. Our boy is tough. And it works. The attack connects, and the blonde dude is finally down for the count, slumped over. The blonde dude is reeling, clearly shocked, but he's already recovering and staring down his opponent. He takes a step forward, and the bearded dude is immediately on edge. This is getting intense. Another step, and the tension is unbearable. This dude is walking straight into a fight, no hesitation. The blonde dude smirks, asking if they're going to fight or not, but then says he needs to test a theory first. But before anyone can react, he's already moving, swinging at the red-haired dude. No way! He asks if they agree, but the red-haired dude is just confused. What is this dude even planning? The blonde dude straight up unleashes this insane dragon martial gape technique. It's a massive, gaping attack. He's opening his mouth impossibly wide, like a dragon about to swallow everything, and it's terrifying. The red-haired guy is reeling, trying to defend, but the blonde dude's attack is overwhelming. It's a full-on assault. Our boy is getting absolutely destroyed, sent flying backwards through the air as the blonde dude goes wild. Okay, so this creepy skull-faced dude is leaving, all mysterious and saying his goodbyes. He tells the old man to take care of himself, but the old man straight up warns him to watch his back. Weird. The skull dude starts walking away step by step through the bamboo forest, and the tension is real. Then he suddenly halts and turns around, and honestly, it's super unsettling. He asks the old man if he's happy with the life he's living now, and it's clear this isn't a friendly chat. The old man just glars back, and you can tell he's not impressed by this dude's intimidation tactics. The skull dude whips around, and for a second, it looks like he's gonna attack. What is happening? But instead of a fight, the old man is suddenly falling off a cliff. No way! The skull dude is right there, watching him fall, and it's a messed up scene. He says how pleasant it is to just watch the moon, and that if it were up to him, the old man would be joining him, down there. So, the skull dude is still ranting. Apparently he's annoyed by someone named Nagyunn, the Dokabi. Meanwhile, this other guy, Myrang, is looking off, like seriously zoned out and touching his temple. Someone calls out Brainiac, and it's this pink-haired dude who's clearly impatient. A blonde girl asks what the plan is now, and Myrang just gives this creepy smile. Myrang orders Jin to use someone as a shield and attack. Straight up evil mastermind vibes here. The blonde girl is looking at Myrang with a serious side eye, like she doesn't trust this plan at all. The pink-haired dude is all fired up, yelling for them to just start throwing punches, right? But then everyone's staring because Myrang just ate the general. No, seriously, he devoured him. Everyone is speechless, but Myrang is like, just a change of plans, which is a massive understatement. The pink-haired dude is questioning everything, and the blonde girl is clearly judging his soft heart. This is getting wild. The blonde girl is questioning Myrang's plan, demanding to know if he's using Sarangni. But he just wants to absorb power with Ojumni? Myrang swings his sword at the blonde girl, and honestly, she's barely dodging. This is intense. She manages to block the attack, but Myrang's looking absolutely unhinged while doing it. The pink-haired dude is freaking out, yelling about elephant, and what's happening to the knight. Suddenly, the pink-haired dude gets blasted backwards. No way, what even was that? The blonde girl is jumping into action, leaping toward Myrang with a determined look on her face. She's landing right in front of Myrang, ready to fight. This girl is a beast, seriously. Myrang is reeling from the attack, looking totally shocked that she's still standing. But the pink-haired dude is still down, and the blonde girl is already moving to finish off Myrang. She lands a blow and Myrang goes flying. A huge explosion follows and things are about to get messy. Taman realizes Myrang is a serious threat, but he's already moving to take him down. But Myrang is faster. He's straight up obliterating Taman with a flurry of attacks. Taman is getting wrecked, but he's still trying to protect Sarangni, yelling that they need to handle this here. Myrang is unleashing a brutal combo, and Taman is reeling from each hit. It's a total beatdown. The blonde girl is jumping in to help, and honestly, she's delivering some serious blows of her own. She's absolutely demolishing Myrang, sending him flying with each attack. Pow pow pow, this is insane. Myrang's getting tossed around like a rag doll, and his weapon is getting blasted to pieces. The blonde girl is relentless, pushing Myrang to his absolute limit. He's straining under the pressure. She's unleashing a final, devastating attack, and Myrang is sent crashing down. The blonde girl is panting, but she's still focused. She's ready for whatever comes next, and that's a mood. Myrang is down, but this dude's still got some fight left. He's trying to get up. The blonde girl leaps forward, intending to finish him off, but Taman intercepts with a crazy burst of speed. Taman declares he has a move of his own, and honestly, it looks like some serious dark magic is brewing. He unleashes it, and it's unlike anything anyone has ever seen. The power is intense. The energy is so lethal it's shattering the ground, and the blonde girl's eyes widen in shock. It could destroy anything standing in its way. This is a whole new level of power from our boy. Taman's channeling something massive, and the blonde girl's green eyes are locked on the attack. However, it's not aimed at Myrang. Taman is targeting the blonde girl herself? No way! She's completely caught off guard, and the attack is coming fast, but she's not backing down. The energy collides. It's a devastating clash, and we're left with a massive explosion and total chaos. Taman's attack sends Myrang flying, and straight up, it looks brutal. The impact is massive. Myrang's body crumples and a huge cloud of dust explodes outward. Everything goes white as the energy dissipates, leaving debris scattered everywhere. A bloodied man stumbles forward, and it's Najin. But he's covered in someone else's blood. We get a close-up of Najin's face. He's seriously messed up, but his eyes are burning with determination. The blonde girl is silhouetted against a red sky, and the title card reveals she's the strongest knight. Talk about pressure! The blonde girl is injured, clearly reeling, but she's trying to maintain her composure. Najin rushes toward her, spluttering blood, and shouts, "Now what?" This dude is not giving up. The blonde girl is lying on the ground, and Najin is right beside her, but she insists she's fine. Someone declares they need to get her treated, but she's already staring daggers at Najin. Things are about to get real. The strongest knight is seriously injured, but Najin is right there, demanding to know what's next. Our boy is relentless. She insists she's okay, but her glare is ice cold, and she's clearly sizing Najin up as a threat. Someone wants to get her medical attention, but she cuts them off, focusing all her fury on Najin. This is a showdown. She's spitting mad, and straight up tells him he's going to regret whatever he did. No way this ends well. Yulni is snacking on a skewer, and straight up rejects whatever she's being offered. She's got standards, okay? This dude, Randall, is getting read to the bone as Yulnia casually mentions she memorized a ton of stuff in just 2 days. Turns out, she learned it all in 2 days, which is wild since it took her 3 weeks before. This girl is a learning machine. Her eyes are twitching, and she's clearly holding something back. Something's definitely up with her. Randall gets a little too close for comfort, but Yulnia subtly pushes him away. Bro, personal space? Randall asks why Yulnia even wanted to become a knight, and she's giving off major "it's complicated" vibes. She admits it wasn't about wanting to be a knight, but instead just setting it as a goal. So mysterious? Randall seems to catch on, and she finishes her thought, saying she just set that as her goal. Randall's processing that, and honestly, we're all processing that with him. Yulni is looking away, and we're getting a serious flashback vibe. Something big is about to go down. Yulnia asks if he wanted to be Najin, and bro, the question hits Randall like a ton of bricks. Randall's speechless, totally caught off guard, and Yulni is staring him down with those intense eyes. He stammers out a "who," but before he can finish, someone interrupts. Talk about bad timing. It's Ilg, and he's asking what Yulni is doing, clearly not thrilled with whatever's happening. Yulni is straight up munching on a skewer, completely unfazed by Ilg's outburst. This girl is fearless. Ilg and Randall are looking at each other, totally confused, while Yulnia just continues eating. They're talking about Turtle, saying rumors are spreading that he's passed away. Super grim. Randall's trying to process everything, but Ilg is clearly worried about what Yulnia is up to. Ilg reaches out to Randall, but Randall's focused on Yulnia, who's still radiating mystery. Randall's staring at Yulnia, and honestly, we're right there with him. What is she planning? Ilg is urging Randall to hurry, saying things aren't looking good. Serious vibes are happening right now. Randall asks what's going on, and this dude, Elephant, is the key. Once he returns to Nigel, everything changes. Elephant explains something's happening, but it's all connected to Nigel. This is getting intense, y'all. Randall's still trying to understand, and Elephant confirms it's about Nigel, making everything click. We get a wide shot of Nigel, and it's a sprawling city. This place must be huge and important. Randall is holding a red-haired guy, and he's clearly injured. Our boy is rushing to get him help stat. They're speeding through the city, hair flying everywhere, and Randall is determined to save this guy. A soldier is watching them, promising he won't let whatever happened happen again. Sounds like a threat. Randall is rushing forward, but the soldier is blocking his path, and this dude is not backing down. Randall sighs, realizing he'll have to deal with this soldier next time. He's not letting this slide. No way. Randall's shocked. He recognizes the name Kulin, and it's clearly someone important from his past. Everyone is whispering about Kulin, and Randall straight up can't believe it's happening. Randall whips around, and the soldier is suddenly grabbing the red-haired guy. It's a total ambush. The soldier is dragging the guy away, and Randall is yelling for him to stop, but it's no use. Randall realizes something is seriously wrong. People aren't looking at him like a knight, but like a criminal. He thinks about how they're glancing at him, and it's definitely not admiration. It's fear and suspicion. Randall is spiraling, thinking he's being treated like a wanted criminal, and honestly, he has no clue why. Something is definitely off, and he feels like he's walking into a trap, but he has to save this guy. The soldier yanks the red-haired guy, and he lets out a muffled cry. This is getting messy. Randall's confused, looking around at the shocked faces, and he's starting to feel like he's lost control of the situation. Randall's buddy, the green-haired soldier, is straight up freaking out and asks what they did to Turtle. The white-haired knight is trying to assess the situation, looking super concerned about how bad things are. Another soldier bursts in, yelling that nobody is questioning whether Randall assassinated Turtle. Even the knights believe it? She claims the parliament is using this as an excuse to take down the knights, and honestly, it sounds like a total setup. Randall's like, "Wait, what?" And the soldier grabs his arm, trying to pull him away. It's intense. She's telling him he needs to lay low, that he can't just act like nothing is happening. But he's clearly not understanding. She explains everyone thinks he killed Turtle, and even the knights believe it. This is a disaster. She says the parliament is using this as an excuse to discredit the knights, and Randall is just lost. The soldier is gripping his arm super tight, trying to get him to listen, but our boy is still reeling from this news. And then, she just yanks him closer, practically pulling him into her. This is about to get real. Randall's trying to pull away, but she's got a grip on him, and it's like, no escape. She's explaining everything. The parliament, the setup, Turtle, and Randall's starting to understand the gravity of it. The green-haired soldier is suddenly all over the place, yelling about Kulin, and honestly, it's a bit much. He's asking what Kulin has to do with anything, and the soldier's convinced he's the culprit. This is wild. The soldier claims Kulin was seen near the scene, and Randall's like, hold up, that can't be right. But the soldier is adamant, insisting Kulin would never hurt anyone, which is a choice. Randall says it wouldn't hurt to ask Kulin, and the soldier actually considers it. I didn't expect that. Then, the soldier just straight up grabs Randall's hand and starts sucking on it. No way. Randall's completely shocked, questioning what the heck is going on, but the soldier is lost in his own world. He's mumbling about how it won't hurt, and then says, "Halt, Kulin." This dude is a mess. Randall is completely broken, collapsing to his knees as everything hits him. It's brutal, honestly. He's just crumpling, completely overwhelmed by the realization of what's happening, and it's intense. The ground starts shaking and a huge rumble echoes. Something big is definitely coming, bro. Everything goes black and the word Rambieli flashes on the screen. To be continued? No way. Okay, so things are tense. Our boy is in this medieval city when bam, lightning just obliterates a tower. He gets knocked back, but it's not just a physical hit. It's like the lightning charges him with power. He and the old man are straight up arguing about whether it was thunder or lightning. Honestly, the old man is a bit of a know-it-all. The old man keeps rambling about energy conversion and hippo jaw. Whatever that is, but basically, he's saying the lightning gave Nagyunn a power boost. Apparently it's a temporary fix, but he can use this new power as once, which is kinda sketchy, right? The old man tries to simplify things, but it just makes it sound like he charged Nagyunn with thunder, and Nagyunn is not impressed. But then the old man sees something. He's totally confused, and Nagyunn is looking out the window too. Another massive lightning strike hits, and it's not just the tower this time. Something else is getting blasted. Nagyunn shouts, "Kill in." And you can tell whatever just got hit is important, like really important. No way, that lightning strike just revealed something massive and shadowy, and things are about to get wild. I can feel it. Okay, so someone's trying to frame Kulin for this attack, but Nagyunn realizes this is too easy. It's a setup. Nagyunn figures out they want people to think Kulin did it, and he's pretty sure Zarin is behind it all. He's asking if Zirin would trust someone from his clan with a job like this, and the old man twitches. Suspicious? The old man straight up attacks Nagyunn, and honestly, this dude had it coming. He's fast. Nagyunn deflects the blow, but the old man isn't backing down. He's yelling about not being taken down easily. Then the ground rumbles, and the old man goes flying. What the heck just happened? We get a close-up of the old man's face, and he looks seriously messed up. Another sword swipe, and the old man is getting shredded. This is brutal. Nagyunn's swinging his sword like a pro, but the old man is still fighting back. But then, clang, the swords clash and things go silent, leaving us on a total cliffhanger. Nagyunn yells bind, and tries to restrain the old man, but he shouts halt, right back. No way. Nagyunn launches a blade, and it rips through the old man's cloak with a massive swish. Nagyunn keeps attacking, pushing forward relentlessly, but the old man is still standing and fighting back. The old man's face is all twisted up in pain, and Nagyunn's sword keeps coming. It's intense. Nagyunn swings again and the old man's cloak gets sliced to ribbons. Throb and whip, sound effects are wild. The old man tries to retaliate, but Nagyunn dodges and the blade sails past, missing him by a hair. Nagyunn's getting a trickle of blood on his face. He's injured, but still pressing the attack. He orders the old man to release, and we see a flash of the old man's sword flying away. Someone's whispering about exploiting Kulin's geese. This is getting shady, and they think Nagyunn will do it. They ask if Nagyunn's hesitant because it's too risky, and he just stares back, totally unreadable. Nagyunn suddenly remembers crossing paths with someone recently, someone who might still be alive. He thinks she might be able to see her again, and a single tear rolls down his face, seriously intense. Suddenly, a figure falls from the sky, landing with a massive whomp. What the heck is going on? This dude clenches his fist, looking absolutely furious, then crashes into something with a resounding crash. We get a glimpse of a building, tall and imposing, and it's clear this fight is taking a serious turn. A man stands there, looking determined, saying his gift better have arrived in time. What gift could it be? Someone else appears, and they declare the fight's ending, but it feels way too anticlimactic, honestly. There's a burst of energy, and everyone's thrown around. This is a total power move. Someone yells turtle, and it's just chaos as everything explodes around them. A man appears, saying someone is looking for, and then another figure zooms into view with a swoosh. Someone is screaming, and it's clear this dude is getting absolutely wrecked in this fight. He's stumbling, falling, and honestly, it looks brutal. He's barely holding on. Someone's standing over him, ordering him to turn around, but he just spits blood and refuses. His face is a mess, covered in blood and bruises, but he's still defiant, glaring up at his opponent. The other fighter lets out a chilling laugh. It's seriously creepy and sends shivers down your spine. He starts running, desperately trying to escape, and we hear footsteps pounding right behind him. A sword slashes down, and there's this disgusting escolic sound. No way, it actually hit! He collapses, slumping against the steps, looking totally defeated and broken. He coughs, struggling to breathe, and whispers that he can't do it alone. This is heartbreaking. But even as he's down, he's still fighting, still trying to get back up. Our boy is resilient. Kandensha demands an answer from the man, but he just apologizes. What is going on? He calls out turtle, and honestly, it's the weirdest thing ever, like a secret code. He tells the man he hopes he becomes the best, saying he has what it takes. Super encouraging, bro. The man stares intently, and we get a close-up of his eyes. They're kinda unsettling, right? Kandensha questions why the attacker was called Kulin, when he knew it wasn't him. The man explains he was asking about the person who was there, protecting the kid. He's making a deal, basically letting the man handle the rest. It's a power move, honestly. The man looks at him, and you can tell he's taking it all in, processing everything. He says he's leaving the rest to him to take care of it. This is getting intense. The man's eyes glow, and he's got this determined look. This dude is about to unleash something huge. This dude, straight up, thinks he's untouchable. He's saying you won't take him down easily. But Kandensha suddenly stops, looking confused. Something's clicking in her brain. Wait, she remembers all those knights stripped of their honor, and it's a huge realization. She's questioning everything, and honestly, this is about to get wild. Okay, so things are shattered. Someone just blew a hole in the wall, and our boy is straight up losing it. He's locked up, looking out a barred window, and honestly, it's giving imprisoned hero vibes. Suddenly, knights show up, and he's like, who are these guys? But they're not here to play nice. They want him to join them, but he refuses, and these knights are now taking no for an answer. He mutters that they've messed up, and then, Creak. Something is definitely happening down the hall. He's demanding to know what's going on, calling out for Parrot. This dude is not messing around. But then we get a close-up and it's revealed the knight is actually Yellow Camel Echidna. No way. Echidna gives a chilling glance and we get his title, Qualified Knight Yellow Camel Echidna. Sounds intense. He's reeling. Turtle is dead? Our boy is totally blindsided by this news. He wonders if Kulin is capable of something so brutal, but then remembers that this is Kulin we're talking about. Echidna and another knight, Silver Pyronite, agree with Nagyunn's intentions and demand he get straight to the point. Silver Pyronite stares him down and honestly, this dude looks intense. Nagyunn clarifies that it wasn't his Kulin, the one he knows, who did this. But then he suspects the Parliament is behind Turtle's death. It's a big accusation. He's questioning everything, and Echidna's expression is unreadable. Silver Pyronite's eyes narrow, and it's clear he's not buying whatever Nagyunn is selling. Nagyunn declares his intention to find the real culprit, and he sounds determined. Echidna just gives a cold stare, and you can tell this is far from over. Echidna and Silver Pyronite propose a plan, expose the Parliament as the true killers and team up with Kulin. Nagyunn is skeptical. He questions if they're seriously asking him to trust Kulin after everything. Silver Pyronite drops a bomb, letting Elephant kill Kulin would make them look bad and dismantle the Order of Knights. Nagyunn brings up that Echidna initially said Kulin probably did it, and demands to know why he's so confident Kulin is innocent. Echidna gives this super unsettling smirk. Something is definitely up with this dude. Nagyunn is totally losing it, staring intensely at Echidna. He's starting to see through the cracks. Echidna and Silver Pyronite try to convince Nagyunn their plan will work, but he's not having it. Nagyunn's questioning the logic of their plan, and Echidna just stares back, completely unbothered. Silver Pyronite lays it all out. They'll tell Kulin the Parliament is behind it, then join forces with her. Nagyunn is furious. He can't believe they're suggesting this, and honestly, we're right there with him. Nagyunn is livid, straight up calling out Echidna and Silver Pyronite for their manipulative game. He's not buying their plan for a second, telling them they're trying to pawn responsibility onto Elephant. Nagyunn demands to know why they're so quick to protect Kulin, and it's clear he's seeing their hypocrisy. This dude is furious. He declares that if they want someone to take responsibility, they need to do it themselves. Nagyunn lays down the law that's not justice, and he won't stand for it, no way. But Echidna just calmly states they understand, and then a thud echoes through the halls. Silver Pyronite and Echidna are suddenly attacking. Nagyunn is caught completely off guard. Nagyunn gets slammed against a pillar, but he's fighting back, clenching his fist. This is intense. He's furious, screaming about there being no dignity in what they're doing, but they just keep coming. Our boy is clearly outmatched, but he's refusing to back down. This is about to get messy. Nagyunn is getting wrecked, but he's demanding answers about Kulin. Did they even mention her earlier? Echidna and Silver Pyronite are totally ignoring him, and he's losing it, demanding they respond to him now. They finally respond with a silence. And then Echidna straight up tells him no talking. Suddenly, we cut to a massive battlefield, and this dude is being dragged across the ground. The old man Elephant appears and slaps Nagyunn, like a full-on smack to the face. Elephant yells at Nagyunn to get up, and then a blonde woman slides into frame, looking intense. The blonde woman is helping him up, and honestly, it's a little confusing what's going on. Elephant is glaring at Nagyunn, and you can tell he's not pleased at all. Elephant barks keep up, and they're still being dragged, stuck in some kind of crater. Elephant is still scowling, and this whole situation is just a mess, honestly. Elephant is laying down the law. Captives are important and Ave not to be harmed, apparently. The blonde woman, who we now know is called Elephant, actually agrees with him. No way! Nagyunn is just staring at her, completely blank-faced, like he's processing something huge. He straight up tells them if he wants revenge, he won't be stopped. Talk about a mood. But then he adds and looks off into the distance, and it's clear something's wrong. Elephant is looking at Nagyunn with a serious expression, like he knows something's up. Nagyunn is clutching his head, saying something about almost everything being gone. What is happening? He's spiraling, admitting he hopes her power is strong enough to just erase him. He's losing it, saying, death, almost everything's gone, and honestly, it's heartbreaking. But then he recovers a little, thinking her power might be enough to annihilate him. This dude is wild. Nagyunn is clenching his fist so hard, it's intense. He's really trying to hold on to what's left of himself. He's babbling about how everything is slipping away, But then he stares right at Elephant with this creepy smile. Elephant is totally unsettled by his stare, and honestly, who wouldn't be? This dude is giving off major villain vibes. He's begging Elephant to just obliterate him, but then quickly adds he'll do it himself if she can't. Talk about a power move. This dude with the purple hair is straight up holding onto our girl, and she looks totally trapped. He's whispering something to her, and she's giving him a serious side eye. What is going on? She asks what he's doing, and he drops a bomb. Someone is on their way. He starts laying out this intel about Elephant, losing control after Turtle's assassination. No way. Apparently, Elephant crushed 10 knights over a petty fight. This guy sounds intense. He explains Turtle was the only reason Elephant could even be a knight. Wild. Now he's saying that with Turtle gone, she's gonna go on a full revenge rampage, and honestly fair. He thinks she'll have no restraint, judging by her past behavior. This is getting good. He believes her sudden return is because of this, meaning she planned this whole thing. Straight up, he's convinced she's coming for blood, and there's no stopping her. He shouts "Stop Elephant," and asks someone to restrain her. Things are about to pop off. He wants them to stop her without a fight, and believes having someone on their side will legitimize their cause. This dude is laying it on thick, saying with their help, they can control the situation. Smooth talker. We get a flashback to his childhood. He grew up around knights and admired them. He remembers the knights radiating power, and as a kid, he wanted to be just like them. Someone asks him if he wants to be like them, and he straight up says ice. He wants justice. But wait, this whole time, he's been narrating to someone else, and it's a young, blonde knight. He's been telling this knight about Elephant, and how she's unstoppable without Turtle to rein her in. He claims Elephant is coming for revenge, and this knight needs to help them stop her. The pressure is on. Our boy is really trying to recruit this knight, hoping to sway him to their side. This is a power play. He's reminiscing about his father, a super respected parliament member, but admits he didn't understand him then. Apparently, his dad handled everything important for the continent. Total power player. But then he died from overwork. Seriously. We see his father collapsed, and our boy still didn't get what his dad was trying to tell him, even at the end. It's only after he gets appointed that our boy finally understands his father's warnings about the parliament. Flashback to a gathering. Everyone seems happy, but our boy knows better now. Because of his father's death, the parliament has become complacent and totally out of touch. Our boy is laying out all this backstory to the young knight, revealing his father's death wasn't just a tragedy. It was a setup. He explains that his father knew the parliament was corrupt and tried to warn him. Talk about a heavy burden for a kid. This dude is determined to expose the truth and needs this knight's help to do it. No pressure, right? He's saying the parliament is letting things rot, and they need to be stopped. It's a full-blown rebellion brewing. Our boy is laying it all out. He believes being a hero killed his father, straight up. He declares no one can truly be a hero and shows a flashback of his father collapsed. But he pivots, saying heroes aren't born, they're made, and you have to let go of the idea of them. He's saying you gotta shed the heroic image to actually take the first step forward. Deep stuff. Now he's talking to another knight, questioning his sense of justice, and it's getting intense. He argues righteous conviction can be as more dangerous than evil because it lacks guilt. Without guilt, there's nothing to hold back, and if that righteousness falters, the results will be tragic. We get a wide shot of a battlefield. It looks like his father led a massive army, no doubt. Our boy is standing there, back turned, and seems determined to move forward, no matter the cost. He's saying it's going to take whatever it takes, and honestly, we're here for it. Our boy is laying it all out for this other knight, claiming Crimson Hippo, or Hinsher, will be free soon. He's saying Hinsher will be free from the shackles of being a hero, which is a bold statement. This other knight is straight up confused, asking why so many knights are searching for him every day. But our boy drops a bomb. He's also a knight, and that's why they're gonna such lengths. He wonders if they're protecting the honor of knighthood, or just their own, and honestly, it's a great question. He's diving deeper, explaining how he's going to take things into his own hands, regardless of the consequences. This dude is asking if he's sure. It sounds like he's planning something big. Our boy is firm, saying he's made up his mind, and honestly, we respect the dedication. He's declaring he's going to dismantle the system, and the other knight looks conflicted, to say the least. He finishes with a chilling promise. He's going to tear down everything, even if it means destroying himself. Okay, so this dude is laying into our boy, claiming he reignited an old injury. It's getting intense. Our boy is clearly rattled, but he's trying to play it cool, asking if he's alright, but then, Sirac, cake! No way. He's clutching his hand, looking seriously hurt, and the other knight is completely shocked, eyes wide. This other knight is all confused, asking what's going on, and our boy drops this cryptic line about not letting anyone hit him harder. He's staring off into the distance, looking determined, while the other knight is just processing. Zoom in on our boy's eyes, and they're glowing, like seriously intense blue. Something's definitely up. He's facing another knight, who's asking what's wrong, but our boy is lost in thought. Another close up on those glowing eyes. Bro is planning something, and it's probably not good. He turns to face the other knight, still looking distant, and honestly, it's kinda creepy. The other knight is standing with his back to us, looking concerned, as our boy stares off into the distance. Okay, so this older knight is yelling at our boy to hurry up, but he's barely acknowledging him. It's cold. The blonde knight is getting seriously interrogated, and she looks so done with everything right now. But wait, another guy shows up, and he's staring right at our boy with this intense, challenging gaze. Our boy returns the stare, and honestly, it's a total power move, like he's sizing this dude up. Okay, so our boy became a knight at just 14 years old. A total prodigy, straight up. She becomes the youngest knight ever, and her teacher is completely shocked, yelling her name as she speeds past. Her old teacher tries to pass down his weapon, recognizing all her hard work, but she's not having it. This dude thinks she needs a teacher. No way. She passed on her first try and doesn't need anyone's help. She's mumbling about not needing a teacher, insisting she became a knight through her own strength alone. She's totally isolating herself, saying she isn't lonely or empty, but honestly, it's a little sad. She walks away from everyone, leaving them standing there, and the tension is building. You can feel it. She clenches her fist, and you can see the power radiating off her. It's intense. Everything around her starts to crack and break as she unleashes some serious energy. It's a total explosion. She declares that becoming the strongest weapon is all that matters, and all she cares about is power. No holding back. Someone calls her out, saying strength isn't everything. Talk about a mood killer. She's seriously questioning that, convinced that being the strongest is the only way to get respect. She thinks they just can't stand her power, and honestly, it's a pretty solid read. She's about to show them what real power looks like, clenching her fists like it's gonna explode. But her teacher steps in, trying to reason with her, saying she reminds him of the demon knight. She tries to brush it off, saying she'll let it go, but her grip is still tight. She's so conflicted. Her teacher is just standing there, and then, bam, she lists off a bunch of animal names. It's a weird, rapid-fire list of animals: marundo, pink leopard cat, brown duck, green cat, indigo goat. She's totally losing it, clenching her fist again. This is getting intense. And then, silence. The tension is unreal, and we're left hanging. What's gonna happen next? She wants a chance to prove herself, to finally be recognized for her strength. It's a desperate plea, honestly. But it wasn't enough. Despite showing off her power, she wasn't given the acknowledgement she craved. She admits she's strong, sure, but it feels like everything keeps going wrong for her. Our girl is spiraling, questioning if she's truly hopeless and destined to remain just a demon knight. She's lost, wondering what any of this even means, as she stands alone and small. Cut to a different guy. He's got a serious look on his face, clearly deep in thought. He's realizing something, and it doesn't look good. This dude is starting to connect the dots. He mutters about how this is exactly what he feared would happen, and honestly, we're on the edge of our seats. He thinks she's going down a dangerous path, and it's clear he's worried about her. He's bracing himself, knowing whatever is coming next is gonna be huge. No way this ends well. This dude straight up declares he'll teach her, until the day she's truly ready, which is a bold move. She fires back, saying he already promised to teach her, but she still has a long way to go. But it's not just about training. She's hinting at something deeper, like she needs to earn his guidance. Someone's yelling for Najin to hurry up, and honestly, the urgency is palpable. She's glaring at something off-panel, looking super intense. What has her so riled up? He's standing with his back to us, but you can see the tension in his posture. Something's definitely off. And then a close-up of his face, a creepy smile spreading across it, and those eyes are chilling. He's looking at her with a cold expression, and it's clear he's playing some kind of game. She asks what an elephant has to do with anything, glancing at someone in the distance. But whatever she's looking at, it's making him smirk, This is escalating quickly, and we're here for it. Okay, so this dude is totally masked up, looking menacing with glowing eyes. It's a whole vibe. Suddenly, 3 figures rush forward, clearly ready for a fight, and it looks intense. Someone is kicking something, or someone, and the impact sends them flying, but honestly it's a blur. We get a super close-up of our boy's eye, and it's intense, green-focused, and a little bit scary. He's letting them go, just this once. What does that even mean? She's walking away, looking all confident, but there's something about her posture that's off. She's taking steps, and another figure is following close behind. They're walking towards the city. She stops abruptly, telling someone to halt, and the tension is thick right now. She's completely serious, and this is no longer a training exercise. Something big is about to go down. But wait, there's a city in the distance and a huge, ominous figure walking with her. Who is that? She's laying down a condition, return to Nigel, or face consequences twice over, no less. But she's immediately cut off as someone's voice booms out, dismissing her threat. This is getting spicy. He's striding forward, step by step, and it's clear he's not intimidated by her at all. What a boss move. He's walking towards the city, and honestly, it's like we're seeing a predator approach its prey. She demands he stop, but he just ignores her and keeps walking. This dude is playing a dangerous game. She's straight up telling him he won't make it back to Nigel, and her tone is icy. She's serious. He doesn't even flinch, and continues to walk, with the city getting closer and closer. Our boy is fearless. However, he suddenly speeds up, creating a blur of motion. No way he's moving fast. He's literally a streak across the landscape, leaving trails of energy behind him. It's a whole spectacle. And just as quickly, he's gone, leaving her staring at the city with a look of shock. What just happened? He tells her he warned her, and straight up declares he won't hold back. This is getting intense. He says eyes with a terrifying grin, and then speeds forward with a crazy burst of power. But the ground shatters beneath his feet as he moves, like he's unleashing a seismic force. No way. However, the destruction continues, and it's clear this isn't just power, it's something completely different. Okay, so this dude is straight up confronting the knights, demanding to know why they're protecting the order. Someone yells "Do HY," and it's clear they're not happy with the questions our boy is asking. The knights explain they've dedicated their lives to becoming knights, but Nagyunn points out that can't be true for him. He presses them, asking why they're risking everything to protect the knights, especially with Elephant around. Nagyunn falls silent, clearly weighing something heavy, and honestly, the tension is killing me. He barely manages to get out before everything goes quiet and the atmosphere gets super ominous. Then, the door creaks open, and it's not a gentle creak, it's a full-on horror movie door creak. A woman bursts in, looking shocked, and another man is right behind her, looking equally disturbed. They both stare at something off-screen, and the woman's expression is seriously intense. Whatever they're looking at, it's bad. Like really bad, and our boy is about to be in the middle of it. Zarin promises them an ordinary life once everything's over, and honestly, it's a huge relief to see. But hold up, the blonde dude bursts in, looking absolutely unhinged, and immediately ruins the vibe. He straight up declares he won't let them have that ordinary life, because apparently, revenge is his only goal. This dude is obsessed with making the people who hurt him suffer, and it's kinda scary how fixated he is. He says survival is the only thing that gives his life meaning, which is a lot to unpack, honestly. The title card hits, the Ember Knight, and it's clear things are about to get seriously intense. We cut to the blonde guy, collapsed and exhausted, looking totally wrecked. Close up on his eye, it's red and wild, and his whole arm is twitching like crazy, which is super unsettling. He lifts his head and his eyes are now geary in. No way, what is going on with this guy? He's clearly lost it, and it's obvious this isn't just about revenge anymore. Something else is driving him. He's convinced he can read this guy, thinking it's all an act, but his instincts are tingling. He's starting to suspect something's off. This isn't just a bluff, it feels unusual. Suddenly, his arm starts throbbing, and he's clearly getting a bad feeling about all this. He tells himself to look at it another way. This dude is good at pretending, and he fell for it. But he's realizing this guy isn't a normal knight or general. Something is seriously peculiar about him. He warns them not to make the first move, reminding them this woman is still a knight, and won't attack if they don't. He repeats his warning, then whips around and straight up announces he is Najin of Woodian. He declares he will stop them, and his eyes are glowing red. No way, this is escalating fast. Our boy is completely thrown. Why would this dude suddenly introduce himself like that? He realizes Najin is declaring war and forcing their attention on him. And also, his arm is still glitching. She throws General Heijin's spear straight up into the air. And everyone is scoke. What is happening? The spear twirls and spins, and honestly, it looks like she's doing some kind of magic trick. She leaps into the air and grabs the spear mid-twirl. This woman is a straight-up acrobat. Everyone is stunned, asking how she threw it up there when she didn't. But she doesn't even acknowledge them. Our boy is losing it, staring with wide eyes, and then, wait for it, she reveals her true identity. She declares she is the knight known as Pure White Elephant Candentia, and everyone is completely blindsided. But this dude is still convinced something is off. He's trying to piece it all together. He wonders if this is the reason Nagyunn changed names with Elephant, but then realizes it wasn't. We get a close-up of her intense gaze, and honestly, it's kinda terrifying. She's staring right at him, and the look in her eyes says it all. This isn't a game. He blocked her attack earlier, and realizes a flicker of emotion wasn't pain. It was something else. Her injured shoulder is affecting her, and our boy immediately connects the dots. She's switching arms? He shouts a warning, and she launches another attack with her left arm. It's super fast. He dodges, but the attack still grazes him, and he's starting to understand her fighting style. He realizes that because of her injury, it's actually easier for him to predict her moves. No way. However, even though he's anticipating it, the attack is still incredibly powerful and sends him flying. He crashes into something, and honestly, this dude is getting wrecked. He's completely stunned, asking how she could predict his movements. What is going on? She's standing over him, and her expression is chilling. This isn't a fight, it's a demonstration. But then she's launching another attack. She's not letting up, and our boy is completely overwhelmed. He's a tempo late, but still tries to swing, and straight up slices right through her shoulder. Her feet skid across the cracked earth as the force of the blow sends her stumbling. He glances at her, a wild look in his eyes, and you can see he's genuinely surprised by what just happened. She's barely holding on, but she's still trying to fight, dodging his next attack with a quick step. He launches a side slash, and she's actually able to deflect it. This woman is a monster, but the impact sends her flying backwards, crashing into the rocky terrain. He's following up, moving so fast it's just a blur, and she's trying to brace for another hit. She's completely overwhelmed, but she's still standing, somehow managing to stay in the fight. He lands another blow, and this time she's sent spiraling through the air. She crashes down, and he just stands there, watching, tapping his foot like it's nothing. She's seriously annoyed, straight up telling him this fight is dishonorable, and she's about to get serious. But she barely finishes the sentence before realizing she underestimated him. She's caught off guard for the first time. She's trying to process what's happening, but it's already too late. He's fully locked in now, and it's game time. And in the end, this dude is about to unleash everything he's got, and no one is safe. Someone's yelling for Jin and then hey Jin. Sounds like a desperate search is on, no doubt. The moon is full and creepy, setting the stage for something seriously messed up to go down. This blonde guy is hiding in the trees, looking super confused, like what is even happening? Wait, it's Doc KB, he's alive, and he's talking to someone hidden in the trees. Doc KB asks how the other guy is still alive, and honestly, he seems pretty annoyed about it. Doc KB straight up says this is an opportunity, and tells whoever he's talking to play along. He wants them to wait for his signal, which yeah, that's definitely not good. Something's brewing. Something massive lands nearby with a whoosh sound. The ground is cracking under its weight. The ground starts to shatter and break apart, like a giant is stomping around. It's intense. This dude is making a statement, and it's a destructive one. Our boy is in for a wild ride. Okay, so the fight really kicks off. This dude is dodging a massive attack, and it's intense. Someone yells eliminate him, and bro, the blonde guy's eyes are glowing red. We've got a problem. He's getting swarmed, but this dude isn't going down without a fight. He's already throwing hands. Our boy is launching a counterattack, trying to create some space, but they're relentless. They're questioning if this tactic will even work against the strongest knight, Elephant, apparently. He's swinging, and it looks like he connects, sending opponents flying, but there are so many of them. This dude is unleashing a serious attack, and honestly, it looks like it might actually land. He's powering up, channeling energy, and it's radiating off him. This is getting epic. But the others are skeptical, wondering if it'll be enough against Elephant, and honestly, same. No way. He's going for a direct hit, a risky move, but it's all or nothing right now. Okay, so someone's pointing out the formation isn't perfect, and this dude is about to drop a truth bomb. He reveals Elephant doesn't fight with brute force. She reads her opponents first. It's kinda creepy, honestly. She's unarmed and her teammate barely fights, but our boy realizes she's calculating, not just reckless. He remembers facing her twice and figures she's probing for weaknesses before launching an attack. Smart. He explains she relies on instinct, but her instincts are sharp. This is getting intense. She seems to fight without thinking, but that's a total misdirection. She's strategizing the whole time. He's laying it all out. She starts by feeling out her opponent, then formulates a plan mid-fight. But here's the problem. They'll never beat her in strength or speed. They're already behind. They can't just follow her movements, because they'll always be a step behind. The formation won't cut it. So what do? They need to anticipate her strategy, but he's starting to realize they can't track her. Okay, so he realizes Elephant is already moving. She's not waiting for them to react at all. She's slicing through the rock formations like they're nothing, straight up creating a path for herself. Our boy tries to counter, but she's too fast. She's already dodging and weaving through the debris. She sends someone flying with a single hit, and it's clear she's not holding backs at all. He's desperately trying to block, but she's overwhelming him with a flurry of attacks. It's brutal, but here's the twist. She's not aiming to hit him, she's targeting the ground around him. She's shattering the earth, turning the battlefield into a mess of floating rocks. Genius, but terrifying. He's jumping and dodging, trying to stay afloat, but it's getting harder with all the falling debris. He thinks he's found an opening, a chance to strike back, but this is a trap. She anticipated his move and is already there, ready to deliver another devastating blow. Ouch! Elephant prefers throwing punches, and she's really leaning into it, sending a dude flying. She plants her foot and sends a shockwave through the ground, cracking the earth beneath them. No way, she's just obliterating the battlefield, shattering the ground into a million pieces. She's launching herself into the air, dodging debris and moving at insane speeds. It's a whirlwind. She's twirling through the air, sending more rocks flying, and honestly, it's a beautiful, destructive dance. With a powerful whoosh, she sends a final burst of energy, clearing a path through the wreckage. But hold up, she stops mid-air, a weird look on her face, and her eye is glowing red. What's happening? She's clearly sensing something, some kind of disturbance, and she's not happy about it. She's narrowing her eyes, focused on something off-panel. This isn't good, something's about to go down. Our boy is starting to realize he underestimated Elephant, and she's about to unleash something serious. She's got him cornered, launching a flurry of attacks. It's a total beatdown, honestly. He's sent tumbling through the air, crashing down onto the rocky terrain below. But she doesn't let up, following him down with terrifying speed, her eyes still glowing. She lands pinning him, and her hair flares up. This is getting intense, bro. She's pressing down on him, her grip tightening. He's trapped, and it looks painful. She's tapping on his chest, almost like she's testing something, and his expression is changing. He tries to fight back, but she slices at him with a dark energy blade. Ouch, that looked sharp. She's moving in for the kill, but he suddenly stops her, a strange look on his face. He's whispering something, and she pauses, completely caught off guard. What is this dude saying? She's stunned, and he uses the opening to create distance, but whatever he said clearly messed with her. He's staring right into Elephant's eyes, and it's clear he can't bring himself to block her attack. Something's holding him back. He whispers that he can't block her, and she's totally thrown, her expression shifting from rage to confusion in an instant. But whatever he said clearly hit a nerve, because Elephant actually stumbles back, giving our boy a chance to escape. No way! Okay, so things are looking bad for our boy. A shadowy figure appears, and it's clearly not friendly. He's gripping his blade, bracing for a fight. But this isn't just about strength, it's about strategy. We get a close-up of his face and he's seriously focused, staring down whoever's coming at him. No fear! He's thinking she meant to hit him. But it's more than just pain he's worried about. It's what comes with it. He's replaying the start of the battle, thinking it happened too fast. If only he'd been at his best. But he shakes it off. Dwelling on what-ifs won't help him now. He needs a plan stat. He's looking for a way out, a loophole, anything to turn this around. But it's looking grim. However, he refuses to give up, declaring he'll find a way, because he has plenty of time to think. No way, a dark ghostly weapon is manifesting around him, and it looks seriously powerful. He's facing this new threat head-on, and honestly, this is about to get wheeled. Ranged attacks are useless against this dude. He's deflecting everything with some kind of power. He's realizing this opponent is different, way stronger, and a straight-up close combat specialist. This guy is lecturing him mid-fight, saying he needs to push back to make the other guy flinch. Talk about confidence. Whoa, intense close-up, his eyes are changing, glowing red, like he's unlocking something new. His eyes are completely red now and he's staring this guy down. It's super creepy and intimidating. He's asserting dominance, saying it doesn't matter either way, he's gonna win, period. He's gripping his sword tight, channeling everything, and preparing to unleash a massive attack. He's swinging the blade, and it's like a wave of power rushing forward. Everything is getting sliced up. No way! A green eye peeks through the chaos and it looks like his opponent is barely reacting. But wait, this dude isn't scared, he's just watching, and honestly, that's even more terrifying. Nagyunn shouts Najin's name, shocked as he's suddenly attacked out of nowhere. It's happening so fast. He goes flying, sliding across the ground, but it's not a brutal hit. It's almost gentle. 7, another fighter, watches the scene unfold with a weird, calculating gaze. Nagyunn's wrist is nicked, barely a scratch, and he's confused. The attack had no real force behind it. He questions how this opponent switched from blocking to offense so quickly. It's a bizarre fighting style. 7 observes, declaring Nagyunn a strange anomaly, a fighter who reacts before seeing the attacks. However, 7 admits this is something she's never encountered before, which is kinda unsettling. Nagyunn launches another attack, but 7 barely manages to keep up. It's a struggle for him, apparently. He's shouting Najinn's name again, desperate, while 7 remains unnervingly calm. 7 asks about Najin, and then dashes forward. This dude is about to get serious. Nagyunn whips around, trying to catch 7, but this dude is already moving at lightning speed. 7's launching a flurry of attacks, and Nagyunn barely blocks. It's a chaotic dance of blades. He's deflecting each strike, but 7's relentless, pressing the attack with insane speed and precision. Nagyunn manages to create some space, but 7 just leaps over his counterattack. Seriously, how high can she jump? She's coming down with a strike aimed at his head, but he rolls, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. Close call? 7's attack slices through the air where he was just standing, and then she's spinning, launching another assault. Nagyunn tries to retaliate, but 7's already dodging, a whirlwind of motion leaving him flailing. She's airborne again, delivering a kick, and Nagyunn sent tumbling. This is brutal, even for him. He crashes to the ground, and 7 follows up with another strike, but Nagyunn somehow manages to block. However, the impact sends a shockwave, throwing 7 back, and Nagyunn stares, stunned by her power. 7 launches forward, a blur of speed, and slams into Nagyunn. It's a full-body collision. Nagyunn goes flying, crashing through rock formations, and 7 doesn't even slow down. He slams into a cliff face, but 7 is already there, questioning his training, straight up roasting him. 7 asks if this is Nagyunn's strategy, using his teammates as bait, but Nagyunn denies it, clearly shaken. Nagyunn tries to recover, but 7's relentless, pushing forward and forcing him deeper into the canyon. He's clearly struggling, barely keeping up, and 7 mocks his lack of power. Ouch, that's harsh. Nagyunn's thinking fast, trying to analyze 7's movements, but it's like she's reading his mind. He realizes she anticipated his next move, and that's terrifying. This dude is outmatched. 7 vanishes in a flash, and Nagyunn is left reeling, desperately trying to track her. No way. She reappears behind him, and he knows he's about to get hit again, but he's bracing for it. Nagyunn grits his teeth, eyes glowing red, and tries to anticipate 7's attack, but she's too fast. He's caught off guard by a sudden burst of wind. What is even happening right now? 7 appears out of nowhere, and Nagyunn's questioning if she's using some kind of teleportation. 7 attacks again, mouth open in a silent scream, and Nagyunn barely manages to react. He tries to block, but 7's force is overwhelming. This is a brutal exchange, honestly. Nagyunn gets sent tumbling, but he somehow manages to stay on his feet, though barely. 7 whips her weapon around, and Nagyunn's forced to defend, the blade whistling through the air. He's dodging and weaving, but 7's relentless, keeping the pressure on our boy. Nagyunn focuses, eyes narrowed, trying to read 7's next move. It's a standoff. 7 twirls her weapon, and Nagyunn's determined expression shows he won't go down without a fight. 7 keeps spinning that axe, and Nagyunn's starting to look seriously outmatched. It's relentless. This dude Regis suddenly jumps in, weapon drawn, and announces it's a double axe that throws sparks. Regis is hyped about his axe, even giving it a name, but honestly, Nagyunn doesn't have time for introductions. Nagyunn is focused on 7, but Regis is right there, swinging his axe and looking for an opening. Talk about a messy fight. Okay, so things are bad. A massive volcano is erupting and Lucian is straight up standing in the path of destruction. The eruption is getting worse, spewing smoke and ash everywhere, but Lucian doesn't even flinch. He's focused on something. We see bodies scattered around, clearly casualties of whatever just happened, and Lucian is walking toward them, no hesitation. Someone is telling Lucian to just leave Najin, to abandon him, but Lucian ignores them, clearly determined to help. Lucian calls out Najin's name, rushing forward despite the danger, and honestly, this dude is fearless. He finds Najin, barely alive, and it looks rough, but Lucian is already moving, whipping around to face the threat. Lucian clutches Najin tightly, and you can see the raw desperation in his face. He won't let him die. But wait, there's another figure standing nearby, watching the chaos unfold, and their intentions are super sus. Lucian is carrying Najin, and they're both looking at this mysterious figure. The tension is insane right now. And just like that, the title card hits. The Ember Knight. Because our boy Lucian is about to unleash some serious power. Lucian finishes his attack, but he's shocked. Najin is still standing, which is wild. He can't believe she survived, and admits he held back. But like, why? It's so frustrating. Lucian clutches his hand, realizing he hesitated, and wonders if he got scared. No way, right? He clenches his fist, dismissing the thought, and straight up calls himself foolish for even considering it. Lucian sighs, clearly frustrated, and admits the risk is way too high now, which is a mood. He glances at Najin with intense eyes, and you can feel the tension building. Something's about to go down. Najin asks if Lucian was trying to kill her, and the question hangs in the air, heavy and loaded. Lucian gives a short, clipped no, but his expression says otherwise. He's definitely hiding something. We get a wider shot of Lucian and the erupting volcano, and he looks exhausted and defeated. The volcano is looming, and Lucian's face is full of dread. This is not looking good for anyone. Najin is totally playing it cool, acting surprised Lucian would try to kill her. But she knows he's not being honest. She throws it back at him, calling him out for starting this fight knowing it could cost him his life, which is savage. Lucian slides forward, hand outstretched, and straight up tries to grab her. It's a power move. He squeezes her chin, forcing her to look at him, and honestly, it's a little creepy even for this series. A rock falls, distracting Lucian, and Najin uses the moment to break free. She's quick. She asks if he's going to kill her, and Lucian's face is unreadable. This dude is a master of deception. Lucian insists he won't, but his expression screams otherwise. He's definitely hiding something big. We get a shot of Lucian looking out at the erupting volcano, and he looks completely defeated. The pressure is getting to him. But Najin isn't buying it, and calls him out, saying he's not the person she thought he was. Lucian's eye is glowing, and he looks absolutely unhinged. Something is seriously wrong with our boy. Najin thinks she's got Lucian figured out, believing he's just trying to avenge Turtle. But Lucian reveals his true plan. He wants to prove even knights will give in to temptation. He explains he doesn't need the sharpest spear or strongest shield, just for people to witness a fall. Lucian insists if Najin goes through with this, she'll succeed in proving his point. It's messed up. However, Najin calls him out, saying true heroes don't need to force belief through deception. Lucian gets super intense, demanding she protect what all the knights fought for, and Turtle. He claims she knows better than anyone how to do it, and his face is terrifying. This dude is spiraling. Najin is losing it, yelling for him to stop, but Lucian is totally consumed by his twisted logic. He's begging for just a little more, and his eyes are bloodshot. It's seriously disturbing. Lucian is straight up breaking down, and it's clear he's lost control of everything. Lucian is grabbing Najin, insisting she understands what Turtle endured. It's intense. He's laying it all out. Turtle carried everyone's burdens and never rested, and Lucian thinks Najin gets it. But Lucian's spiraling, confessing he was foolish to think anyone could bear that weight. He's clenching his fist, completely broken, and admits he's been pushing her to her limits. Suddenly, someone is attacking from the sky, and it looks like they're going for Lucian. Lucian's eyes shift, they're green now, and he's clearly bracing for impact. No way. He's straight up realizing he messed up, and his face is full of regret. Lucian is clenching his fist, and his eyes are bloodshot. This dude is losing it. Someone is flying toward them with a sword, and Lucian is trying to protect Najin. However, it looks like Lucian is leaping in front of her to take the hit. Our boy is a hero. Lucian intercepts the attack, taking the sword right to the chest. No way. He's protecting Najin at all costs. He's asking if she's okay, checking for injuries, But honestly, he's the one who just got skewered. Najin is losing it, tapping frantically on the ground, trying to get Lucian to listen, but he's barely conscious. Lucian's trying to explain everything, saying he doesn't know what's happening with Turtle. It's so chaotic. Suddenly, something huge is launching off into the sky, like a massive wave of energy. What is that? It's heading straight for the castle, and it's absolutely demolishing the towers and walls. Najin stares up, her expression unreadable, while Lucian looks on in shock. This is getting intense. She's spitting up blood, but she's trying to stay strong, and it's clear she's hiding something. Najin's face is all hardened resolve. She's making a decision, and it looks like a big one. She's staring off into the distance, and you can tell she's about to do something completely reckless. Najin suddenly grabs Lucian and pulls him close, shielding him with her body. What is happening? She's launching herself forward with incredible speed, completely disregarding her own injuries. She's a maniac. This dude, On, is trying to block Najin, but she's straight up blasting through him with a surge of power. She's moving towards the blonde guy, and even he looks shocked. It's like she's laser focused on him. Okay, so things are intense. Someone just got decked, and it sounds like bones are breaking, straight up. Our boy is reeling, stumbling back after that hit, and this other dude, he's just standing there. This green-haired dude is stepping forward, sword drawn, and looks like he's about to finish this fight quickly. He's laying into the other guy, saying dealing with him isn't worth the trouble, but then throws a curveball. He's not even that strong. But it gets weirder. He admits this dude is strong enough to be annoying, and then just lifts him up by the collar. The green-haired guy is panting, clearly exerting some effort, and we see the other guy's apprentice hanging back near a cave. He's got the other guy hoisted up, and it looks like he's about to just drop him. No way! We get a glimpse of the sky, and it's all fluffy clouds, peaceful, right? Wrong. The apprentice is dangling in the air, and this dude asks if he's given up, which is a little harsh, honestly. However, the apprentice looks determined, and you can tell this is far from over. He's ready for round 2. The apprentice, Nagyunn, is straight up losing it, yelling at the green-haired dude like, "What are you doing, Jew?" He demands the guy avenge him, saying he was promised that, but it's kind of falling flat. Nagyunn says he thought this dude wouldn't let their plan succeed, and then silence. The green-haired guy finally speaks up, realizing Nagyunn isn't trying to kill anyone, just mess with their plans. He calls Nagyunn out, saying he knew something felt off, and then drops a bomb. Nagyunn is scared. The green-haired dude claims Nagyunn is afraid of actually taking a life, which is a low blow, honestly. Nagyunn is reeling, mumbling about dying. They killed him. And it's a total gut punch. The green-haired dude presses on, asking if Nagyunn even wants revenge at this point. Nagyunn is freaking out, denying it, and the green-haired dude is squeezing his hand like he's breaking. But then Nagyunn brushes him off and starts muttering to himself, like he's lost in his own head. Nagyunn is laying it all out. He kept his distance so he could pull the green-haired dude closer, which is a choice. He claims he didn't actually say anything, just thought it, and the green-haired dude is clearly confused. Flashback time. We see the two of them side by side, and it's clear they've known each other for a while. Nagyunn is ranting about how he didn't expect so many people to be waiting for him, and honestly, it's a mess. The green-haired dude is just there, staring at Nagyunn, and the tension is building. It's kinda creepy. He delivers the brutal line, "No one is happy to see Nagyunn," and it's straight up a gut punch. Nagyunn tries to play it off, saying it's not because they dislike him, but the green-haired dude isn't buying it. The dude drops another bomb, saying he's only here because he's supposed to be, and Nagyunn is losing it. Nagyunn is babbling about revenge, and it's clear he's more lost than ever. But the green-haired dude isn't letting up. The green-haired dude asks if he even wants revenge, and Nagyunn just stares back, completely broken. Nagyunn's all like, "Why are you guys even here?" and demands to know if they want to fight him. But the dude straight up tells him they're worried he'll do something reckless. And another says the navy blue turtle was assassinated. They're prepping for whatever Nagyunn does next. Apparently he's got a reputation for being a wild card. Nagyunn mutters about the order, and then declares it's happening again, and bro, the tension is thick. The green-haired dude's face is unreadable, but you can tell he's freaking out inside. Nagyunn thinks everyone's already decided he's the bad guy, and he's clenching his fist. This is getting intense. He's ranting now, saying this time is different, and he's all alone, which is a super bleak mood. Nagyunn's just standing there, but the other dude calls out, "Hey, hero," and it's ominous. The dude is laying into him, saying he's too quiet and needs to speak up. Seriously, the nerve of this guy. And then, no way, he just slaps the dude. This dude is asking for it, but still. Nagyunn thinks back to the fact that everyone assumes he's the villain, and it's hitting him hard. He declares this time is different, and that he's all alone now. So bleak, bro. The green-haired dude calls out to him, but Nagyunn's spiraling, convinced everyone's already against him. This dude starts laying into Nagyunn, saying he's too quiet and needs to speak up. The audacity? No way. Nagyunn straight up slaps him, and honestly, this dude had it coming. The dude is shocked, but Nagyunn is already losing it, ranting about how everyone's made up their minds about him. He's saying every choice he's ever made led to this, and that the righteous knight is coming for him. Nagyunn's back is to everyone, and he's just broken, realizing the price of the life he's lived. He's completely defeated, and the green-haired dude just stares at him, clearly worried. Nagyunn is a mess, and the dude's face is unreadable. This is a seriously heavy moment. Nagyunn's completely lost it, lashing out with his sword and slicing through everything. It's brutal. A helicopter appears above, and it looks like they're trying to get a lock on him. This is escalating fast. This dude's eyes are glowing red, and he's grinning like a maniac. Straight up terrifying, honestly. He swings and a massive crack spreads across the courtyard. The force of this is insane. Everything is shattering, and pieces of the wall are flying everywhere. This fight is destroying the place. Nagyunn attacks another soldier, but this dude is blocking every hit. He's seriously skilled. Another soldier goes down, and our boy keeps swinging, but he's clearly overwhelmed. It's a total free for all. Some allies arrive, yelling encouragement and rushing to support Nagyunn. Thank goodness for backup. One of them is shouting, "Don't worry, elephant." Apparently, that's Nagyunn's call sign. Wild. Nagyunn is still reeling, looking totally defeated, but his allies are there to help him stand. They got his back. Nagyunn's allies are shocked. They realize he already planned for this whole ambush. No way! He's protesting, saying he had no idea what they were talking about, but he's totally flustered. Suddenly, a blonde dude drops from the sky and pins one of Nagyunn's allies. Super aggressive! The blonde dude is menacing, staring down at his captive, and honestly, he looks terrifying. Okay, so things are INTS. This dude, a parliament member, is looking rough and clearly panicking. He straight up announces he's stripping away his title, but says he'll see to that himself, which is ominous. But then he's yelling about elephants being the biggest threat to everyone's existence, and honestly, we're all confused. He's trying to look all composed, but you can tell he's hiding something, a smirk playing on his lips. Meanwhile, someone is peeking at this guy and another character, and then, no way, he's squeezing this other dude's hand? It happened again. It looks like he's having some kind of episode, gripping this other guy's hand so tightly, and this dude is clearly distressed. He's giving off a super creepy vibe, just staring intensely at the other guy, like he's calculating something. Then, out of nowhere, this guy suddenly grabs him, and it looks like he's about to fall. Our boy is getting carried off somewhere, looking shocked, and the other guy is just there, looking unbothered. However, it's a trap. A green figure is lunging at them, and honestly, this whole situation is a mess. Okay, so this steel blue cuckoo lady is straight up challenging our boy to a duel. Like, draw your weapon already. She's lunging at him, weapon raised, and it looks like the other knight is trying to block, but it's happening fast. Their weapons clash with a huge sealang, sending sparks flying. This fight is intense, seriously. She's swinging again, a craziest WH sound, and the other knight is barely dodging, but she's relentless. He's trying to counter, but she's all over him, and you can see the determination in his eyes. He's not backing down. More clashing, more pine-GPing sounds, and they're moving so fast it's a blur of steel and energy. She manages to get a hit in, sending him flying backwards. Ouch, that looked painful, bro. He hits the ground with a THNK, but he's already getting back up, clearly not giving up. She slams her weapon down, cracking the ground. This chick is powerful, no doubt about it. But then, a huge crack spreads through the ground, and she's caught off guard. What's happening? Okay, so our boy is clenching his fist, clearly trying to figure out what to do. It's a tough spot. The fight between the green-haired knight and the other dude is INTNSE, with POW sounds everywhere. We get a glimpse of the blonde knight, looking down at the battle. He's definitely judging. The green knight is grinning, looking straight up unhinged. She's loving this fight, honestly. Someone asks if they should intervene, but the red-haired guy says no, letting the fight continue. He wants to give them a bit more time, But bro, this is getting out of hand fast. Our boy is still analyzing the situation, trying to decide who to take on first. A tough call. He decides he should take both of them on. Talk about confidence, this dude is fearless. The red-haired guy tells him to let it go, like he knows something we don't. Suspicious? He's staring out at a castle and a group of dark figures. Something big is about to happen, I can feel it. Our boy shuts everyone down, saying he's just being cautious. But honestly, it's a super cold response. Someone questions why she's so quiet, but it turns out she's not scared at all. She's assessing the situation. She's not hesitating out of fear, but because she sees something with her special eye. Things are getting intense. She asked what they're doing, and the blondinite is straight up annoyed. Like, chill out, dude. What she saw doesn't match the blonde's calm exterior. Apparently, there's ruthless malice hiding underneath. A mysterious voice commands good, keep it up, and tells them to kill each other. No way, this is a trap. Our boy calls the knights foolish, telling them any weakness will be their end. He's losing it. It threw the blondinite off, because she's never seen anything like this before. She's genuinely surprised. She's demanding to know what they're doing, just standing there, and ordering them to do something. Hero! We see a group of dark figures. This is clearly the source of the order, and it's a bad omen for sure. The blonde knight is losing it, demanding to know why the parliament members aren't acting. Like, what are they waiting for? He's calling them out, saying their hesitation will be the end of them. This dude is furious. The blonde knight is shocked by his outburst, because she's never seen him this unhinged before. Something is seriously wrong. She orders them to do something, but then a group of dark figures reveal themselves as the source of the command. A trap. Suddenly, the green-haired fighter attacks, slicing through the ground with a massive blade. Total chaos erupts. The blondinite is stunned and another figure rushes forward, swinging a weapon. It's a full-on brawl! Our boy is taking on multiple opponents, moving like a whirlwind. He's a straight-up fighting machine. However, one of the attackers manages to land a hit, sending him flying. Ouch, that looked painful. He crashes into the castle wall, and the other knight looks concerned. Is our boy okay? The blondinite asks what's happening, but the dark figure just stares back with a chilling expression. This is getting real. The fight is intense, blades clashing everywhere, but the dark figures are overwhelming our boy and his allies. He's fighting like a beast, but one of the attackers manages to slice his sword clean in two. No way. The blondinite demands to know what's going on with the buildings, but the dark figure just stares her down. Creepy. Suddenly, the dark figure lunges, and it looks like he's going for the blondinite, but our boy intercepts the attack. He blocks the blow, saving her, but the force of it sends him sliding backwards. Talk about a close call! Okay, so things are intense. The crew is prepping for a fight, and this dude is telling someone to stay back because it's about to get messy. He's saying their presence is actually helping, which is kinda sweet, honestly, but things are clearly spiraling. This guy, who we now know as Hero, is being told to let them handle everything from here on out. We cut to a shot of this long-haired dude lying in bed, looking totally wrecked. No idea what happened, but it wasn't good. A blonde character is standing over him, looking down with a seriously unreadable expression, which is never a good sign. The logo for the Ember Knight flashes, because it's a major plot point and the story is about to shift gears. Suddenly, a massive wave of dark energy comes stuoshi toward the blonde, like a crazy attack is happening. The blonde is observing the attack and commenting it's slower than he expected, which is ominous, to say the least. This other dude looks shocked, but our boy is straight up unimpressed, like he's seen this all before and it's kinda terrifying. Okay, so this dude is dodging these massive, shadowy blades like it's nothing. He's seriously quick. He's leaping over a massive crack forming in the ground, but it's widening fast. No way! One of the blades wraps around him, but he's already analyzing the attack. This guy is ice cold. He's getting launched forward, screaming, and it looks brutal, but he's still conscious somehow. He lands hard, right next to another crack, and it's clear this fight is taking a toll on the landscape. He's assessing the situation, spotting 4 opponents, 1 on each side, 2 directly ahead. Our boy is spinning, drawing his sword, preparing to face them all at once. This is gonna be epic. He's got this intense look in his eyes, like he's already calculated every move, and honestly, it's terrifying. He's whirling around, a blur of motion, and it looks like he's about to take them all on, all at once. The other fighters are coming at him with swords drawn, but our boy is already moving, ready to meet them. He's deflecting attacks left and right, but the swords are coming at him relentlessly. It's a whirlwind. He's moving forward, slicing through the air, and honestly, the speed is insane, a total blur. He's so close to one opponent. He's practically reading their thoughts, anticipating every move. One of the fighters tries to catch him off guard, but our boy is already dodging, a near miss. He's deflecting another attack, but his sword is starting to show cracks. Oh no, it's failing. He keeps fighting, even with a broken blade. But it's clear he's pushing himself to the absolute limit. He's clashing with the enemy, sparks flying everywhere, and the sound is deafening. Sealiang, Sealiang! His sword is about to shatter, but he's still going, refusing to back down. This dude is fearless. The sword finally breaks, but he's already disarming his opponent, snatching the weapon mid-swing. He's gripping the new sword, a grim look on his face. You can see the pain throbbing in his hand. He shouts for everyone to unite with Shubritha, and then straight up dashes forward with insane speed. This blonde fighter is blocking his attack, but she's clearly surprised by the force of it. She's getting pushed back. She tries to grab him, but he's too quick. He's dodging and weaving, and honestly, it's a beautiful fight. She manages to nick his arm, drawing blood, and he yells out Barantra. Ouch, that looked painful. She's going for another strike, but he sidesteps and counters, narrowly missing her. Talk about a close call. You can see the strain on her arm. It's throbbing, but she's not backing down, no way. Blood is trickling down his arm, but he's focusing, his eyes locked on his opponent. This dude is relentless. He's talking about how everyone he trained with, everything he did, was all for her. It's getting intense. But he's not talking about love, he's talking about strength. He trained to beat her specifically. And then, this other fighter with gray hair jumps in, looking absolutely furious. This just got complicated. He's wrapping bandages around his arm, but the blonde fighter is already leaping at him with a blade. Our boy barely dodges the attack, and she stabs the ground where he was standing. That was close. He's launching himself forward, swinging his sword, but the gray-haired fighter intercepts. This is a chaotic three-way battle. He lands a hit on the blonde, sending her flying, but the gray-haired fighter is right behind him, swinging again. He leaps away to avoid the gray-haired fighter, but realizes the blonde is still following Hippo. She's been tailing him for days. He explains they're trying to pull her into this conflict, but she doesn't seem to care about sides. He argues their side might seem more justified, but he quickly realizes arguing is pointless. They're here to fight. He declares they aren't there to argue right from wrong, and then launches back into the fray. Our boy is all action. He's moving so fast it's just a blur, dodging attacks and preparing to counter. This dude is a whirlwind. And honestly, he's straight up dismantling the blonde fighter's defense. She's getting overwhelmed. He's laying down some serious knightly philosophy. It's not about being a hero, it's about standing by what you believe. But he's not just talking ideals, he's admitting the council is a problem. They're dragging the continent down with them. He says they need to get rid of the council to protect everyone, even if it's a hopeless fight. Our boy is all in. The blonde fighter seems affected by this, but she's clearly still ready to fight. She's got a haunted look in her eyes. He says it won't be easy, and honestly that's an understatement. This is shaping up to be a brutal battle. The gray-haired fighter asks if they have another way, but the blonde fighter just stares straight ahead. She's a woman of action. Flashback time, we're seeing a memory of that day, something clearly went down. The blonde fighter's eyes are closed and then snap open. She's remembering too, and it looks painful. She's leaping forward with her sword, a full-on attack, no hesitation, no words, just pure aggression. He's blocking her strike, but the force sends him stumbling back. This fight is about to get intense. She's swinging that huge hammer at him, but he dodges. It's a near miss, and honestly, that was close. He's reeling from the blow, clearly hurt, and she's demanding to know what he did. This is getting personal. She's remembering something awful, a past trauma, and it's hitting her hard. No way, this is heartbreaking. She attacks again with everything she has, but he meets her head on. This is a full-blown all or nothing clash. Straight up, this episode is a mood. It opens with the declaration knights aren't heroes, which is a bold claim. We see a massive army of knights silhouetted against the sunset, and it's clear this isn't some fairy tale. They look intimidating. This dude, the knight commander, is laying down some serious truth. Knights are weapons, tools to be controlled. He's saying without order, all these knights with their different ideas of justice will just clash and cause chaos. Heavy stuff. But he believes it's a miracle these knights channel their devotion into honor and justice. and he's worried about what happens when that ends. He thinks the Age of Nights should fade out naturally, but forcing it will only lead to disaster, which is a total foreshadowing moment. Our boy is determined to prevent that disaster, and honestly, he looks absolutely haunted while saying it. Close up on his eye, you can see the weight of the world on this guy, and the determination to carry on. He's sliding down, collapsing. It looks like he's passing the torch, or maybe just giving up. He leaves everything to someone else, slumping to the ground, and it's a super dramatic cliffhanger. No way! He's clenching his weapon, eyes narrowed. This dude is about to go OFF. He squeezes the handle so hard his knuckles are white, and his gaze is locked on something unseen. Suddenly, a shadowy figure appears, and everyone is shocked by how strong she is. A sword clashes against something, and the sound is deafening, echoing across the battlefield. He shouts release, but it's too late. She's already launched a counterattack. She whips around, sending a blast of dark energy flying, and it totally knocks him back. He tries to recover, dodging the attack, but she's relentless. She's right on his tail. She unleashes another attack, and a glowing blade nearly grazes him, leaving a burning trail. He's knocked to the ground, struggling to get up, but she's already closing in for the final blow. With a final devastating strike, she lands the hit, and it sends a shockwave through the entire area. WHMP! The swords are locked, but they aren't just clashing, they're pulling toward each other, like magnets. She's thinking about Barantra, and it's clear she's got a plan brewing, a really intense one. She's got two options: pull the sword back, or let it fly forward, and she's weighing them both. Our boy is watching, eyes narrowed, and she's clearly trying to read his mind with her special eye. He's thinking if her insight can see through him, but honestly, he's got a pretty steely gaze himself. She's sliding, collapsing. It looks like he's passing the torch, or maybe just giving up. He leaves everything to someone else, slumping to the ground, and it's a super dramatic cliffhanger. No way! He's clenching his weapon, eyes narrowed. This dude is about to go OFF. He squeezes the handle so hard his knuckles are white, and his gaze is locked on something unseen. Suddenly, a shadowy figure appears, and everyone is shocked by how strong she is. She tells Elephant to stop, but he's totally ignoring her, just charging forward like a maniac. He's pushing forward, but she warns him more lives will be lost if he doesn't stand down. She demands he tell her what the parliament member was really up to, straight up demanding answers. This dude is dropping his sword. He's giving up the fight. No way, this is a twist? He's clutching his weapon, eyes locked on something unseen, and honestly, it's kinda creepy. Suddenly, a shadowy figure appears and she's strong. She's blocking Elephant's attack with ease. She's sliding across the ground, collapsing, and it looks like she's passing the torch, or surrendering. He leaves everything to someone else, slumping to the ground, and it's a super dramatic cliffhanger. He's clenching his weapon, eyes narrowed. This dude is about to go OFF. He squeezes the handle so hard his knuckles are white, and his gaze is locked on something unseen. He's pointing a finger, and it's clear he's realized something huge about the situation. He calls her out, accusing her of being used, but she's not having it. She's totally unfazed. She fires back, saying he's the one being played, and honestly, the tension is insane right now. He hits the ground, completely defeated, and things are looking super grim for our boy. She claims his all-powerful eye isn't so special, and that's just a straight-up burn. She says if anyone is being used, it's him, and the power dynamic is shifting hard. A group of shadowy figures appear behind her, looking menacing, and it's a total power move. She's questioning his vision, saying hers is sharper, and this is escalating quickly. She scoffs, saying how unfortunate it is, then swings a sword. This is a no-holds-barred fight. She declares this is how it ends, with them divided, but she also admits they've been separated for a long time. He leaps forward, eyes blazing, but it's a total setup because everything starts rumbling. The castle shakes like crazy, and someone asks if the knights are fighting. No way! This other dude is shocked, saying the castle is empty, and they have a chance to move now. He asks what kind of move they're planning, and honestly, the tension is building fast. Our boy's eye is glowing, focused on something, and it's super intense. He's seeing something? He realizes the situation is different than he thought, but she's already heading for the exit. She peeks outside, looking concerned, asking what's happening to this country. It's bad, bro. She steps out into the town, looking around, and things are definitely not right. She's got a determined look on her face, ready to face whatever's coming, and it's kinda inspiring. He claims they're practically alone in the castle, but this dude is definitely missing something. she realizes the town is under attack, with people fleeing and buildings collapsing. It's a full-blown invasion. However, she quickly spots the attackers aren't who she expects. They're robots. This dude clearly underestimated the tech level. Okay, so things are intense. Someone just shouts that Camel is down, and our boy is losing it. He's screaming to protect Elephant like Nano, and honestly, the energy is wild. He's rallying the troops with Stand with Hippo. It's a whole Animal Kingdom battle cry, no joke. Then he charges yelling for honor. This dude is all in, fueled by pure vengeance. He leaps into action, sword swinging, but the blonde knight meets him with a sea lunge. It's a straight-up clash. Our boy gets sent flying with a WHUMP, but the blondie knight isn't messing around, swinging again. The blonde knight is closing in, blade flashing. It looks like he's about to finish this dude off. But wait, someone else is watching from the shadows, and they seem pretty concerned about the fight. This mysterious figure, Parrot, is telling someone to listen, sensing a battle happening nearby. They're urging whoever they're talking to use their head, because sounds from outside the walls are getting louder. Parrot confirms they definitely hear fighting outside the walls, and someone's urging them to meet whoever's battling. But Elephant is straight up refusing. No way is she letting them anywhere near the chaos. This dude, Hippo, is all in though, demanding they meet the fighters, but Elephant is not having it. Hippo insists it's necessary, but Elephant scowling. She clearly thinks this is a terrible idea. Another guy, Camel, chimes in, asking if they truly believe they can replace the Order of Knights, and things are getting tense. Camel wonders if he's being too complacent, and then he just walks off, looking super conflicted. He's staring out at the city, and it's clear he's weighing some serious stuff up. And then the title card hits. The Ember Knight. Looks like things are about to get even more epic. Okay, so the blonde knight just got wrecked. Sword flying everywhere, and this dude is freaking out. Someone asks if he found his sword, and he confirms it went flying way off, but honestly, he seems more concerned about something else. He's getting grilled by another guy, who's accusing him of something, and this dude is denying it hard, like, super defensive. Things escalate fast. The accuser is all up in his face, and the blonde knight is straight up roaring, about to throw hands. But it turns out the blow landed on the wrong stomach. Apparently, someone else was hiding nearby. The blonde knight is looking down at a smaller figure, and you can tell he's realizing something huge just happened. Someone asks if he means the knight who fought Myrang, and the blonde knight just goes silent. He reveals both the knights and Myrang fell in battle, which is a total bombshell, and everyone is reeling. We get a shot of the back of his head, and you can tell he's lost in thought, processing this information. And then, someone asks if he's been complacent. Ouch. And it's clear this reveal is about to change everything. Okay, so the blonde knight is grabbing this other guy, and he's demanding to know what's going on. The green-haired dude is freaking out, yelling about needing to hurry, but then someone questions if a festival is even possible right now. The black-haired guy throws some shade, saying with the state things are in, a festival is a long shot. Green hair pushes back, saying the other guy has a point, and honestly, he does. Suddenly, boom, fireworks are exploding in the sky, and everyone is caught off guard. We get a shot of these massive structures, and they look unstable, like something bad is about to happen. And it does. People are falling from the structures, and it's total chaos, with knights battling in the air. One knight is going down, straight up plummeting, but another is trying to reach him. Our boy is watching all this, and you can tell he's processing everything, realizing this isn't a normal festival. But then, things get even more intense. More knights are falling, and it's a full-blown disaster. Okay, so the fighting intensifies, knights are colliding mid-air, blades clashing everywhere. It's insane. This dude is falling fast, but someone's trying to save him, reaching out with a glowing blue energy blade. But the energy blade connects, and instead of saving him, it sends him flying. No way, that's brutal. Our boy is still watching, totally stunned, and he's starting to realize something seriously wrong with this festival. More knights are plummeting, and the chaos is getting worse. It's a total freefall, straight up. Suddenly, boom, another massive explosion of fireworks, even bigger than before, and everyone's blinded. The black-haired guy is right next to the blonde, and he's clearly injured, clutching his side. But then, another boom, evens more fireworks, and the blonde knight is looking right at them shocked. The black-haired guy is basically falling into the blonde, and it's a really intense, close-up moment. We get a glimpse of the blonde's face, and honestly, he looks completely devastated by whatever just happened. Okay, so the blonde knight is completely baffled. He asks what those explosions even are. The black-haired guy thinks it's magic at first, but then the blonde drops a bomb. They're called fireworks. But hold up, the blonde is suddenly super shaken, like he recognizes those fireworks from somewhere. Someone else is questioning how fireworks ended up here, suspecting they're connected to a legendary treasure called Dragon's Wrath. Another boom rocks the scene, and the blonde's eyes are glowing red. This is getting wild. The blonde is straight up terrified, but the black-haired dude is like, "You're freaking out over nothing." Another explosion, boom, and the blonde is clearly losing it, clutching his head. The blonde's reaction is intense, but the black-haired guy seems more curious about the origin of those fireworks. However, the blonde is losing it. It's not just fireworks, it's triggering something deep inside him. And now the black-haired dude is like, whoa, finally realizing something is seriously wrong with this whole situation. Okay, so the blonde straight up reveals he knows what those explosions are? It's gunpowder. But it's not just gunpowder, it's connected to a really traumatic memory for him, and he's spiraling. He's clutching his head, clearly reliving something awful, and yells out in pain. Our boy finally realizes this isn't some random fireworks show. Something serious is going down with the blonde's past. Okay, so things are escalating fast. Our boy is about to unleash something huge, and it's clearly different from anything else. He's talking about Dragon's Wrath, and it sounds like anyone, even a kid, can use it, as long as they aren't a coward, which, honestly, sets the stage. Boom! Straight up, he's revealing gunpowder, and it's like the final piece of the puzzle is falling into place. He's got this crazy, intense look as he explains that the hour has finally arrived. This is it, the plan is going down. Another boom, he's actually doing it, and it's massive! The window explodes, and honestly, it's a powerful moment. The explosion has cleared a path, and it looks like Pitch Black Hen has escaped. But it's all part of the plan, right? Someone's asking what they're gonna do now, and our boy looks super focused, like he anticipated this. A glance and he spots something, a reaction shot, but it's clear he's found Pitch Black Hen. He's questioning what he just saw, and it's got him completely thrown off guard. No way this is happening. But it looks like he's about to confront Pitch Black Hen, and the tension is through the roof, bro. He's laying out the plan. The dragon's descendants and the parliament members are the targets, and he needs Do's help. Do asks what the favor is, and our boy is straight up about to drop a bomb. Boom, fireworks explode. It's a distraction, and the explosions are getting closer, super intense. Someone questions what all the explosions are, and our boy's got this chilling look on his face. He's silent for a beat, but then lays out what needs to be done. It's a ruthless plan for sure. Another boom, the explosions are right outside, and it's clear this dude means business. He's grinning, and it's a terrifying sight. He's fully embracing the darkness. He states what needs to be done, and honestly, it's a cold-blooded declaration of war. The title card drops, the Ember Knight. And it's a reminder that this story is about to get even more epic. And we're back to the action, and our boy is already moving, ready to finish what he started. He's going for it, straight up stabbing at Pitch Black Hen, but Hen deflects with ease. This dude is good. The sword slides off and Hen counters with a brutal strike, sending a spray of blood. It's getting messy. He declares he's doing this for honor, but honestly, it sounds more like justification for a ruthless attack. He's falling, but it's not a clean drop. He's sliding down the sword, and it looks super painful. He hits the ground hard and starts questioning what honor and justice even mean. Deep stuff, bro. He's reaching for his sword, but Hen's already on him, and this time, it's a serious clash. Hen's yelling, demanding to know if he's fighting because he believes they're wrong. A legit question. He's getting back on his feet, and the fight resumes. It's a whirlwind of blades and determination. The swords clash again, and our boy's taking a hit. He's definitely feeling that one. He's bleeding, but still fighting. This dude is a machine, I swear, and this battle is far from over. Hen slams Nagyunn into the ground with a massive force, but he's not done. He's launching these huge blocks at our boy. Nagyunn's trying to get up, but Hen's already unloading another attack, and it's a brutal, lightning, fast assault. He manages to deflect some of the blows, but takes a nasty hit. He's seriously wounded, but refuses to fall. Hen is absolutely relentless and Nagyunn is getting pummeled, but he's holding on, fueled by pure willpower. Hen stops the attack and straight up calls Nagyunn out, saying he's letting others manipulate him. Ouch, that's cold. Nagyunn's reeling, questioning if he's become a puppet, and Hen's accusing him of being the only true hero. What a twist! He's clearly in pain, but Nagyunn is focused, realizing Hen is under some kind of control. Something's definitely off. Nagyunn declares he'll find the source of the influence, and then, squash, he's off like a rocket, chasing the energy. He's moving fast, leaving a trail of blue energy in his wake, determined to break whatever hold Hen's under. Nagyunn's serious, and this dude is on a mission. He's going to find whoever is pulling the strings, no matter what. Nagyunn's chasing the energy controlling Hen, and it leads him right to a shadowy figure. Found it? He bursts through a door, and the figure turns, revealing it's actually his mentor, and it's a total shock. His mentor claims it's over, saying he's left quite an impression. But Nagyunn isn't buying it for a second. The mentor insists they should move on, but Nagyunn is suspicious, and straight up doesn't trust him. Nagyunn says he believes his mentor, but then drops a bomb he'd actually prefer if they didn't meet at all. He explains everything's going so smoothly because he came early. This dude is playing chess, not checkers. Nagyunn's laying a trap, and the mentor's face is unreadable, but he's definitely hiding something. Nagyunn's getting a nod from someone in the snowy woods. Looks like an alliance is forming. But hold up, the other guy's dropping some serious doubt, saying they can't guarantee success. Nagyunn's face is stoic, but we can tell he's processing. This is a risky move, no doubt. He's agreeing to the plan, however. He's already planning for things to go sideways, which is smart. The blonde dude gives another nod, and you can feel the tension building. These two are serious. Now they're both staring down the path, bracing for whatever's coming next. And it's intense. Nagyunn says they'll take the lead, and honestly, this is where it all goes down. The other guy's looking worried, but Nagyunn's already moving, striding forward with purpose. They're walking side by side, a silent pact forming in the falling snow. It's a powerful image. And just like that, the chapter ends. T.O.B. continent. Talk about a cliffhanger! Nagyunn's face is a total mask, but he's clearly reeling from something. He's not okay. He tries to play it cool, but his voice cracks, and honestly, you can feel the weight of everything hitting him right now. This dude walks into town and immediately gets grilled. Someone calls him out for being a newbie. After the clan's civil war, our boy's been searching for the missing rightful heir, trekking through the snow. He finally finds him, a blonde boy named Najin, guarding a forest and demanding payment for anything chopped down. Najin's straight up a little greedy, demanding payment for everything, but he's got a serious attitude. Our boy asks if anyone's seen a boy with black hair, and Najin perks up at the question. He asks for the boy's name, and Najin's eyes widen. It's Lawson, and he's clearly shaken. Najin demands payment if our boy wants answers, but he's all like, "You're greedy," and takes off running. But Najin is fast, and our boy is giving chase, clearly annoyed at this whole situation. No way. This dude is serious about his trees and getting paid, even in a chase. However, it seems like Najin might know more about Lawson than he lets on, and things are about to get interesting. Najin and our boy are comparing notes. Something feels off about Lawson, and Najin admits he ran because of it. Apparently, Lawson was chopping wood like a pro, which is weird for a kid their age, and Najin suspects something shady is up. They realize someone must have been working Lawson nonstop, and they can't let anyone steal such a talented kid. Najin tells our boy to keep those thoughts to himself, then says they'll have Lawson take care of chores while they handle outside work. But it looks like Najin accidentally knocked Lawson out cold. Seriously, this dude just falls over. Lawson is completely out of it, snoring away, and it's kind of concerning how easily he went down. Suddenly, something slams into the snowy landscape with a huge whump. What the heck was that? Our boy is scrambling through the snow, panting and huffing, clearly on high alert after that impact. And honestly, the timing is sis, like whatever made that sound is coming for Lawson. Najin is straight up trying to teach Lawson how to chop wood, but it's not about strength, it's technique. He's telling Lawson to use his whole body, and then demonstrates, but Lawson is clearly struggling. Najin offers to check Lawson's stance, and Lawson, surprisingly, actually agrees. He's kinda shy about it. Najin adjusts Lawson's form and Lawson swings, actually hitting the wood with some force. Not bad, right? But Najin isn't impressed, saying it's still not enough, and Lawson looks bummed about that. Najin is asking if Lawson is trying to become a knight, and Lawson just doesn't care, which is a mood. Najin is getting up close and personal to inspect Lawson, and our boy looks seriously concerned. Suddenly, something slams into the snowy landscape with a huge whomp. What the heck was that? Our boy is scrambling through the snow, panting and huffing, clearly on high alert after that impact. And honestly, The timing is sis, like whatever made that sound is coming for Lawson. Najin lays down some serious truth. If Lawson practices like he shows him, he can get better, no doubt. Lawson swings his sword, actually connecting with the wood, and Najin isn't having it. It needs more power. Najin asks if Lawson even wants to become a knight, and Lawson just shrugs, totally uninterested. Najin gets super close, inspecting Lawson, and our boy is clearly starting to feel awkward about this. But hold up, something massive crashes nearby, and Najin instantly goes on high alert, protecting Lawson. Najin offers help, but makes it clear nothing is free. Lawson owes him a favor, straight up. Lawson, hesitant, asks what Najin wants, and our boy's face darkens. He's thinking hard. Najin asks about Lawson, and Lawson's reaction is intense. He Kanaba something's up. Lawson is shocked, realizing Najin is asking about Lawson, and this dude is seriously rattled. No way, Najin is clearly onto something, and Lawson is freaking out about what he knows. So Najin starts laying out Lawson's backstory. Apparently, he and his twin brother were trained to be beaten. They had this messed up deal where if one messed up, they've both got punished. Talk about unfair. Lawson tried so hard not to mess up, but even when he didn't, they still hit them. Can you believe it? Then one day the beatings just stopped and Lawson was genuinely happy. But it was a trap. But here's the twist. His brother, Nagyunn, was purposely messing up so Lawson wouldn't get hurt. Nagyunn even pretended to be Lawson, taking the hits himself. This dude is a legend, seriously. He was exhausting his attackers, making sure they had no strength left to punish Lawson too. And Lawson didn't even realize what Nagyunn was doing, and honestly, that makes it even worse. Lawson straight up says he doesn't believe in knightly heroes. They never came for him. However, Nagyunn was the only hero who ever saved him. And now Lawson is ready to return the favor. Protect Nagyunn no matter what. Nagyunn hears Lawson's story and is like, wow, that's rough. But then Lawson says he'll help train him. Finally, some support. Lawson straight up says Nagyunn needs to protect him now, because apparently, he's a descendant of a dragon. What? Nagyunn asks Lawson to swear he'll protect the dragon's descendant, and Lawson looks seriously determined. This is a big moment. But hold up, flashback time. We see a ton of shadowy figures surrounding Nagyunn, and it's clearly a bad situation. Nagyunn is surrounded by enemies, and it looks like they're about to attack. This is where things get intense, bro. The flashback shows Nagyunn getting absolutely swarmed, and honestly, this dude is already a beast, holding his own. Nagyunn is fighting like a madman, but there are so many attackers. It's a total onslaught, and he's getting pushed back. He's taking a beating, but Nagyunn refuses to fall. This is the kind of dedication we love to see, seriously. However, it's not just about fighting. Nagyunn is actively protecting someone while battling. It's a crazy combo. Back in the present, Lawson looks super serious. It's clear this flashback changed everything, and he understands now. Okay, so this mysterious figure is straight up watching our boy, eyes glowing red in the snow. He offers Nagyunn incredible strength, but wants a promise in return, and that's already a massive red flag. Nagyunn questions the deal, asking what this strength even requires as a vow, and this dude is giving off major creeper vibes. We cut to a snowy landscape, and the mysterious figure starts walking, crunching through the snow with every step. Nagyunn exhales and you can see the cold. It's seriously freezing out there, and he's clearly thinking hard. We get a closer look at the figure, and honestly, he looks even more suspicious up close with that stare. The figure is clearly sizing up someone, and it's not a friendly look, bro, trust me. Nagyunn is crouched down, looking at something on the ground, and this guy is just standing over him. Awkward. No way. This dude is straight up grabbing the other guy's chin, forcing him to look up. Super aggressive. The guy's eyes are wide with fear, and you can tell something bad is about to go down. This is getting intense. Nagyunn's ready to throw down, facing off against whoever's threatening him, but he's clearly struggling with himself. He vows to protect someone this time, determined to not fail again, but it's clear he's haunted by the past. Our boy is straight up broken, admitting he still feels like he needs protecting. It's a tough moment. He looks off into the distance, face etched with pain and regret, and it's honestly heartbreaking. Suddenly, the figure calls out to Nagyunn, using the name Nagyunn, and it's a total gut punch. The figure reaches out, gently touching Nagyunn's face, and it's a surprisingly tender moment. He continues to touch Nagyunn's face, and bro looks so confused and vulnerable. What is happening? The figure apologizes, and honestly, it's weirdly sweet considering how creepy he was earlier. He offers something to Nagyunn, and our boy looks shocked. Is this a peace offering or something more? Nagyunn accepts, and the figure's touch is so gentle, but this whole interaction is still giving me the chills. Nagyun's all like, you chop wood with an axe, not a sword, and this figure just stares him down. The figure realizes Nagyunn figured out his plan. He knew exactly what was going on, and it's kinda creepy. He asks what Nagyunn thinks of his surprise gift, and our boy accepts, but he's clearly hesitant. Nagyunn thanks him, but the figure insists he doesn't need to go so far. It's a little unsettling, honestly. He says he knows Nagyunn can get stronger, even become a knight, and bro is like, come on, playing it cool. Nagyunn insists he's not that good, but the figure presses, remembering a freezing night that felt warm too. He remembers it all, the warmth, the feeling, and then drops a bomb. He wants to go on an adventure. The figure asks if he'll go, and Nagyunn finally agrees, but it's clear this is a huge step for him. Nagyunn's actually smiling, and it's a genuine moment, but you can still see the pain in his eyes. He's remembering that night, the warmth, and honestly, it's a super sweet, but also kinda tragic, flashback. He asks what Nagyunn is talking about, and our boy explains that someone died. Someone who shouldn't have. Nagyunn says he did it for him, but the figure is confused, asking how something like this could even happen. The figure insists Nagyunn doesn't need to worry, but Nagyunn is straight up losing it. He's convinced someone survived. He's adamant that there should have been no survivors, and he's desperately trying to figure out how this is possible. Nagyunn says you never know, someone could still be inside, and he kept insisting they check even when they told him not to. This dude is spiraling. He's remembering the warmth, the night, and it's hitting him hard that he might have failed. He's absolutely distraught, eyes wide, and it's clear he's blaming himself for this whole mess. And then, no way, he screams Najin at the top of his lungs, completely broken. He's yelling Najin's name, and honestly, this is the most emotion we've seen from this character yet. But the flashback is over, and he's back in the present, completely devastated by what he's realized. Everything erupts in flames, and Nagyunn is right in the middle of it. But he doesn't even flinch. He's staring into the fire, a weird smile on his face, and it's honestly unsettling, like he's enjoying this. But then we get a close-up of his eyes, and they're completely red, like he's lost control or something. He starts walking forward, right into the blaze, and shouts, "I'm home, Najin. What is going on?" He's mumbling about wild greens, like he's just casually picking plants, but the fire is raging around him. Everything goes black, straight up pitch black, and you think it's over, but then we get a single, terrifying red eyes staring out from the darkness, and it's definitely not Nagyunn anymore. A voice whispers it feels like spring, which is super creepy considering everything that just happened. The eye widens, and a chilling voice says there were plenty of wild greens to pick. This dude is messed up. And then complete darkness again, leaving us hanging on a cliffhanger. No way this is how it ends. He sees a huge column of smoke in the distance, and immediately asks if eat is finished. What is eat? The blonde guy, all beat up, gasps and collapses, and this dude just stands there watching him. He took it, the blonde shouts, but it's super unclear what even is, and our boy looks confused. They start arguing about what took, and then the story flashes back. Classic Manhwa move. The blonde insists he has to swear something, but this dude finds it super suspicious, and honestly, same. He accuses the blonde of only wanting to help him get stronger, and says they aren't close enough for that. Our boy gives a chilling smile and says he's done, leaving the blonde totally bewildered. He's straight up walking away, leaving the blonde to question everything, and this is getting intense. But then he stops, and it's clear he's not being truthful. This dude is playing a long game. He insists he's finished, but there's something in his eyes that says otherwise. No way this is over. He tells the blonde to stop, and then casually drops Najin's name. Talk about a mood swing. He demands the blonde take one more step, and this dude is straight up menacing. The blonde tries to threaten him, saying they'll both die if he moves, but our boy doesn't flinch. The blonde's eyes widen in shock, and honestly, he looks completely defeated. Our boy lays it all out. He has a mission to stop the child of the fire from being born. He's getting straight to the point, and this mission is clearly huge. No time for games. Our boy straight up tells everyone he's decided not to revive Laurent, which is a huge shock to those around him. Someone calls him out on changing his mind, specifically mentioning Laurent, and it's clear they're not happy about it. He explains the only way for their clan to survive is if he takes the lead, but that means Laurent can't. If Laurent were to take the leadership role, it would just spark another civil war, and Nagyunn refuses to let that happen. He's making a huge sacrifice, saying he'll bear the burden of leadership and won't put Laurent in danger at all. He tells them Laurent will be much safer and happier where he is, and honestly, it's a pretty noble decision. But it's not just about safety. He clarifies that he couldn't bring Laurent back, hinting at something deeper going on. Someone demands to know what he means by that, and Nagyunn drops a bomb. There's a story passed down among the dragon mothers. This dude is playing the long game, and whatever this story is, it's clearly the reason he's making these tough choices. Okay, so it turns out the story is about the child of the fire, and everyone's convinced he's their natural enemy. Someone asks if this child is the one Nagyunn met, and things get tense real quick. Nagyunn says he just seemed like a kid, but the elder isn't so sure, and can't confirm it's him. But then they reveal the child of the fire exists outside of the stream of will, which is a whole other level of weird. Apparently, the moment Nagyunn reached Woodian, the stream faltered. This dude is connected somehow. They confirm the child of the fire definitely exists, and the story has been passed down for generations as a huge threat. Nagyunn admits he always thought it was just a myth, but now he's realizing it's all true. No way! The elder is worried about Nagyunn's power fading, and it's clearly a big deal. This is getting serious. So, if this child of the fire is real, the elder asks if Nagyunn has to kill him, but Nagyunn straight up says no, he doesn't have to kill him, and honestly, that's a relief. Nagyunn is seriously spiraling, squeezing his hands so hard he draws blood. He's terrified of being alone. He begs them not to leave him, but the elder just stares silently, and it's so awkward. Okay, so the elder starts laying out the prophecy, and it's all about this child of the fire. Apparently, the child is the dragon clan's natural enemy, and can't be seen by the mother's power. The more entangled they get with this kid, the weaker the mother's power becomes. That's a huge problem. And the biggest clue to finding him. Fire, straight up, that's a little on the nose, right? Someone asks if it's fire, and the other elder confirms it, saying this is the greatest prophecy ever. Nagyunn and the elder are locked in a tense stare, snowflakes swirling around them. The mood is thick. Nagyunn's got this haunted look on his face, and honestly, it's kinda creepy. The panel ends with a close-up of Nagyunn and another man, and you just know something big is about to go down. Okay, so the elder lays down the law. Nagyunn is bound by this ritual, and it's intense. With this newfound strength, he has to protect Najin, the dragon's descendant, no questions asked. But wait, there's a catch. If the ritual goes south, Nagyunn might just kill the kid. Nagyunn is losing it, clenching his fist so hard his knuckles turn white. This is bad, y'all. He declares he has to protect him, straight up refusing to let anything happen to the child. The scene cuts to some fiery chaos, and honestly, we don't even get a breather. Nagyunn's looking out over the empty village. It seems like everyone's already gone. He sighs, determined there won't be any unnecessary casualties, and that's a promise. Nagyunn's got this haunted look, staring off into the swirling snow. Bro is seriously stressed. However, he steels himself, ready to face whatever's coming, and it feels like the real battle begins now. Nagyunn's totally losing it, gasping for air and yelling about someone taking something from him. He's convinced it was Najin who did it, but nobody believed him when he tried to explain. This dude thinks Najin pulled some kind of trick, and he's pointing to a mark on his arm as proof. Nagyunn's spiraling, saying Najin was afraid people would get hurt if they got too close. But then, someone arrives, and it's a total mood shift, with a mysterious figure appearing in the snow. The figure speaks, saying that even though Nagyunn distrusted him, he still came to find him. Nagyunn looks stunned, and honestly, this is where things get really intense. He's staring at his own hand, and you can see he's starting to piece things together. Nagyunn's remembering something, and it's clear this revelation is hitting him hard. Our boy is seriously questioning everything right now, and we're left hanging on a cliffhanger. So, oaths are a big deal. Apparently, they're like sealing off your potential forever, no way around it. Breaking an oath straight up invites death, and you can either give up your potential or someone else's. This shadowy figure is laying out a proposal. Najin wants to offer up his own potential to save the child of fire. But here's the kicker. Apparently, twins are sometimes seen as one being, so it might be possible to transfer the potential. However, if it fails, the backlash will fall on Nagyunn, the one who started it all, which is a huge risk. Nagyunn accepts anyway, saying it's better to risk everything than to be killed doing nothing at all. The figure reveals he didn't bother mentioning the child of fire can't be killed. Interesting, right? He's wondering if Nagyunn already knew about that, and if he's accepted the possibility of dying himself. Nagyunn's all stoic, but honestly, this is a massive gamble and we're on the edge of our seats. This dude is willing to sacrifice everything, his own potential, his life, for his brother's legacy. It's intense. Okay, so Nagyunn's officially making the transfer. His power is literally falling away from him. But things are going wrong, like a really wrong. The potential isn't transferring cleanly, and it's fracturing. He's desperately trying to force it, saying Najin needs to live on, but it's clearly overloading everything. And then, PLNG, the transfer fails and Nagyunn is left with absolutely nothing, totally empty. Okay, so our boy is straight up bored, like, seriously needs something to do, anything at all. But then this other dude, Lucian, starts rambling about a rush he got from hearing someone scream. What is wrong with this guy? He's flashing back to some fiery scene and admits he enjoyed Lucian's scream, which is concerning, to say the least. However, he can't actually remember which he saw back then, just the screaming, super sus, right? He doesn't even care what happened, he just loved beating up Nagyunn, and honestly, that's all the motivation he needs. This dude is just casually whittling wood, totally unbothered while remembering a potentially traumatic event. Wait, what? He admits beating up Nagyunn feels the best. This guy is a legit psycho. Suddenly, a mysterious figure with blonde hair just drops out of the sky. No way! The ritual seems to have worked, and now this dude thinks he's stronger, which is probably a bad idea. He's asking if being stronger means he can take on whatever's coming, but I have a feeling he's about to find out. Lucian straight up punches Nagyunn, asking him if he finally understands how strong he is. Nagyunn reels back from the hit, and the ground rambulas from the force of it. No joke, Lucian's eyes widen, and he's clearly shocked by something happening nearby. A strange, glowing line appears in the distance, and Lucian asks what the heck it is. The land starts to see Raskay and break apart, and Lucian is genuinely losing it. Nagyunn swings his sword, but Lucian just casually deflects it with his bare hand. This dude is a monster. Lucian and Nagyunn stare each other down, and it's a tense moment, but Lucian is clearly the one in control. Nagyunn's vision blurs, and he seems to be seeing double. Something is seriously wrong. He's getting flashes of something, and his eye is twitching. But it's still unclear what's happening. Lucian is asking if he's finally seeing the power, but our boy is clearly overwhelmed and confused. Lucian is telling Nagyunn to just go on and finish whatever he started, but it's clear this is an encouragement. Nagyunn steps forward and cruhs something under his boot. It's unsettling, to say the least. He's staring into the distance, and straight up admits he's not strong enough yet, which is a huge admission. But then Lucian's eye is revealed, and it's terrifying. A creepy red glare is staring right back at him. Lucian asks what that look in Nagyunn's eyes is, but Nagyunn thinks he's imagining it. He's clearly rattled. Someone is bowing to Lucian and calling him master, and suddenly another boy is begging to be taught too. Lucian is questioning who this new boy even V is, but the kid just wants to become strong, no cap. Lucian picks up the kid and starts ranting about how Najin was weak, and Nagyunn only got this far because of him. Nagyunn is freaking out, wondering how long Lucian has been watching him. This is getting super intense. But Lucian isn't answering and is just staring intently, and honestly, this whole situation is giving me chills. Nagyunn is offering to do anything for Lucian, straight up begging, and Lucian is clearly taking advantage. Lucian reveals he taught the kid, the one from earlier, how to use a blade and is now using him as a watcher. He says Nagyunn doesn't need to worry about the child of fire anymore, but that sounds seriously ominous. Lucian drops a bombshell: his power isn't whole, and it's connected to whatever's going on with Nagyunn. Nagyunn decides he's going to speak directly to the Empire, but what does that mean exactly? He clarifies he's going to meet all, which is a name we haven't heard in ages. No way. The other guy, Gino, is looking totally stressed, like he knows something is about to go down. Nagyunn and Gino are facing off, and the tension is THEK. This dude is not happy about it. Gino's all quiet and reserved, but the look on his face is saying you messed up big time. Nagyunn is still determined to go meet all, but Gino is clearly worried about what's about to happen. Gino is losing it, grabbing Nagyunn's face and demanding to know who did this to him. This is getting rough. He's squeezing Nagyunn's face, straight up threatening to find everyone responsible and make them pay. Nagyunn is hyped, declaring he can make them pay 10, 100 times over. He's changed, bro. But Gino's all no, don't, and Nagyunn is clearly about to unleash something dangerous. Nagyunn grits his teeth, and you can see the power building. It's intense, and Gino is desperate to stop him. Gino tries to talk him out of using his power, saying it's the reason he was given it in the first place. He explains that the power is meant for Nagyunn to be a knight and save people, not just get revenge. Gino's still holding on to Nagyunn, begging him to remember who he is and what he's supposed to do. Nagyunn saved the village, and Gino is reminding him he's a hero, but will it be enough to reach him? Our boy is conflicted, but the fire in his eyes says he's still determined to follow through with his plan. Nagyunn tells Gino not to worry about him, that he'll be a great knight. It's a nice sentiment, honestly. But Gino straight up disagrees, saying that's not why Nagyunn gained all this power. This is about to get real. He reveals Nagyunn only got stronger so he could protect Dahem, clenching his fist to emphasize the point. Nagyunn is like, nah, I'm doing this for revenge. But Gino cuts him off. This dude is not letting it go. Gino explains the people he's after call themselves the Hound Dogs. Sounds ominous, right? He's determined to investigate them, to figure out what they're up to, and how they hurt Najin. Gino plans to use his position as a knight trainee to dig deeper. Smart move, honestly. Nagyunn stands there, brooding, and Gino says they're the biggest risk to everyone. He declares he'll learn everything he can, and Nagyunn just looks lost, bro. Our boy is clearly still hurting, but he's trying to stay focused. This is gonna be a long road. Nagyunn finally breaks his silence, telling Gino he wants to leave the village. He needs to get away. Gino responds with a simple "oh," then starts listing off fancy desserts, the Crystal Sea, the Finger Rocky Mountains. No way! He continues rambling about sweets, and Nagyunn looks increasingly confused and upset, honestly. But Gino suddenly stops, staring intensely at Nagyunn, and it's clear the sweet talk was a way to gauge his reaction. Someone asks about the origins of this group, and straight up, it's the descendants of the dragon. No way! This dude, Laurent, introduces himself as the chosen successor and says he's here to meet someone called All. Everyone starts murmuring, wondering who All is and why Laurent is looking for a knight here. But someone remembers something about a dragon. Laurent approaches a guy and offers to help him, but honestly, it feels super suspicious. He guides the guy toward a room, and then a door slams shut. This dude is definitely up to something. Laurent grabs the guy's wrist, and it's intense. He's asking if he's lost his mind, and the guy is not happy. Laurent explains there was a sudden change in leadership and he wasn't informed, but it sounds like a flimsy excuse. The guy seems to buy it for now, saying there was no other choice, but we know better, right? We get a super close-up of their faces, and the tension is real. Laurent is definitely hiding something. But honestly, the way Laurent is looking at this guy, it's giving off major, I'm about to betray you vibes. Laurent proposes a permanent contract, and the guy's totally thrown. Like, what does that even mean? The bald guy overhears and asks if Laurent thinks people are valuable only because they're expendable, which is dark. Laurent explains that if secrets get out, things will go south fast, but he insists it won't be an issue. He claims upholding contracts and keeping secrets is a matter of pride for them. But we all know this is a lie. Our boy thinks back to the rebellion. It failed, and wonders if Laurent planned that all along, using them as pawns. He starts to suspect Laurent isn't as naive as he seems, and honestly, the intensity in his eyes says it all. Laurent casually mentions the rebellion failed, then asks if they've accepted his terms. So chatty. The bald guy seems to be playing along, but Laurent's expression is giving off major, I'm in control vibes. Laurent thinks it may be too late to stop the news from spreading, and it's clear he's realizing something is wrong. He repeats Laurent's name, questioning if this whole thing was a setup from the very beginning, and bro is seriously stressed. They must have had a major commission offered to them. A seriously big one, apparently. This dude explains they were promised payment that could end the famine, plus a long-term contract afterward. He asks if they accepted, and honestly, the silence is deafening. You can feel the tension. Our boy straight up deferred, saying the terms were too important to decide lightly, and it involved information about their power. He clarifies that the information wouldn't strip them of their advantage, detailing the dragon warriors and the ritual itself. But honestly, what really concerns him isn't the power, it's something else entirely. He reveals he'd be included in their access to information, which is suspicious, to say the least. Luyan speaks up, sounding worried, and asks what's going on. Something's clearly bothering him. He's worried about the implications of the deal, and bro is seriously stressed, but he's trying to stay calm. Luyan keeps pressing, and it's clear he senses something is wrong. This dude is picking up on all the red flags. Luyan grabs his hand and it's a super intense moment, like a lifeline kind of grip. He asks if she can still see the stars clearly, and honestly, the mood is heavy with dread. She confirms she can, and he immediately launches into a flashback. This is getting emotional. He remembers leading her here, taking her hand, and it's clear this place means a lot to them both. But now he can't even lead her here, and it's a total gut punch. Something's seriously wrong with him. He shouts at her to run, and you can feel the desperation in his voice. This is bad, really bad. He admits he can't even see the stars anymore, which is messed up, because his power is tied to them. Instead of stars, he can only see the future of their clan, and it's not looking good at all. However, even that vision is fading, and it's like he's losing everything. This is terrifying. He reveals he can already see what will become of their clan, and it's a bleak outlook, for sure. He's making a deal with these shadowy figures, and honestly, it's a desperate move. But it comes at a cost. They're taking something from everyone, starting with the youngest. This dude is squeezing someone's hand so hard, you can see the pain, and it's seriously intense. They've accepted the terms, which means someone's losing their life force, straight up. Now we see who it is. A younger guy looks totally lost in the snow, clearly affected. He's trying to figure out what's going on, but the older brother looks grim, and it's not good. The brother is trying to hide how bad things are, but he's clearly distraught and struggling. But the younger brother isn't fooled. He sees right through his facade, and calls him out. The younger brother, despite being weakened, is already bouncing back, and he's hyped about it. He's all smiles, and honestly, it's a little creepy. This dude is hiding something, for sure. Our boy is getting orders. Perfect the next hit and don't slack on watch, no pressure or anything. He's scoping out the target, a fortress town nestled in the mountains, and it looks seriously fortified. But things go south fast. A ton of assassins swarm him, blades drawn, and it's a full-on ambush. He's fighting like a maniac, deflecting attacks left and right, but there are just so many of them. He manages to break free and leaps onto a rocky cliff overlooking the sea, clearly exhausted. Despite being outnumbered and beaten, he's already planning his next move. This dude is relentless. He's staring at the fortress, and honestly, it looks like he's about to launch a one-man assault. Flashback time. We see the trio from before, and the creepy brother is definitely up to something. The creepy brother is squeezing the weakened brother's hand, and it's giving off major bad vibes. The fortress is beautiful from afar, but it's a dangerous place, and our boy is heading straight into the lion's den. Okay, so our boy is staring at this fortress, and it's giving him serious flashbacks. Apparently, his brother was here. He remembers Najin being pushed off a cliff, and it's brutal, straight up a betrayal by someone he trusted. But hold up. Nagyunn realizes the person who pushed Najin is edged inside the fortress right now, and he's losing it. He's consumed by rage, eyes glowing, and he's declaring he's going to tear that place down, no matter the cost. Our boy's dad was always off on these special assignments, and left him to fend for himself, straight up. He says the details were classified, but even as a kid, he knew these missions were super dangerous. No way. His dad's leaving again, promising to return, but it's all ominous foreshadowing, honestly. Flash forward, and this dude is dropping some heavy truth. The one commissioning all those risky missions was, all just shows up like it's nothing, and someone calls him out for always making grand entrances without warning. The guy looks shocked, but then however, he quickly regains his composure, giving off major "I expected this" vibes. He's staring intently, and it's clear there's way more to this reunion than meets the eye, bro. But then he drops another bomb, revealing there's something else going on, something hidden. The other guy looks completely freaked out by whatever's about to happen, and honestly, same. Whatever it is, it's clearly serious, and our boy is about to lay it all out there. Our boy lays it all out. He'll preserve what's left of his kin. But there's nothing he won't do. He's straight up obsessed, and this dude is noticing. Yikes. He murmurs that he didn't want to say it, but the words are out there now. The other guy is asking which side our boy will choose, the knights or him. But it's not that simple, because our boy declares it's not between the knights and him at all. He says it's between hippo and elephant, and honestly, what even is this conflict? The tension is so real, and you can see it etched on our boy's face. He's ready to make a choice, whatever that means, and things are about to go do-do-en. He's completely conflicted, and it's clear this decision is tearing him apart. Now we're left hanging, wondering what hippo and elephant even are, and what side our boy will pick. Our boy lays down the law of wherever he ends up. That's where his clan's fate will be decided. He offers a deal, work with him, and their people will be reunited quickly. but it's a seriously shady offer. The chief is apparently eager to see him, having waited a long time, and this dude is picking up on it. He guesses what the other guy is really asking, and it's about to get real intense. He wonders if the clans will actually clash, but then straight up says he'll make it happen. He's sharp, focused, and bro is admitting that he can't know what's in our boy's heart. But what he intends to set in motion is clear enough, and honestly, it's terrifying. He declares they'll do this, and then casually says he'll reveal everything when the time is right. He turns away, all mysterious and powerful, leaving the other guy staring after him. And the other dude is just there, looking totally bewildered as our boy walks off. He drops a bomb the woman he's been tracking. No knight has ever survived an encounter with her. This dude is reeling, totally shocked, and asks what she wants with him. But our boy already knows. He says it's his ego talking, but honestly, he's way more composed than anyone else would be right now. He declares it's never over until he says it is, and that's a seriously ominous promise. The chief arrives, looking intense, and our boy turns away, already planning his next move. He doesn't even need to fight to know what's happening, and then suddenly, he's moving. He slides down the cliffside, a whirlwind of dark energy, and the woman is right behind him. They're both sliding now, a chaotic dance of power, and the sound effects are insane. Whoomp and pow. The slide continues, and it's clear this isn't just a chase, it's a straight-up collision course. She's gaining on him, and it looks like our boy is about to face the woman who has broken every night before. He's launching himself at her with incredible speed, a whirlwind of power, and she's meeting him head-on. Swords clash, and the force of the impact sends them both tumbling, but our boy recovers instantly. She attacks again, a furious flurry of strikes, but he's dodging like a pro. It's a total blur. He manages to get a hit in, tapping her shoulder, but she barely flinches and swings back with insane force. Our boy barely dodges that swing, and she follows up with another, forcing him to leap backwards. She's relentless, pressing the attack, and he's forced to block, the impact sending sparks flying everywhere. He uses the force of her attack to spin away, creating some distance, and lands gracefully. She lunges again, sword flashing, but he anticipates it and taps her arm with lightning speed. She's momentarily stunned, giving him an opening, and he swings, a massive arc of power. She dodges just in time, but the swing creates a shockwave, and they're both sent reeling once more. She's aiming for the back of his head. This is a finishing move, no doubt. He's dodging, but she's relentless, and he's starting to get surrounded by other knights. Our boy doesn't want to kill Hippo, but these other guys are swarming him, making it impossible to hold back. Suddenly, voices call out, "Support is arriving?" He's getting back up, finally. He declares himself the pure white knight, and straight up embraces his brother's legacy. He's unleashing a massive blast of power, and it's absolutely demolishing everything in its path. The force of the explosion sends knights flying, and it looks like a full-scale battle is erupting. He's moving through the chaos like a whirlwind, taking down enemies with incredible speed. He jumps high into the air, preparing to deliver a devastating blow, but she's already anticipating his move. She's leaping towards him, sword raised, and it looks like they're about to collide again. This is insane. He's laying down the law. Anyone who stands in his way will face his full power, and he won't hold back. He orders his followers to clear a path, but Hippo immediately calls him out, saying he's not even himself. Hippo straight up accuses him of being influenced by someone else, and our boy is totally caught off guard. He demands to know if Hippo's the same, but she's stunned, and then yells for someone named Elephant. Okay, so explosions are going off and everyone's freaking out, thinking war just broke out or something. This dude, straight up, decides he's gonna go investigate the explosions all by himself. What is wrong with him? He barely glances at his companion before rushing off, but then another guy, this one looking totally wrecked, appears. The wrecked guy is yelling at our boy to come check it out with him, and honestly, the urgency is real. Our boy taps his companion on the shoulder, like yo, we gotta go, but his friend just stares blankly. They arrive at the scene and it's absolute chaos. Buildings are destroyed, everything's in ruins, it's intense. The scale of the destruction is insane. It's not just a few explosions, it's a full-blown disaster. They're surveying the damage, and it's clear this is way bigger than anyone expected. But what caused it? And then we get a title card, the Ember Knight. This is getting good, folks, buckle up! This is where things get interesting, because it seems like our boy is about to face something huge. Our boy is moving fast, leaping across rooftops, but something slams into him out of nowhere. He goes flying, crashing through some structures, and it looks painful, honestly. He's down, sputtering, and someone's yelling at him. It's serious. This concerns the entire night order. His companion is losing it, begging him not to just stand by, but our boy is clearly hurt and struggling. He grits his teeth, trying to push through the pain, because whatever is happening is escalating quickly. We see more of the destruction from above. The scale of this is insane. Buildings are crumbling. Something huge is rushing toward them, moving so fast it's just a blur, and the sound is deafening. It's a massive attack, and they barely dodge, but the force of it rips up the ground around them. Our boy is reeling, trying to figure out what just happened, and shadowy figures are appearing around him. He's surrounded by these spectral knights, and they're tapping him. What is going on? Okay, so these ghost knights aren't tapping him, like checking for a weakness, and he's trying to fight back. This dude is relentless, swinging his scythe even as the spectral knights close in. It's a whirlwind of blades. He's analyzing the situation, realizing something's off with the knight's movements, but it's a trap. He tries to brace himself, clenching his fist, but a massive force slams into him, sending him flying. A colossal figure appears, and honestly, it's terrifying. This is the source of all the chaos. The giant swipes at our boy, and it's a close call, but he manages to deflect the attack with a burst of energy. However, the energy isn't enough. The attack cracks the giant's armor, revealing glowing fissures underneath. His companion is freaking out, warning everyone to get back, because this thing is about to unleash hell. The giant's tapping its weapon now, and you just know something bad is about to happen. The tension is insane, and boom, a massive explosion of energy erupts, and our boy is caught right in the blast. No way. Okay, so the giant is gathering all this crazy energy into a massive ball. It's seriously unstable. He unleashes it, and the force of the blast is insane, ripping apart everything around them. The blast wave slams into the buildings, and they start crumbling. This is straight up destruction. The energy is still surging, and it's heading right for his companion, but our boy reacts instantly. He throws himself in front of his friend, swinging his scythe to deflect the attack. Talk about a clutch save. But the energy is too much, and the scythe cracks under the pressure. No. He's deflecting, but the attack is splitting, sending energy beams everywhere. It's a chaotic mess. His friend is trying to fight back, but this dude is clearly outmatched. It's a desperate struggle. However, our boy manages to create a barrier, shielding his friend from the worst of the blast. He's a hero. He's exhausted, but he's standing strong, glaring at the giant. This is about to get real. He's unleashing a whirlwind of energy with his sword, cutting through the giant's attack. It's intense. But the giant isn't backing down. It's charging forward, swinging its weapon like a madman. Our boy jumps back, narrowly dodging the attack, and spins to counter with another powerful slash. The clash of weapons sends shockwaves through the area, and debris is flying everywhere. Total chaos. He's pushing the giant back, but this dude is huge and relentless. It's a brutal fight. His friend tries to get up, clearly injured, but our boy yells at him to stay down. He's protecting him. However, the giant anticipates his move and lands a blow, sending him flying. Ouch, that looked rough. He crashes into a building, but he's already pushing himself up, determined to keep fighting. No quit in him. He's focusing all his energy, channeling it into his scythe. This is about to be a serious attack. He launches himself at the giant, scythe glowing, and delivers a devastating blow. It's a direct hit. Okay, so this dude, the giant, is asking our boy what he wants to achieve as a knight. Weird flex, but okay. No way, his friend just blurts out he needs to use the bathroom mid-fight. Talk about terrible timing. But the giant clarifies he meant what goals does our boy have as a knight. Much better question, honestly. Our boy drops some serious wisdom, saying striving for ideals leaves you vulnerable to compromise. Deep stuff. He reveals his current ideal is borrowed from someone else, someone who's forgotten about it. Mysterious. Apparently, over 10 years ago, a knight gave a bold speech, and our boy is carrying on that legacy. He yells that a knight must be strong. It's a classic power-up speech. We love to see it. He continues saying knights must always strive to become stronger, so they can't be defeated. Preach. And with that strength, they'll stand tall against anyone. That's the spirit, bro. His friend is straight up shocked by this passionate speech, eyes wide. He didn't see this coming. Our boy is absolutely losing it, screaming as he's overwhelmed with memories. It's intense. He's reliving the past, seeing the city crumbling around him, but it's all a flashback. Whoa. A massive force slams into him, sending him flying through the air. This is brutal. He crashes hard, but then gets back up, fueled by pure rage and determination. Talk about resilience? Okay, so this dude is hearing from his mother, or what she told someone else, that it would have been better if they'd never met. He's questioning it like what? And then he gets a flashback of her saying it. No way, she straight up said if they hadn't met, things would have been better. And then someone blasts him with some kind of power. The attack sends him flying, and we see this other guy standing there looking down on him. Our boy is trying to figure out what's happening, but he's convinced this guy is lying about what his mother said. He's clutching his arm, but then he realizes this guy is supposed to be the guardian of the clan. And honestly, this dude was meant to be the guardian from the beginning, which is a huge reveal. He's getting the message relayed to him, but it's all a bit shady and confusing. But it turns out this is all for the guardian of the clan, Lorun, and our boy is totally shocked. Lorun was always meant to be the guardian, which is a huge twist, and it's clear things are about to get intense. Lorun drops a bomb, there's going to be an explosion, and it'll center on the city. He was slightly delayed, but he's still confident he has time to stop it, huffing as he runs. The timing is tight. The explosion is happening within 1 minute, and there are 2 predicted locations. Thankfully, one of the locations is closer, and Lorun is banking on what the Mother of Dragons said being true. But the timing of the clash is exact, and Lorun's ability is undeniable. He needs to trust her. He just needs to trust her words, and we see him rushing through the halls, tapping his foot as he goes. Tap, tap, tap. He's moving fast, determined to reach the location and prevent disaster. He's almost there, and we get a glimpse of the scene outside, showing the potential devastation. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of his footsteps echoes as he picks up the pace, pushing himself harder. He's sprinting now, and we see the city looming in the distance. The stakes are seriously high. Okay, so Hippos can't win, and if he doesn't, Elephant is straight up doomed. Talk about pressure? But then Zirin decides he will step in, leap into action, and claim victory instead. Whoa, hold up. He's moving fast, and the impact sends him flying towards Elephant. He's down, but he's already piecing together the truth. The parliament members are the ones who killed Turtle. Zirin's face is a mess, but he's focused, and it's clear he's not messing around with this intel. Suddenly, we cut to the other guy, and the fear on his face isn't an act. This is getting real. His heart is pounding, and honestly, this dude looks terrified, but he's still going forward. He's trembling, seized by terror, but he steps in front of Elephant anyway. No way! But what if this is all a trap? Zirin is seriously questioning everything, and his heart is racing. He's shaking, but he's determined, and our boy is ready to face whatever comes next. Bring it on! Zirin's laying out the plan. They've got magicians and magic sigils set up, trying to reassure everyone. But his own heart is pounding, and he clearly doesn't believe a word of it. This is intense. He's realizing this isn't about saving Elephant, it's about freeing the knights. No way. Even if he dies, he's determined to unshackle them from being heroes, and honestly, that's a huge sacrifice. He genuinely believes this act will lead to their salvation, and it's a powerful, desperate hope. Our boy is fully committed, and he's stepping forward to face whatever comes next. It's all or nothing. But it's not just Zirin making a move. A blonde figure is charging towards them, and things are spiraling. Zirin's convinced this isn't the worst outcome, and he's preparing for the real battle. This is crazy. He's bracing himself, determined to see this through, and the weight of the situation is crushing him. He's finally accepting the stakes, and the knights will be freed from the shackles of being heroes. This blonde dude is sliding towards Zirin, and Zirin is immediately suspicious. Something is seriously off. Zirin's face drops. He recognizes this guy, and it's not good. This dude is straight up terrified. The blonde and another shadowy figure face off, and Zirin realizes the truth. This is the guy who killed Turtle. Zirin clenches his fist, fueled by rage, and he's seeing red. This dude is about to feel his wrath. The blonde glares, eyes glowing green, and Zirin is visibly shaken. This is a power move, for sure. Zirin shivers, clearly intimidated, but he's trying to hold his ground. This is a tense standoff. Zirin's fear stems from this guy, and the moment he saw his face he knew, it's him, the killer. He's finally putting it all together, and he's absolutely furious. This dude is about to get wrecked. Zirin is absolutely certain now, and he's ready to unleash everything he's got. No holding back. But this dude is seriously powerful, and Zirin is realizing just how dangerous the situation truly is. Our boy, the blonde, just pelops onto the floor. No way is he going down without a fight. Zirin is absolutely losing it, demanding to know if this is the guy who did it, and his grip is teach. The blonde confirms it's him, and Zirin's face contorts with pure, unadulterated rage. This is gonna be messy. Ziran's about to unleash everything, but the blonde casually points out magic sigils are useless against him. Talk about confidence. He knows he's facing instant death, but he's strangely calm, and Ziran is visibly thrown off by this dude's composure. The blonde's eyes glow green, and Ziran's realizing this isn't just some random killer. This is someone seriously powerful. Ziran is frozen, paralyzed by fear, but the blonde keeps pushing, revealing he's been waiting for this moment, specifically for Ziran. He's relishing this confrontation, and honestly, Ziran looks terrified. This is a total power reversal. The blonde falls back defeated, and it looks like the fight is over before it even began. What a twist. But wait, he's not out yet, and there's still a green glint in his eye. Our boy has one last trick up his sleeve. Ziran's heart is PUNDNG, thinking the blonde is finished. But hold up, something's off. However, it turns out no one anticipated just how much the blonde has been growing. Seriously, what is going on? This dude is sitting there, radiating power, and honestly, it's kinda terrifying, a full-on transformation. He reveals he's grown an elephant, whatever that means, and Ziran is about to get a serious shock. Get ready. Okay, so straight up, the system is messed up. All corruption stems from the fact that everyone is human. Apparently, this warp system has been going on for generations, and it's all thanks to these monstrous beings. This dude, Crimson Hippo Hensher, actually took down a demon knight, and that's just the beginning of the weirdness. We're getting a whole rundown of heroes. Black Dragon Cremanta, Red Goat Gashwalder. They all saved the continent at some point. It's like, every time things go south, these monsters suddenly show up and everyone hails them as heroes. No way! This pattern keeps repeating generation after generation. It's honestly kinda eerie and predictable. But honestly, it's been nothing short of a miracle that things haven't completely fallen apart so far. Our boy is deep in thought, realizing all of this is thanks to luck and miracles, which can't last forever. He's starting to understand that these miracles won't keep happening, and that's a seriously heavy realization. This dude is realizing that something's gotta give, and the cycle needs to be broken. Things can't just keep repeating. Okay, so our boy is facing off against this mysterious figure, but it's not who he expects. This dude is straight up stunned. The figure's pure white elephant is different than before. He demands an explanation, asking how things have changed, but this guy just wants to talk. Everyone around is whispering, clearly shocked this conversation is even happening right now. But here's the kicker. The pure white elephant has changed form, and it's throwing everyone for a loop. He asks again how the elephant changed, but this dude just repeats the question back at him. This is getting seriously weird. The figure is just messing with him, and the tension is building. The crowd is murmuring louder and louder, and you can tell they're all starting to freak out. But didn't the rumors say this couldn't happen? This is not how it's supposed to go. Our boy is losing it, realizing something is seriously wrong, and this whole situation is spiraling. He's cornered, and straight up says he can't delay his answer any longer. He gulps, clearly nervous. But he also can't lie, which is inconvenient. He admits he knows about Turtle, and that it was a tragedy. He clarifies they often disagreed, but Turtle was a knight he deeply respected. It's a surprising admission. He insists he must speak only facts and the truth, but it's clear he's struggling to say it all. He wishes the tragedy never happened, and honestly, you can see the regret in his eyes. He's trying to avoid the core of the issue, desperately wanting to change the subject, but it's not working. He imagines what Turtle would think if he saw this, and it's clearly eating him up inside. However, he explodes, shouting that knights are turning against each other and attacking Hippo. He's absolutely losing it, completely panicked by the turn of events. This dude is a mess. And that's it. He just yells that's, leaving us hanging on a seriously dramatic cliffhanger. So, the older knights are realizing this whole thing is Nagyunn's doing. They're not happy, to say the least. He's straight up declaring this is the result of his actions, and then he unleashes something HE. This dude's power is exploding, and he's aiming for Hippo, saying if anyone goes on, they'll have to take him down first. No way! He's launching a massive attack, and it's moving at lightning speed, threatening everyone. One of the knights tries to intercept, but honestly, it's not going to be enough. The attack lands, and it's a total shock. The knight is down, and everything is cracking around them. The attack keeps going, and you can see the sheer force of it. It's a complete disaster. He's calling it Meteor-style 8 skies, and it's as dramatic as it sounds, honestly. The attack is just relentless, tearing through everything in its path, and the remaining knights are scrambling. And it all ends with this massive explosion. This dude is seriously powerful, and things are about to get messy. Nagyunn is clenching his fist, looking absolutely furious. He's not backing down from this fight. The knights are scrambling, trying to figure out what's going on, but they're clearly outmatched by our boy. He's yelling, sounding completely enraged, and then he's launching another attack, even more powerful. He's tightening his grip on the weapon, channeling everything he's got into this next move. It's intense. The knight tries to defend, but it's no use. Nagyunn is blasting right through with incredible speed. This dude is squirming, clearly in pain, but he's still trying to hold on. His determination is crazy. But then a massive, terrifying creature rises from the ground, and everyone's asking, "What is that?" The creature swells, growing larger and more menacing, and it's heading straight for the town. No way! We get a glimpse of the town, the buildings looming. As the monster gets closer, it's a disaster waiting to happen. Nagyunn is staring up at the monster, looking completely stunned. He's realizing the scale of what's happening. Nagyunn's weapon cracks under the pressure, but he doesn't even flinch, straight up unfazed. Someone yells out, confused, and then this blonde dude with glowing eyes just appears out of nowhere. The blonde guy's giving the other knight the side eye, and honestly, it's super intimidating. Major death glare. He's asking what happened, but it's clear he already knows something seriously wrong, and Nagyunn is getting defensive. Nagyunn says everything's okay, but the blonde dude isn't buying it for a second. He sees right through the lie. The blonde guy just grabs Nagyunn, pulling him close, and it's a total power move. Suddenly, everything rumbles, the ground shakes, and it's clear the monster is still a huge threat. The blonde dude asks what's going on, but Nagyunn just looks up, realizing the danger is still very real. Nagyunn insists things are fine, but the blonde dude isn't having it, and honestly, he's probably right to be suspicious. Then, boom, Nagyunn collapses, and the blonde dude catches him, looking surprisingly concerned. Nagyunn's face is all twisted up, like he's fighting something internal. It's intense. The monster unleashes a massive blast, and it's headed straight for Nagyunn. No way! But the blonde dude jumps in front of Nagyunn, shielding him from the attack. What a save! The blonde guy's face is absolutely terrifying, a full-on demonic grin, and honestly, it's kinda scary. Okay, so things are EXP loading, like straight-up massive energy blasts are going off right now. The source, a huge sphere of light that's just pulsing with power, honestly. Then, WHUMP, something massive slams into the building and cracks the wall. This is getting intense. Our boy and another knight are diving through the newly made hole in the wall, straight into the city. Everyone's freaking out, the other knights are faltering, and it's clear this clash between elephant and hippo is a big deal. Someone's asking if going inside the city is dangerous. Duh, it absolutely is, are you kidding? This dude is down for the count, and another knight is trying to pull him to safety. Things are looking rough. Something's whipping through the air, and it's moving fast. No idea what it is, but it's definitely trouble. He's announcing meteor-style 8 skies, and honestly, that sounds terrifying and awesome at the same time. Whoosh! A massive blast of energy erupts, and it looks like everything is about to get blown away. Nagyunn is straight up getting attacked, and someone's yelling for everyone to take him down. It's chaos! Ouch! A flash of light erupts, and it's so bright everyone's blinded for a second. But wait, the attacker is this skeletal dude with a serious goatee, and he's moving fast. He's got Nagyunn pinned, and honestly, it looks like this dude had it coming. Then the ground starts rumbling, like a massive earthquake is hitting the city. The buildings are cracking and collapsing, creating a huge crater in the middle of town. No way! It's a total disaster zone, with debris flying everywhere and the ground splitting open. Someone's glancing down into the wreckage, and it looks like Nagyunn is buried beneath it all. Our boy is looking down at the scene, and you can tell he's absolutely horrified by what's happening. However, Nagyunn is still alive, barely, but he's clearly in bad shape and needs help ASAP. Nagyunn locks eyes with our boy, and honestly, the tension is insane. This dude is not happy. Nagyunn grits his teeth, but he's barely holding on. He's clearly in a world of pain. Our boy's expression is chilling. He's sizing Nagyunn up, and it's clear he's not showing mercy. He's saying Nagyunn is very good, but it's totally a backhanded compliment. This is getting creepy. But wait, he's admitting nothing he's eaten. Even X compares to Nagyunn. Straight up cannibal vibes here. Nagyunn cracks his knuckles, and it's a warning shot. He's ready to fight even in this condition. Our boy laughs, and it's a terrifying sound. He's enjoying Nagyunn's desperation way too much. However, Nagyunn is trying to fight back, and he's going for a sneak attack. Good on him. But our boy anticipates it and easily deflects the attack. This dude is on another level. He's crushing Nigel's hand, and honestly, this is brutal. Nigel is in serious trouble now. Our boy sighs, realizing Nigel can steal abilities. That's a huge problem and he knows it. He's saying Nigel has lovely eyes, but it's super creepy and totally not a compliment. Trust me. Nigel tries to get the upper hand, but our boy straight up grabs his face. No way, this is good. Nigel's yelling thanks for the meal as our boy eats his power. Seriously? He's absorbing Nigel's abilities, and honestly, it looks painful for both of them. Our boy declares he won't allow Nigel to do whatever he was planning. So intense. Nigel is trying to get away, but our boy is right on his tail. This chases Owen. 3 figures are running ahead and Nigel is desperately trying to catch up, but he's clearly losing ground. Our boy is gaining on Nigel and he's looking absolutely terrifying. This is bad news for Nigel. Nigel is cornered and our boy is about to finish him off. This is the climax we've been waiting for. Our boy is losing it, screaming that this is how a hero should behave. He's completely unhinged right now. He unleashes a blast of energy, and the building straight up cracks. That's some serious power. Nigel attacks, but our boy is anticipating everything, dodging with ease and declaring he only needs to watch Nigel's mouth. Nigel's attack does nothing, not even a scratch, and our boy is getting increasingly annoyed. This dude is built different. Nigel gets blasted back, and our boy is looking down at him with a terrifying grin. He's not playing around anymore. Nigel is reeling, and our boy confidently states he's built like a tank, and honestly, he's not wrong. Nigel tries to fight back, but our boy deflects it all and sends him flying through multiple buildings. DOA. The buildings are collapsing around them with massive DOHUMP sounds. This fight is leveling the city. Another DOHUMP as Nigel crashes through more structures, and it's clear our boy is holding back. He could finish this instantly. Another DMHUMP and the rubble continues to fall, but our boy is still standing strong. This is a total demolition. Our boy is coughing up a storm after that blast, but he's already questioning how strong he is after only eating a piece of Nigel. He declares he's going to finish Nigel off, and the ground literally starts cracking beneath his feet. No cap. Nigel is losing it, screaming about the magic unit being wiped out, but our boy doesn't even flinch. Nigel is panicking, realizing he's in serious trouble, but our boy is already moving at lightning speed. Nigel tries to raise a barrier, but our boy's attack stretches and wraps around it like it's nothing. The attack extends, binding Nigel's hand, and honestly, he looks totally helpless right now. Our boy is casually strolling forward while Nigel is completely restrained, and this dude is owning him. Nigel is struggling, but the binding is tightening, and it's clear our boy has this fight completely under control. The attack fully wraps Nigel, and he's getting pulled forward. This is brutal. Our boy is reeling him in, and Nigel looks absolutely terrified, and honestly, he deserves it. Nigel swings his sword, but our boy casually sidesteps the attack like it's nothing. Seriously, the speed. Nigel's eyes widen in shock as our boy smirks, letting out a weird hiss. This dude is playing with him. Our boy takes a step forward, and Nigel's sword completely misses, while the other fighters watch in disbelief. Nigel is fully immobilized, and our boy is closing in for the kill, and honestly, Nigel brought this on himself.